We're live! This time on the right stream. Hello! Hello! Today we're gonna be playing in a tournament. And hopefully everything runs smoothly. Today we've... Okay, nice. Everything is working, thank goodness. So today we've already started the casual tournament, but the competitive one that I'll be playing in will be starting in 5 minutes. Should be pretty exciting. I've changed my audio settings a bit. So let me know if I'm peaking at all, or if it sounds sort of weird. Okay, nice. It looks like it's good. It looks like it's good. Wonderful. Amazing. All right. Sojourners with the hello daddy makes me slightly uncomfortable, but I'm happy to have you here nonetheless. Happy birthday. Wait till December. December is the month, people. But nice. So today we're going to be playing with a mod. Hey, we got Zone in chat. I was just playing with Zone earlier today, getting in some practice games. He'll be playing in the tournament, which is quite exciting. And hopefully we get a good amount of signups. I'm hoping it's also a fairly short tournament. We're aiming for under 5 hours today. And based on the signups, I think it should be possible. But you never know with tournaments like this. Maybe we'll just get like a sudden onset of signups, but hopefully it should be fine. Ah yes, what's the mod? What's the mod? Well, for those of you wondering if we... Ooh, look at this. We already got some people with the mod. You can tell because of this. Makes finding lobbies so much easier. The mod lets you move the domination UI. The thing that I've been complaining about since before the game launched. It's finally fixed. All we needed to do was have a modder work on it for a day. Now, as usual, we're not going to use modders as a way to talk about how CA sucks or whatever. No, I'm hosting my own tournament today. But yeah, we're not gonna use mods as a means to say that CA sucks. We're just gonna be happy that the modder actually gone out and put it together, because obviously they're able to produce things much faster than a large company. And as long as it doesn't cause too many issues, hopefully we can actually keep running this on the reg. That's the general idea. Hopefully it all works out. Let's see, tournament starting in 2 minutes, by the way, if you guys are in wait for the tournament. It should be good. But yeah, it makes the UI draggable, so you can actually move your reinforcement panel. And it also makes the spectating experience way better. If you look at a lot of Turin's recent videos, you can see he has like tons of UI in the top left that sort of goes into like the damage dealt on both sides and so on and so forth. The number of kills, the winds of magic. It's all displayed for you. Even army abilities, like the Tomb King's passive. So it's a pretty good mod for tournaments. The only downside is that you really have to go out of your you have to go a bit out of your way to download the mod and set it up. Which is a little bit unfortunate, but it seems like so far most people manage to get it set up without issue, by the looks of it. Anyways. Have you experimented with triple Warplock Giselle Skaven builds yet? I have a little bit. They're really good at just dealing a lot of damage, but you have to make sure that they stay safe. If they end up getting, you know, shot by artillery or dived in on, they generally won't pay for themselves super well. Mostly it's rush builds that'll take them out, but overall it's a pretty good game plan. I don't know how much Skaven I'll be playing today though. Make right face with the first. Nice, nice. Oh boy, this should be pretty interesting. Tournament starting in 1 minute. If you want to check in, now is the time. Or forever miss your chance to play in this here tournament. Was wondering, do you think you could win a no recruitment, only lords and heroes campaign? I heard there's a bug with Beastmen that'll let you do that. I don't know if that's how I would want to do that challenge, but it sounds difficult. If you play the right lord, though, it should be fine. Like, I bet Scarbrand could probably do it. The problem is that it doesn't really feel super fun. I think it would just be like a lot of cheese. A lot of really long cheese. But I'm sure it's possible. I don't think I would have the patience, and I'd probably screw up somewhere. Obviously, the late game is where it gets easier, though. Yeah, it's pretty difficult. But anyways, here we go. Tournament is starting now. It is 1:30. That is the same time as the tournament. Nice. Let's go ahead and generate the bracket and see who is gonna be playing. So it's gonna be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 round tournament. Hey, that's perfect. Gonna be 5 rounds, which means that it is best of. Oh wait, no, it's best of 1 start. Let's see. Yeah, round 5 is best of 1. Dang. So we're gonna be best of 1 against Cons on. All right, let's do it. Let's see. Competitive tournament has started. Cons, we are up. So let's go ahead and message our opponent. And we'll be getting a best of 1 started today. This is sort of the part where we are possibly most likely to get knocked out. He responds with, "Oh God," as soon as I message him. Alright, let's go ahead and get this party started. I can go and set up the link. So it's random. It's blind 7 is the tournament format today. And blind 7, the way that works is we both pick 7. The way that works is... I'll get the link to... The way that works is that we're both picking 7 blind matchups against each other. And then we're going to be picking the most fair matchup out of the bunch. And that's basically it. Nice and simple. And he's saying he wants the stream to know that he is for the people. Alright. I don't know what that means. I don't know if he's gonna bring in like a Dread Saurian or who knows what, but we'll see how it goes. We'll also see if he has a mod installed. The mod on. We'll see if he has a mod. If not, then we'll have to work out doing that. Nice. Alright. So let's start getting our picks and bans going then. Gotta catch up with chat too. Sorry, while I'm doing tournament management, there's a lot that has to be done. But thankfully, since we already dealt with the first half of the casual tournament, it's a little bit easier here. Remember, there's no global bans, by the way. Which means that we can actually play Vampire Coast for once. Can't wait. Alright. Now, the first map, I believe, is Itza. No, the first map is Black Ark. Okay. Here we go. So let's go ahead and set the map. Let's see here. Black Ark. There we go. Let's go ahead and start picking our matchups. So this is a fairly fast process. And then as soon as I'm done with that, I'll get back to you guys. Mino Bus. I wish Beastmen were stronger, but unfortunately they're not incredibly meta, sadly. Let's see. Hope he wins if he's for the people. If he wins, that'd be crazy, man. That'd be one of the fastest knockouts for me in a while, but such is the way of best of ones. Yeah, no global bans. But the thing is, when you're doing the pick 7 matchups, you're allowed to ban, you're allowed to ban the same factions over and over again. So if you do feel like a faction is going to be quite strong, all you got to do is ban them. Yeah, we're live. Ashia. Happy to have you here. All right. So the matchups are decided. Let's go ahead and save that so that you guys can see it. Let's see here. There we go. So if I do that, does this work? Does this work? Whoa, that is real weird. Well, it sort of worked. Come on. There we go. Let's just stretch this bad boy out a bit. There we go. Wow, that is what happened to that picture? What happened? All right, well, jeez, that hurts to look at. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Gotta do some quick moderation. All right, here we go. Let's see. So I think he's top bracket. Is he top bracket? I'll be picking 4. Then you pick one of them. There we go. So the matchups are Vampire Coast versus Dwarves. We have Chaos. Let's see here. We have Chaos versus Kislev. We have Norska versus High Elves. Slanesh versus Skaven. Tomb Kings versus Nurgle. That's a good one. Vampire Counts versus Vampire Coast. And then Tzeentch versus Wood Elves. Alright, so Tzeentch versus Wood Elves is a little bit sketchy. I probably don't want that. I would say Warriors of Chaos versus Kislev is that's a big one for us. Vampire Coast versus Dwarves. Oh boy, let's avoid that real quick. I am not in the mood to play versus Dwarves. Norska versus High Elves should be an interesting one. Tomb Kings versus Nurgle, of course. And then Vampire Counts versus Vampire Coast is a really interesting one, but I think we win that. I prefer Slanesh versus Skaven, though. Yeah, there we go. Seems about right. Alright, let's do it. And he's in the lobby. Sweet. I can get rid of that image because it's burning my eyeballs. There we go. Alright, let's catch up with chat again. Let's catch up with chat. How's it going? Just ban whatever factions I've done most recently in my win farms. Not a terrible idea. Though you may run into problems that I'm just playing super meta factions. So yeah, Skaven into Slanesh sounds fun. The thing is, I'm the one playing Slanesh, so he's gonna be probably a little bit worried about about running into that. I feel like playing Skaven into my Slanesh is like the worst idea ever. I would not recommend. Love the content. Thank you very much. I plan to do some more proper sort of tutorial vids in a bit. I finally have a few ideas I want to put out. Should be pretty fun. Though I will be continuing to do clips as sort of filler. I'm drained when it comes to actual good, interesting ideas I want to tell people. You're in the outer region. You're after this. Should be pretty interesting. Oh no, you're at least 2 games after. So we have a bit of time before we run into each other. I'm excited to get my matches against you though. Okay, and he's gonna be picking Norska versus High Elves. So here we go. Norska versus High Elves. Generally, I'd say pretty Norscan favored. We did see recently on Turin's good old YouTube channel that Norska can indeed get wrecked by High Elves. So we have to be a little bit careful here. Let's see. How did Zyphos play? He had a bunch of Sisters of Averlorn, and he had an Imric, if I remember correctly. All very scary, of course. Let's see. Against Sisters of Averlorn, how would we want to deal with that? I have a few ideas. The Silverin Guard are a huge pain too, honestly. It's honestly, the High Elves sort of have a lot of teeth here, but I think we're still fine. Yeah, Imric Life Wizard. Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna be copying that style. I think it's a fairly good style, but I don't think it's like the bringer of the end times by any means. I think there's a good amount of fairly strong counters to it. So I'm not especially worried. Famous last words though, I know, right? Are Phoenixes any threat at all? Not really, with how strong skirmishers are. I don't think Phoenixes are the biggest problem in the world. At least in my mind. This is a tournament. It's not just a Norskin stream. Yeah, this is a tournament hosted by myself. All the games are running right now, so people are sort of queuing up, and we're playing in it too, to test our might against others in the community. You're new to multiplayer? What do you suggest first doing? Is there a Discord to join? Yeah, if you join my Discord actually, or Turin's, both of them are great starting locations to get into multiplayer. From my Discord, you can join the training gym, which ends up being a very nice place to find matches against other people who are really getting into multiplayer. If you haven't played at all before, though, I would recommend you start off with just playing some ladder games to sort of kickstart yourself. Yeah, just like play a few ladder games, get like about a 50% win rate on ladder, and then you can, start matching against people in Discords. If you're already at that point, then you just hop on the Discord and... Well, actually, even if you're not at that point, being on a Discord is great just to ask for help, you know? Just say like, oh, like this faction's really wrecking my face. How does one beat them? And then there's just like a multitude of people, including myself, that would be very happy to help you out. Let's see, I think I have most everything I would want in this build so far. Most everything? I'm feeling alright about my build. Let's see, so we got the Imric action, we have High Elves. There's like, High Elves can be a little bit scary. Just a wee bit scary. I don't know why I'm so worried about facing them. It's probably only because of Zyphos, isn't it? Zyphos is such a good player. Like, he puts me on the ropes when I'm playing Norska against his High Elves. So, I don't want to accidentally just throw here. But I believe I have a fairly solid build. I think I got an alright build. Yeah, this feels alright. Is this everything I would want? I think so. Alright, well, let's go ahead and ready up and see how our first match of the day goes. Oh, I guess I should get this bad boy up, shouldn't I? There we go. Hopefully we put up a pretty good fight. My javelins to counter the dragons. Usually, I like to go for sort of just generic skirmishers instead, mostly. Oh man, this should be pretty interesting. So, this is gonna be the first stream that I play with this mod. It seems like the setup generally went fairly well too, which is nice. But behold, as soon as we load on in, you'll get to see the mod. The thing that has been on my wish list for since the launch of Warhammer 3. Since before the launch of Warhammer 3. It's here. It's modded. Yeah, we're playing modded. It's not actually changing gameplay. It's just for thing. It's called, if you look up multiplayer UI, I think it's called like multiplayer UI extended and improved. Look at this. Look at this, people. Oh my gosh. It's amazing! Oh my gosh, look at it! It's so good! Oh my goodness, it's not just on here anymore, it's actually not in the way of my lords! I can see his HP! Oh my goodness! Oh yes, the hacks are enabled! Oh my gosh! It's a dream come true, CA! Please, I'll do anything to have this in the base game. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is amazing. Yeah, and it's extended too, so it doesn't go into 2 rows super often. So most of the time, it's only 1 row. You place it here if you want. You know, if you want, you can have it on the right side. You can have it here. It goes on top of the info panel, so you can still access it if you really want it out of the way, but I prefer sort of right over here. Oh my goodness, yeah, too much work for CA. Oh man, oh my goodness. Now, obviously, adding in the mods is easier than having CA do it, because I'm sure they don't have the time to do it. But I'm just happy that we have it in as a mod. Anyways, yeah, anything. All right, here we go. So good luck, have fun to our opponent. He said he's ready, and let's see how the battle goes. So he has some Lothing Sea Guard, some Silverin, pretty standard group of infantry over there. For us, we got the Fimir. He has the Pit of Shades, as usual. We got the Throg. Pretty classic. And then, wow, he has a Teclis. It's not even a bird Teclis. It's a foot Teclis. Fiery Convocation. He has the good old Regrowth, a net. So that net I have to be very wary of. Don't want it catching more than a single skirmisher, if at all possible. And then, I think I just start spamming out Marauder Champions. These guys are great at winning the frontline fight against High Elves. Alright, now, I gotta be really careful that I don't take a bad trade here. That Teclis is vicious. Maybe I move my skirmishers down onto the low ground to just secure that. No, I think I will. I'm gonna force him to advance here and just secure this position instead. Since he doesn't have Teclis there, it's gonna be a little bit better. I think Teclis is on a horse, so he can reinforce her a bit quickly if he wants to, but I think we'll be fine. You like spaghetti? Happy to hear. Oh, we're talking about spaghetti code? I see. Yeah. I think that the CA it's more starting the work than actually getting it done. You know, I'm sure we've all been there, right? It's not difficult to get out of bed. It's just hard to start getting out of bed. So that's probably the limiting factor, I'd say. Let's see. I think you know, let's get a Manticore going. Manticores are great for that good old terror route. He does only have a single Lothran Sea Guard here, so that's not too much of a problem. Of course, we have the big old Pit of Shades. So let's just bait out. Let's just bait them out. I'm gonna wait for them to stop moving so that they are actually trying to get their volleys off. And then as soon as they do that, then we'll be fine. There's the net. Pretty standard, pretty standard. And there we go, they stop moving, nice. So now I can go ahead and, oh, he's fiery convocationing me. Well, let's go ahead and push out of the way of that real quick. There we go. Gets a good amount of damage, but Teclis's fiery convocation isn't actually that terrifying, unfortunately for Teclis. And then we should just be able to mop these guys up. That was a good fiery convocation, I'm not gonna lie, but unfortunately the Might of Norsk is gonna be a bit too much here. We'll have the Berserkers in on here, and then we can get this Manticore to start terror routing. Now this Marauder champion definitely doesn't want to be fighting this just yet, but he should be just fine. He should be just fine, as we'll be able to bring in support if needed. And if I can just force his army to move up, that'd be great. There we go, we have the double cap. We have the low ground secured. We can go ahead and just start cleaning up. Honestly, the trading's going really well for us so far. That gold damage is lying. I've done more than 500 off the Lothran Sea Guard alone, but what can you do? Nevertheless, all these guys are routed off, so I just have to support the high ground now, hold that, and we should be set. The Marauder champions are great versus Reavers too. That 80 armor is going to be huge for keeping them safe. Looks like Teclis is going down. I think we've got this, guys. That means we can transition into best of threes, which are a little bit less volatile. Let's see, what do I want to summon next, though? That's a real question. I would love to have something for anti-cavalry, honestly, just for a little bit of a better cleanup situation. Something like some skin wolves, possibly. I'm usually not the biggest fan of skin wolves, but I think they're important here. No, he does have a lot of Lothran Sea Guard, I'm not gonna lie. I think just basic Berserkers is just a better way to go for now. Alright, nice. Let's start making our transition to the high ground and we'll be alright. Yeah, Teclis, he has some of the best utility in the game, but he's not the best in terms of... He's not the best in terms of actual, like, he's not a great fighter at all. So, you know, if you just have a bunch of single entities that need killing, you're really relying on the net plus range support to do well, and as long as I can shut that down, it's not too much of a problem for me. So these Berserkers are getting a little bit overextended, but I think chasing off units is just more worth it here. Just because those guys are so low on the HP. And nice, another Berserker. He did have a pretty nice fiery convocation, I will say. Brought all my guys to about a quarter. It took out about a quarter of their HP, but I don't think it actually killed any entities, which is a bit of a problem. Alright, there we go. Looks like that fight went pretty well over here. I think I can just start pushing up with my Marauder champions. I sort of smell blood in the water, and I think we can just run down the Sea Guard over here. The champions will basically take no damage on the charge. And then, of course, we have Pit of Shades to help clean up. So I'm gonna just slam it right on top of those guys, because they're in the back. The guys in the front will have to be either fighting, engaged, or will have to be retreating. So I think that's a perfect situation for my guys. And then, you know what, just to get a bit more of a rapid reinforcement, I'm gonna summon in the doggos. Usually I wouldn't be summoning dogs, but here I think it's fine just because there is a bit of an opportunity to catch his guys. Gonna be another net, but unfortunately for him, most of his range is unfortunately shut down. Fiery Convocation will still be okay though, but I don't think it'll do too much damage. Looks like a low ground push, but I think we've done it. I think we've done it. It's looking good. Yeah, a little bit of blood in the water. Just a little bit. Because I get the sense that that his formation, I think I can win. I think I could win with a big push, and it looks like that was true. You gotta, the moment you feel like an engagement will go well for you, you wanna go really hard on it. Just go in, get your value, and then call it a victory there. Because you technically can play it very safely, but oftentimes that can lead you into that can run you into a few problems. If you play too safe, you can actually give your opponent more opportunities to come back. The 2D portrait's a bit mediocre. Yeah, I was thinking I wanted to compare it, but it's sort of it's not actually that like HD, right? It's not actual like painted portraits. Also, the Manticore is a Marauder Horseman, isn't it? Also, you didn't call it mediocre. You called it of the Manticore. I'm just misreading entirely, but I do feel like it is a little bit mediocre, right? I might switch back to 3D portraits in a second here after the match. Anyways, Phoenix is just getting pounded by my horsemen. Not too worried about that. Berserkers do actually trade fairly well into high elf cavalry due to their relatively low HP. Nice. And oh, he is going for a bomb dropping run. That's gonna hurt a little bit, but it looks like we're still mostly fine. Better to play actively than to have your opponent react and play reactively. No, it's just generally, you know, if you can take a win, go for the win. You know, it's like chess, right? If there's a checkmate on the board, you should take it. It's just sort of you just have to make sure that there's no risk in going for the play. But yeah, the thing is, if you sort of just wait and let your opponent's army get bigger, you might throw away a value lead that you had otherwise, just because of the nature of him having a bigger army. And hey, Coconut, thank you very much for joining as a deckhand. Welcome to the crew. All right, nice. Skin Wolves next on the table. Let's go ahead and we'll finish off Techless. We'll chase off that bird. Nice. Get the wolves in here. I think he's basically army wiped at this point. He might be able to make a bit of a capture here, but yeah. GG. Nice. First win of the day. Looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and update the score of the day. Nice. Let's get the screenshot going. And then let's take a look here. Yeah, almost 2,000 value on this guy. Turns out Pit of Shades Overcast. Still very strong. Still very strong. And then we got like, yeah, the horsemen were just great. Vicious. Absolutely vicious. Okay, nice. Man, special thanks to Platypus again for helping me manage the tournament. He is amazing. He's just amazing. He hosts his own tournaments too. Make sure to check them out if you're interested. They don't come with a mod, so if that makes it easier to join, definitely check it out. Let's see here. 3D, there we go. But yeah, he's helping me moderate today and making my life oh so much easier since I'm actually able to enjoy casting and playing at the same time. Alright, so we had one with Norska against the High Elves. There we go. Nice. And our next opponent is gonna be Caleb. Or I think Caleb. At Caleb. We are up. And it's gonna be a best of 3 now. Should be interesting. Oh. Yep, straight to the poop deck. Another hand. Oh my gosh, Coconut. With the 5 memberships? Dang. Thank you so much. We're just screaming more crew. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of people. Man, people have been gifting a lot of memberships recently. Thank you so much. I still need to get something that's worth it for y'all members. If you guys if you have suggestions you want to throw in for membership exclusive content that is safe for work, feel free to let me know. Feel free to let me know, and I'll see if I can get some content going, because I do want to pay back all my members. I feel like there's a lot that needs doing. Yeah, safe for work. This ain't gonna be no OnlyFans, you know. My OnlyFans content stays on OnlyFans, obviously. All right. Anyway, I don't have an OnlyFans. Don't look up Enticity OnlyFans. All right, here we go. Pass is 1, 2, 3. There we go. It's gonna get our opponent in here. Get that army blocker going. Finger picks. Man, I just there's never a suggestion that's safe for work, I swear. Yeah, feet pictures, of course. Are feet pics technically safe for work? Doesn't like Twitch have a thing against feet pics? I think Twitch has something against it. I think there's like a rule or something. Do you have the mod? Yeah, there's been a bit of a problem with the mod being incompatible versions recently. A nice membership open bonus might be build theory crafting videos. Maybe. See, so I wanted to put more content up for multiplayer stuff on the other channel. Yeah, I wanted more, maybe I can do like, maybe like once, I don't know. Because I want to put up multiplayer content sort of full force on the other channel, and then have that just be supported by like Patreon or something. Kidneys, a liver pick. This is like 99% just memes, you guys. But yeah, I wanted to just have the multiplayer stuff be open for everyone. But like maybe like some hardcore multiplayer stuff I can put on there. Yo, don't summon these Slanesh bots. They'll come in full force in a second here. But yeah, maybe like some hardcore multiplayer stuff. I don't know. Because I already do a lot of helping people out on the Discord already. Yo, I am actually getting an X-ray in a bit. You know, there's a non-zero chance I could get some X-rays going. Let's post my organs. Oh man, I feel like that'd be, I don't want that. I don't want my medical information online. Oh man. Ooh yeah, Ent branded milk bags. Wow, start my own milk company? That'd be intense. Alright, nice. So we have our opponent. Let's go ahead and get the faction picking going. Let's see here. Here we go. There's the code. And then we can start getting our factions underway, so I'll just need a hot second while I do this, chat. On stream, isn't that too lewd? Are you talking about the milk bags, or are you talking about the X-rays? X-ray pics are the ultimate exposure, yeah. Oh my goodness, that would be quite something. What map are we playing on? Let's see, map number 1 is Broken Leg Gully. Interesting. Uh-huh. I think there's a lot of really sort of good options if we're talking Broken Leg Gully. A lot of ranged factions will actually do much better on maps like this. Knit socks, map of Canada. just a Google Maps of Canada, sick. Yeah, maybe some hardcore multiplayer stuff. I want to, it'll probably be videos. It'll probably be some sort of exclusive videos, I think. If I am going to be posting something. But yeah, it's in the works, people. It's in the works. All right, this feels all right. Let's see what we've got. All right, so here is our faction lineup. Let's go ahead and get the picture set up. There we go. And boom, there's our factions. Oh my gosh, there we go. Okay, it sized itself properly that time. Here we go. Don't mind it being enormous. Hey, there we go. All right, so what we got? Yeah, yikes, a bit massive. Just a bit massive. I'm top bracket, so I have to pick 4. Okay, so my 4 are... So I fancy, let's see, Cathay into Chaos is like super sketch. I think Chaos versus Norska is a reasonable one. Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves is an amazing one. I would be happy to play that. Or would I? Vampire Counts against Skaven is a bit sus, but I think it's okay. We'll just snipe his Lord. Dark Elves versus Tomb Kings is a nada. Slanesh versus Counts is a really weird one. I don't know if I really want to risk that. But I think I need to. Man, we got a weird lineup here. Do I want to have Cathay into Chaos instead of any of these? Let's see. If I do Cathay into Chaos, what would I want to cut? I like Counts for Skaven. I like Tomb Kings into Dark Elves. I like Chaos into Norska. I guess Slanesh into Counts is the sketchy one. I feel like Cathay into Chaos is favored for me. I think on this map, I think it's better. And then I don't have to play Slanesh into Vampire Counts. Let's try it. Let's see if this works, people. Hey, Miss New Booty. Welcome. And a deck gunner, too. Thank you so much. Yeah, nothing but OP factions. It's just all OP factions and Vampire Coast. Love to see it. Yeah, the Cathay one's pretty good. Another dog to swab the decks. Yo, he's a deck gunner, man. He outranks most of you guys. Don't be swabbing the decks with the deck gunners. Crazy. Oh my gosh. Have you all walking the plank for that one. Anyways, what's this guy gonna play? Let's see. What's it gonna be? Give him only mirror matches? Oh, I don't pick the matchups. They're all lined up one by one, so I can't just give him only mirrors. Okay, and he's gonna be playing his Norska into my Chaos. So, Chaos in theory are favorable into Norska in like almost every way. This should be fine. We mutiny, we riot. You're not even part of the crew, Mr. BD. Yo, this is like the people on the port trying to mutiny on my ship. What is this? Just pick Be'lakor? Yeah, Bellacor's insane. Be'lakor do be strong. I wonder if we can do better than Be'lakor, though. You think a Sigvald is good here? You think Sigvald's good? Like, think about it, right? We got the Sigvald. We have Sigvald against Throg. The loreful 1v1. That's pretty hype. Festus is nice, but he got nerfed into the ground. Got smashed on the casual side. We'll be back next time. Happy to hear, man. Hope to see you. I was wondering, I sort of want to make the casual tournaments better for... I want to make it better for the... Man, thank you so much, Platypus, for answering these questions. Thank you so much. But I'm thinking, I sort of want them to be best of threes, or maybe have like a loser's bracket or something. Because it feels like the people that play the best of ones just get knocked out too quickly. You're a one leaf noob. Oh my gosh. The leaf prestige? I didn't even realize that would be a thing. Oh my goodness. Alright, how am I playing this? Also, I gotta add more leaves. I gotta do more leaf pictures. Some people are probably gonna be in like the 5 leaf range or like the 7 leaf range at this point, right? We really need more leaves. Alright. If he's playing as Norska, he be playing as Norska. How do I wanna end him here? I have one thing that I want to bring, but I'm worried that it's just a meme. You guys ever get that feeling? You ever get the feeling that you're just memeing around? That your build is actually just hot garbage? So I do get that feeling ever so slightly when I look at my build. Let's see. This guy definitely won on that. If it's Norska, what can he bring that's actually really scary, am I right? Like what? Mammoths? Norska has mammoths. They got skin wolves. Skin wolves just have no shot against Slaneshi Hellstriders. So I'm not worried about that at all. Berserkers are like... Berserkers are good. Berserkers are good, but I think they do have... There's enough counters there where I'm not that worried about them. Allosaurus is the best dinosaur? Is that is that even a dinosaur, or is this just some elaborate meme? Okay, no, it is actually a dinosaur. Why is it... It looks like a T-Rex with bigger arms. That doesn't seem that exciting. I guess T-Rexes are exciting innately, but Allosaurus is... It feels like just a copycat at this point, right? It's just chasing after the hype of the T-Rex. Unless it was... I guess if it existed earlier than the T-Rex, then I'll lay off a little bit. How dare you doubt me? You know, I guess I haven't looked into it very much, you know? Out of all my hot takes, that's one that I don't want to be making, you know? Allosaurus, you don't want to get on the bad side of Allosaurus fans. Let's see, what infantry do I want? Forsaken are okay, but I don't think they're like amazing. I don't think Forsaken are like, I don't think they're the bringer of end times by any means. Let's see. I worry a little bit about his like Marauder champions and stuff. I guess if he Marauder champ spams me, it's not the end of the world. I think we're okay. Let's just try this build. Chaos should be crazy favored, right? Chaos should be crazy favored, no problem. Let's see here. Allosaurus had stock and Strider. That's pretty pog. It's pretty pog. Oh man, oh man, it's cringe. I'm being cringe. Don't want to be too hip with the kids, you know. We're all oldies in chat. I'm pretty sure look, who in chat is under 25, let's be honest. What? I think only like 25% of you are under 25 or something. Fairly low count. Fairly low count. Let's not try to be too hip with the kids here. You're 21? Dang, okay, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, not me. 23? Oh, dang, okay. Mid-20s gang? Hype? You know, if you are in your 20s, if you are in your lower 20s, you are allowed to go with the pogs. Get your pog champs out. You can throw in oh man, here's the thing. Is pog champ starting to get old? Is pog champ just boomer chat now? I feel like I'm so out of touch. It's been you know, it's been so long since I actually gone and got cultured, you know. How you doing, fellow kids? Nice. Turn 30 on Friday. Honestly, yo, from what I hear, being 30 is pretty hype. As long as you actually have your life starts to get in order and stuff. If you're 30 and your life isn't in order, I guess my condolences, but from what I hear, most people are actually pretty happy once they get older. I think like there's a chart on happiness. It's like you get happier and happier as life goes on, and then you hit 60 and it just like nosedives. It's so sad. It's really sad. I'm 94, if only. You know, if you actually were 94, that'd be crazy. But I think the odds of someone claiming that they're 94 is slightly low compared to how it is otherwise. Alright, there we go. Just doing a bit of adminning. Let's go ahead and get underway. So, for my build, we got the Hell Cannon. Pretty hype. We got the Sigvald. He has the Throg. Now we get to see who the true champion is. Life together when I'm 30, nervous laughter. Yeah, you know what? It doesn't really matter, honestly. Look. What, like... There's people in their 60s, right? That are chilling, that are happy. When you hit 30, you're not even that old yet, let's be honest, right? At 30 years old, you still have like another 30 years ahead of you before you're actually really, really old. So, and honestly, look, I'm not going to say 60's really, really old either. The 60-year-olds are just going ham with life. So, honestly, I think it's fine. I think life's just fine, man. We'll all be fine. Though I do hear that apparently the bones start screaming at you once you hit 30, so that's gonna be a little bit unfortunate for some of you guys. That's the thing that worries me the most. My poor bones are gonna get annihilated, man. Yeah, we're doing the 6 skirmisher play. 6 skirmishers is just really strong. It's just disgusting. We got our caster on a Manticore, he's great. We got the Buna for our counter skirmish, but it doesn't look like he has any skirmishers. But nice, we just start bullying Throg with the Hell Cannon. It's gonna be doing a lot of damage. I'll even start pummeling his infantry over here. And then Sigvald can just get in the fight. Sigvald is great because he just doesn't care about fighting the entire game. So you just sort of just send him into melee and he'll be fine. You have to be a bit careful about single entities, but Sigvald plus skirmishers is just a match made in heaven. He's an absolute beast when he's doing it like this. Almost 40 and my bones are on fire. Jeez. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and it only gets worse. It's terrible. It's terrible. I can only hope that technology just keeps improving for you guys. Well, you know, for everyone. For everyone. Ooh, that's a good Pit of Shades. That's going to be hitting me for a lot of damage here. You can pull skirmishers out of Pit of Shades, which is good, but it's still a little bit sketchy. As for Throg, I'm just going to get all javelins firing in on him. That should take him out pretty quickly here. The mammoth isn't too scary for me. And then I think we just Fate Abuna some fools. There we go. There's a skirmisher. Yeah, Throg is doomed. There's no way Throg doesn't get annihilated here. I got all 6 skirmishers just squaring him up. He is not gonna have a good time. Now, Sigvald does have to worry about that mammoth a little bit. Like I said, you need the skirmisher support to stay safe. So we're just gonna pull him back, and he should be fine. Over here, we'll be taking this point. And I'm just gonna Fate Abuna those there skirmishers as fast as I can. As with Throg, it looks like he's going down. Sweet. And I think we did it. Oh, the Slanesh bots. Do we not have a moderator? There we go. Hide him on the channel. See, we gotta play Warhammer and ban the Slanesh bots at the same time. Anyways, I think Throg just died. I'm pretty sure Throg just died, so we'll just have Sigvald there dominating. Looks like the Fate of Buna has landed and is doing great. Yeah, the mammoth is pretty spicy when it comes to killing Sigvald. Its anti-infantry is actually insane. I don't think I'll actually kill him, which is why I'm leaving him in combat. But look at that damage. Wow. I gotta be more wary of mammoths next time. Honestly, the mammoth could have just ruined us if we weren't careful. Oh, and Fate of Buna routs Marauder Horseman? That's insane. Speaking of insane, Sigvald, he actually stood his ground against the mammoth. Got brought down to a quarter HP, doesn't even care, and I think we just close out the game from here. It's looking pretty favored for us. Huge javelin shots, though. But it's going to be a mass rout for our opponent, so I think we just bring in the dogs for the cleanup. And then we're set. Slanesh bots, bless this wicked match. Oh, please no, please no. We have enough chaos already. Slanesh is already so meta. Alright, nice. Yeah, this is just huge cleanup, man. Poor Norska. Poor Norska, man. Yeah, I think Chaos is just Norska, but better. And Norska's just Beastman, but better. It's rough. Oh, wow, the Horsemen routed off the map. Wow, Fate of Buna's such a good anti-skirmish tool. It's crazy. Alright, nice. Well, there we go. There's another win. There's another win. I call that a success. Pretty good. Hell Cannon. Actually paying for itself. Had we desummoned it, it would have been fine. But honestly, the winners here were the skirmishers. They're just too good. Marauder Horsemen are just a staple for like any Chaos faction. I think I'm starting to think they should probably be nerfed a little bit. But nice. GG. Let's go ahead and get the second map up. Second map is gonna be Death Pass. Let's get the Death Pass action. Going to be similar to the last one, but a little bit more open. A little bit better for ranged styles of play. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and get up another lobby going. Another pick 7 going for this guy. Here we go. Create a new draft, and we'll get our matchups going. Here we go. So far, it's looking like we're doing pretty good. Pretty good in this tournament so far. So we can't pick Chaos again. But we can, I think we can do, we should be able to play, we should be able to do fine with other factions. I think ranged is really good on this map. Let's see. Ranged and the OP factions, of course. Both of them are pretty strong. Can someone explain how exactly the picking system works? You missed the start of the stream. Yeah, so we blind pick 7 matchups using an external site. And then yeah, and then we pick the most fair one out of them. And the way that we do that is we each ban 3 out of the 7 out of the 7 blind picked matchups, and then we're good to go. So the result of the blind picking looks something like this. Those are our matchups. Let's go ahead and get this screen blocker going. You know, let's get this blocker going. I feel like going for the toad blocker today. But yeah, at the bottom you can see the 7 matchups. And then so he's gonna pick 4 of them. So they pair up left to right essentially, or middle outwards, I mean. He's gonna pick 4 of them that he's willing to play, and then I'm gonna pick 1 of them that I'm willing to play. And that's how it works. It's fairly, it works out fairly well. A lot of people say that the picking system lasts a long time. And honestly, from what I've experienced, it's fairly fast. It's fairly fast, so I quite enjoy it. Yeah, and the theory is that out of 7 matchups, 1 of them has to be even, right? Oh, we have a Tomb King's Mirror. Interesting. So I can play Dark Elves into his Skaven. I can play Greenskins into... No, Grand Cathay into his Counts. Both are bad. Dark Elves to Skaven. My Skaven into his Chaos. Or the Tomb King's Mirror. Wow. Skaven into Chaos sounds like a bad idea. My Dark Elves into his Skaven sounds like the best plan of action. Skaven they do be terrifying, but I think I have a chance there. So either that or Cathay into Counts. I'm gonna go Cathay... I'm gonna go Cathay into his Counts. Let's get some Cathay action. Yeah, we're not gonna go for the mirror. I'm not taking that. Here we go. Yeah, it does generate mirrors occasionally, but actually not super often from what I've seen so far. And people don't have to take the mirror either, which is interesting. Oh, that's weird. I can't change factions. Okay, nice. Lag has subsided. Interesting, interesting. So let's see how this goes. So we're playing Cathay into his vampire counts. Do you guys think this is favored for Cathay or Counts? Because I know vampire counts are generally known to be pretty scary. We did play this on the other side of the matchup earlier, and we dominated with the Counts. So maybe I'll be eating my words here. Let's see. Who do I want to play? So the biggest thing that I have to worry about is getting Wind of Death. Wind of Death is the thing that I want to not have happen to me. If I can just avoid that, I think we're all right. Let's see here. I want... Sky Lanterns even good, honestly. Are Sky Lanterns even good? I'm pretty sure they're very good, but... let's see here. Sky Lanterns are sort of weird. They're in a weird space where they're like, yeah, they're pretty good, but they're also like... Sometimes they're only okay. See, I guess I could do... Yeah, I have an idea for a build. Don't know how good it'll be exactly, but I think we'll be fine. Sky Lanterns are literally just spectators. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Do you think... Yeah. I think... Wait, what? Grand Counts or Vampire Cathay? Vampire Cathay, obviously. Grand Counts is just Manfred. And not because he's grand, because that's what he'd call his faction. Not banned. Yeah, we didn't ban the Vampire Counts lore of Magic here. So there is an infinite ammo bug that can happen. And honestly, I don't really care about the infinite ammo bug. Like, I think it affects balance a little bit. But I don't think it makes that much of a difference. Maybe I'm really wrong there. Out of all the factions, it makes Tomb Kings way stronger. But people can just ban Tomb Kings if they want. It's fine. Let's see. I think I definitely want this bad boy. This bad boy. Yeah, and then I think I'm sort of liking my build here. It's nothing crazy strong, but I think it's all right. The more I look at my build, the more I'm worried that the vampire counts are gonna delete me off the face of the planet here. Let's see. Oh, man. So here's the thing. The Sky Lanterns are really useful for Harmony. And that's it. They're really useful for Harmony. So you do run into a little bit of an issue in that they They're just there for harmony, and they don't really do much else. So I don't really know if they're gonna hard carry it for me here. I made you burn your toast. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I wish I could repay you in toast. We'll see if we can get a good game for you though. You know, I want a game so good you're gonna burn all your toast. You know what? Screw the apology. This content, if we're not burning toast on YouTube / Enticity, we're not doing good enough. How do you think the War Compass is? War Compass is a bit too expensive. It just can't get enough damage. How impactful is the map for this matchup? Very important. Yeah, because it allows me to field my artillery properly. So I'd say the map is extraordinarily important, actually. Alright, so I think we want a lot of infantry. I just really don't want to get Wind of Death, you know? But if we can sort of prevent zombie summons from dropping on us, I'm pretty happy. My biggest fear is zombie summons. Yeah, this feels alright. Feels alright. Feels okay. I don't know how I feel about this build. I have no idea. Zero ideas, but I think we're okay. I'm pretty sure we're okay. You know what? Let's just ready up and see what happens. Why don't we? There we go. Do milk bags help with burned toast? No, I don't want burned food in my milk. That sounds terrible. Sounds terrible. Milk bags with burned toast? Or unless you're just talking about just to cool it down. You know, milk bags are actually, you know, I've never cooled down a bruise with a milk bag before. But I feel like it legit wouldn't be too bad of an idea. Did you know if you vassalize all the High Elves, Dark Elves, and Wood Elf Legendary Lords in campaign mode as Slanesh, you get a 600% income boost? Wow. Alright, I did not know that. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good, I'd say. That is that is a lot of extra money. Makes you want to play a Slanesh campaign. Dorothy's just an angry burnt stick. More or less, yeah. I don't completely disagree with that, but nevertheless, here we go. Here's the build. So we got our Sky Lantern, we got a Lord in the air, we got our Longma Riders. I want to go for a rough air dominance here to make sure that bats don't kill me. Then after that, it's just a bunch of spears, buffing up with harmony, and they're relatively cheap too, so I don't mind if they get Wind of Death that much. Spears will help against Crypt Horrors also, but mostly I want to be getting kills with, you know, the artillery piece. That's the general gist of this build. It's nothing too complicated here. We just have to out DPS them. Easier said than done. Vampire Counts is one of the hardest factions to army wipe off the battlefield in the game. So if he's trading even remotely evenly with me, it's going to be a little bit sketchy, but I think we'll be okay. Especially since I can win the air fight with this. And after the air fight is won, I just have to make sure zombie summons from his necromancers don't cause too much damage, and we'll be okay. You got Nakari as the true Phoenix King. Is there a weird mechanic that you get with Nakari that lets you like do that, or is it just like, you know, just capturing settlements and stuff? I guess if you capture Lothorn and confederate the elves, that you're basically getting there. Yeah, the Junk Menace. That's sort of the hottest take that I have going right now. I don't know exactly how I feel about the Junk Menace, but I think it might be alright. He's gone mass chaff. It's just, you know, basic infantry. He's gone for Manfred. That means he has Fate of Buna, doesn't he? No Fate of Buna, thank goodness. Okay, so that means my Longma Riders can actually survive here. And nice, I just gotta get my artillery firing, getting as much damage as possible. And then get a little bit of range to deal with the Manny. Shouldn't be a problem. We got the Storm of Shadows, Hounds of the Night, both very strong spells. Here is our second range unit. Gonna park fairly far backwards to stay nice and safe. And then the Sky Junk's just gonna start, you know, getting a few volleys off. I want to make sure that we have a solid position on the point. Just make it very painful for him to move on in and capture it. Looks like he's mostly positioning over here. I'd say that's good for me. And nice. Now, obviously, we're using a lot of ammo here on chaff. I think in the end, it's worth it for my guys. But this isn't a matchup I've played a ton, so there is potential that we're just going to be screwing up a little bit here. We'll see how it pans out. It's going to be something over there. Interesting. Let's get our crossbows, see if we can support. I think that might just be a couple dogs, so nothing too bad. And it looks like we'll be securing the middle point at least. Nice, and we'll be securing the flank point too. I'd say right now I'm feeling pretty good about my chances. I don't think he can rush me effectively here. Not without losing most of his units, so that's nice. Looks like our 2 artillery pieces are doing just fine. Let's see here. He has a few more bats, so I want to have my anti-air going there. And then as long as we kill off enough bats, I think we're fine. This artillery is just doing so much damage. Oh my goodness. Wow. Hellstorm rocket batteries are crazy. And by Hellstorm rocket batteries, I mean fire rain rockets. The much less creatively named fire rain rockets. Okay, here we go. The bats are in. The harmony is going. And we're going to be firing in on Manfred. Now, skirmish mode is on, unfortunately. Skirmish mode should not be on. I don't know why the game randomly decides that skirmish mode is just something that I want every once in a while. It's really weird. It's a huge pain. Nevertheless, we'll keep playing it out. And it looks like Manfred actually takes a lot of damage from my crane gunners. That's a win to death, though. Let's pull out of that. And it was a normal cast. Okay, so actually not too much damage. Only getting him about 500 gold value. It's still pretty worth it for him, but overall, still quite nice for me. That didn't do more damage. Looks like my cavalry over there are doing fine. Nice. Then we can just sort of get a little bit more ranged. There we go. Let's get the guard mode going. Nice. Honestly, we just sit on 2 points. I think we just win it off of that. Yeah, the finals is a best of 5. Should be pretty fun. Looks like Manny's coming back in. Let's give him the powder. Let's get a couple iron hails to actually clean up a little bit better here. It looks like things are going fine. He gets a nice breath attack on my infantry, though. I'm a little bit worried about my infantry line, I'm not gonna lie. My infantry are a little bit beat up, but I guess we do have, like, a 2,000 gold value lead, so maybe it's not a problem. The harmony bonuses here will be great for me, too. Let's just get more melee. I'm feeling like melee is sort of what's gonna be keeping us safe here. Nice. Looks like our range is doing well. Those guys are getting pummeled. Let's bring over these guys to shut down the bats. Making sure that his flyers never reach me is very important here. Because if they actually shut down my artillery and such, life gets really hard. So definitely don't want that to happen. Looks like we do get a fairly nice volley on these guys. Hopefully the iron hails get a volley off. Oh, there we go. It's close, but not quite. Not quite. That's very unfortunate. So these guys will have to pull back. Still, though, it looks like we stopped the cavalry from moving forward, so that's nice. Let's see. Skyjunk needs to move a little bit more. Actually, no, it can stay there. There's another wind of death. Let's pull away from that. And now, dang it, skirmish mode. Skirmish mode is such a pain. There we go. We dodged the wind of death. Very nice. And we're just going to hold our ground here. We might just be able to straight up army wipe them, given the sort of the circumstances right now. I got to keep beating up Manfred, though. Let's slow down. Let's slow down these crypt horrors. Don't want them to get too much damage in on me on this flank. There's a nice flank on his part, but I think they won't be able to reach me in time. And now it's just my peasant spearmen. Now these guys have insane leadership off the backs of just being under harmony right now. So they're completely fine in this current situation. And they'll just be holding the ground for me, essentially. Let's get some more iron hails going. We can get the talons of the night going. That'll get a lot of damage on them. Nice. Looks like Manfred's going down. Harmony's holding out well. I think we've done it. I'm not feeling too worried about this situation. Looks like the fire rain's gonna be out of ammunition too, so that's a perfect time to get the D-summon on it. Nice. Now I'm not gonna do the bomb drops with the sky lantern. or the sky junk. Unfortunately, the bomb drops are pretty garbo on it. So we'll just pass on that front. Looks like his Vargeists are going to be moving on in. But this is generally a pretty good trade for me, because my Crane Gunners have already gone their value. And the Vargeists, even if they do kill my Crane Gunners, they're basically just gonna... They're gonna run out of... They're just not gonna... They're not really gonna get... They're just gonna die. Just gonna die before they pay for themselves. So, honestly, pretty worthwhile trade over there. Manfred going for another Wind of Death. Does land that one. I will be able to get a partial dodge on some of my other guys, but still pretty painful. Still, though, I think my infantry is just winning it here. They're doing too good, man. The, honestly, just the front line of, like, Harmony guys is so crazy good. Squad Sky Lantern build when. Honestly, I still don't think Cathay's gonna be amazing versus accounts just off of this match. I think they're okay overall, but, like, it doesn't feel like they have the DPS to really clear out the enemy super fast. Oh, there we go. There's a D-summon on Manfred. Oh, but it gets cancelled. That is a rough time indeed. Yeah, my infantry clear doesn't feel amazing. I think it's just a little bit too easy for him to dive in onto my range lines. Dang it. Oh, thank you so much. Rusty, thank you so much. Best moderator in chat. Sick. Got rid of those Slanesh bots real fast. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and capture that last point. I think we won it. It was a nicely fought battle, but I think we just got too much damage in with our artillery at the start. That one Fire Rain rocket did so much damage. And then the Harmony Spearmen too, they just never break. So you can't jump onto my ranged. Sick. Alright, well there we go. That's another win. Pretty good. We've been blasting through this tournament. Let's see if we face up against Outer Region next. He did predict that we would be facing up against each other. So, let's see. What was the first game? GG. Yeah, we had a 7,000 gold value difference. Insane. Alright, so I played Chaos. Let's see. Warriors of Chaos into his Norska. And then I played Cathay. Grand Cathay into his Vampire counts. There we go. With the double win. Alright, let's see who we're up against next. We got... we're waiting on Outer Region and Blood Penguin. So, here's the fun thing about this mod, people. If we go into here, right? If we just go into the multiplayer lobbies, we can see everyone that is using the mod playing the tournament right now. And by we can see, I mean we can't see anything. Ah, here we go. Dom Torno. Alright. I don't know who this is. But they don't have a spectator slot. But yeah, this makes it way easier for me to find lobbies to actually spectate, though. Whether or not there will be spectatable lobbies, we don't know yet. But there we go. This will suffice for now. It's gonna move a few things here real quick. Here we go. Just getting my stream set up all nice and pretty like. Let's see. There we go. I want to make it where I can see chat easily. Alright, nice. Outer Region? Oh, Outer Region. Just started the game. Gonna take a while. I see, I see. Or I guess if Outer Region, if you could... Ent Fishman? What's this? Who's the one making a lobby called Ent Fishman? What the... What's the mod? It's the multiplayer UI mod. So look up multiplayer UI. I think it's called like multiplayer UI extended and improved or something. But yeah, if you look that up, that should be fine. Also, if you follow the tournament link in the description down below into the competitive tournament, you'll also see a link leading to it. So there you go. Let's see, Outer Region. Outer Region, you deleted a message. We started? Dang it. Oh, wait, never mind. Maybe we just gotta watch Ent Fishman. Or Ent Turn. Come on, guys. Let's see here. Who's the one doing Ent Turn? Why does no one have spectator slots? Remember, spectator slots. He's got Ent Fishman and Ent Turn and Dom Torno, and it's empty with no spec slots. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Caleb saying that went as expected. You put up a good fight, man. It was a good fight. Yeah, the artillery is crazy good on that map, man. Yeah, Death Pass is the pass of death. There is gonna be a lot of artillery most of the time coming your way. I think everyone's in a battle right now, unfortunately. So we'll just give it a second, chill with chat. Is he called Daniel or Demon Prince? His name's Daniel. What are you talking about? What's his Demon Prince business? Alright, let's see. The problem is that everyone just calls us Ent and then a name, but they don't actually have the player names in there, so I don't know. Let's see, does it show player names? Is there a way to see player names here? Because then I can actually DM them and say like, hey, open up a spec slot. But instead, it's just empty. Oh, there we go. One of them got a spec slot. Dom Torno. Here we go, hype. Here we go. Demon Prince was my father. Please call me Daniel. Exactly. Nice. Oh, nice. So it's Bob. We got Bob in here. Now, is there actually a... Is he actually facing someone? That's a real question. Bob the Builder. Looks like he's trying to message his opponent, but no response quite yet. The famous Ent turn button. Optimus. Love your puns as always. $10 on Bob. I think he has a good shot. Bob the Builder. Yeah, we'll see if his opponent actually shows up. In the meantime, we'll see if the other ones... If Ent Fishman gets a spectator slot. Wait, is Fishman actually a player? Fish... Oh, Fishman is actually... Oh, I see. Fishman is actually a player. I see. Spec slot. I have time to cast one. Come on, Fishman. You got this. You got this, Fishman. Ooh, Sigvald campaign? Yo, Sigvald campaign is pretty exciting. Yeah, man, I really like sort of fast armies recently. I might want to do like a Beastmen campaign. Beastmen sounds like it could be really fun. Well, what's another really fast faction? Because like I play on ×4 so often just because I want to end the battle quickly. I feel like, I don't know, maybe Greenskins? Greenskins could be a fun one. You're playing against Sushi? I'm playing against Sushi? No, I'm playing against Outer Region or Blood Penguin. One of them. Unless you're making a joke, in which case it totally went over my head. So who would be up against? I see Subutai here, House Cat of War. The Donkinson. Or the Doinks, as I like to call them. Let's see. Sandwich, Hitman Hippo. We have Zone. Zone is up against Reginald Puggington. And then Archer. Dang. Bottom bracket is sort of stacked. Bottom bracket's a little bit scary. Strat Game has a spectator slot. Oh, okay, here we go. Dom Torno. Here we go. I think we have time to spectate this. Sick. We can actually show off what the mod looks like. Oh, okay, it's Bob. Okay, it's Bob again. Sick. Nice. All right. Let's see. Gonna be spectating one match while I wait for my opponent. Nice. So we're just gonna spectate this match while we wait. And I get to show off the cool UI. Pretty exciting. It looks like it's Tomb Kings versus Batonia. I'd say this is hella Tomb King's favorite, if I had to guess. Skaven Rush with Brood Horrors is fast. Oh yeah, I could play like a melee rush Skaven campaign. That'd be fun. We're gonna be on the France campaign for a while though. At the current pace, I have one province. It's been like 3 parts. But I think we're almost at the point where we might start steamrolling. As soon as I get a tier 4 settlement, I think we're okay on the France campaign front. Festus screen blocker was retired. Let me see. Was it? Yeah, we only got Toad and Luther. I think Festus is is retired. Let's see. Yeah, ain't no Festus blocker. It's gone. It's gone. I think I still have it somewhere, but we can go with Insane Luther for a bit. Let's see, what other thumbnails do I have? Let's see. We can go for have a cool Kairos one. We have we got a bunch of cool screen blockers. Do I have any like? Is there anything nice and fancy? What screen blocker can I feel really good about? If I do like this, right? This is real generic, right? Just your average Joe screen blocker. Let's see. I would like you to know that you have a nice face. Thank you. I don't think I've received a compliment with that specific wording before, but I appreciate it. Yeah, this one's like pretty chill. He's sort of in the wrong position though. I feel like he should be flipped. I feel like let's see here. Oh yeah, here we go. This one's hype. Yo, Luther is amazing. Luther was made for thumbnails. Oh my goodness. Just look at him. He's having the time of his life. I love it. Get a the Okai pictures. They're all cursed, man. They're all cursed. I can't do it. Anyone ever told you you're a master of awkward laughter? You really? I don't know how I feel about that. Now I'm just self-conscious about my laughter. What am I supposed to? How am I supposed to feel about this? Yeah, fabulous. Luther looking fabulous, man. Oh man, yeah, sexy Luther. We gotta be careful though. We don't want to summon the Slanesh bots. We're on the brink. Oh man, I love this picture though. It's amazing. I wanna one day be able to channel the same energy that he has. Self-consciousness just makes it more awkward, therefore better. Amazing. Alright, hopefully this game gets started soon, otherwise I might have to leave mid-game to play my opponent. Let's see, how much of a rush are we in? That's a big question. It seems like we're not in too much of a rush, so I don't have to... I think we can take our time casting this game, no problem. Please, please. I don't want random compliments. It's gotta be at least warranted, you know? Can't just be saying nice things about me that aren't actually nice. You guys know I only take chat at face value. You know what that would do to a man's ego? We can't do it. We can't do it. Luther possessed by Sigvald. Honestly, I'm surprised Sigvald doesn't have a pose like that. Sigvald is sort of just generic. He's like just sort of hunched over and honestly not that sexy. I feel like Sigvald could use a bit of an animation buff. You have excellent taste in milk. You don't even know what percent I drink, Captain John Map. Or do you? Or do you? What percent of milk do I drink? It's just like I just drink condensed milk. Let's get some 5% milk action. 50% milk, guys. Whole milk. There you go. Condensed, guys. Condensed is the right answer. 2%. Honestly, I'm not too sure myself. I think I drink 2%. I think 1% is sorta garbage. It's not enough fat in there, and we all know I do need to pack on a little bit more weight. So we can't be rocking the 1% just yet. Although I don't know how my cholesterol situation is doing, so we'll see. You can't drink milk. That is just the saddest thing ever, man. So I'm not rolling my eyes. I'm looking at my UI right now. No, that's sad, man. Yo, does that mean you can't? I mean, yeah, just full on lactose. Can't drink, can't eat cheese either. Yeah, I know a lot of people are lactose intolerant, and they just straight up eat cheese anyways, just for the joys of eating cheese. Oh my gosh, it's a Shredder of Lustria as the Lord. Let's get into this game, people. And look at this, we got the cool UI mid-game. So we got the Shredder. big boy over here, 15,000 HP. We got the Skink Oracle, half as much HP. He's here just to heal. Some cold ones, some good old cavalry skirmish action. Pretty standard lizardmen death blobbing. A little bit of fanciness on the Skink Oracle, but otherwise fairly standard. We got the Be'lakor. Now, I did show earlier, Be'lakor can kill a Dreadsaurian in perfect situation, but if it's getting healed, Be'lakor is going to lose. So, gonna be pretty rough for him to take that bad boy out. He does have a Pit of Shades, which is nice. And he does have his healing, along with reduced leadership, but he still won't be able to terror out it, as it does have terror, and he does not remove terror himself. As for the heroes, what is this? Double Exalted Hero, one of them, rocking the Doom Totem. This guy's going for a leadership debuff build. Really interesting. I've never seen this before. Wow. Alright, I'm really interested to see how that goes then. Potentially maybe a big leadership debuff on the Dreadsaurian. We'll see. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that we're not seeing too many Chaos bans, but I guess people sort of fancy their odds against them over Slaanesh and Tomb Kings. As for the actual battle, looks like it's just going to be a skirmish fight. Of course, Chameleon Skinks are the kings of skirmishers, while the Horsemen are simply queens. Not to say that queens are less than kings, but only to note that this is just a typical tier list, you know? Oh boy, or what hole am I digging myself into? Anyways, regardless, we got the Horsemen. They're gonna be skirmishing, but they're gonna be getting poked down. The Chameleon Skinks are gonna be really strong, but I wonder if we're gonna have more Chameleon Skinks on the battlefield. So far, damage roughly even. Most skirmishing damage doesn't actually get tracked though, so we can't fully rely on the numbers here. But regardless, it looked like it's just a little bit of poking. No magic is going down. They're both rocking just 20 wins of magic. Be'lakor now has access to Pit of Shades though. The good old 1 minute 30-second mark. Apparently that's when Pit of Shades is accessible to factions. Fun fact that I am learning right now. Keep digging? No, I will not. I refuse. Now, for Chaos is pretty standard though. We got the Hellstriders. But is there anything that can kill a Dreadsaurian? He needs to make sure that his horsemen have enough firepower left to take this bad boy down, because he's gonna be getting a lot of heals. You know, a lot of Earth Bloods. Of course, he doesn't have that much missile resist, but if the horsemen aren't able to just freely unload, I would put it honestly in the favor of the Lizardmen. Though right now they are playing pretty passively. They have conceded 2 capture points to Chaos, but Chaos a little bit slow on the draw, wanted a bit more support in the main fight. Gonna be capturing the second point pretty slowly for themselves. Yeah, Be'lakor cannot kill the Shredder of Lestria. Not in a straight up fight. He needs good cycle charging, he needs his abilities, he needs debuffs, and right now he's a very mid Be'lakor right now, while the Dreadsaurian is sort of at full power. So I wouldn't expect him to be too strong here. Dreadsaurian too, going in for the big dive. Let's see how it pans out for our poor Marauders here. Not very well. Unfortunately, I don't have blood effects turned on right now. My bad. I usually disable it for videos, but instant rout on the Marauders. Honestly, not too surprised. Dreadsaurian gonna be pushing forwards, routing the Marauder Horsemen. That's a pretty good pick. And another Marauder Horseman with a big chomp. Terror routing them off too. Honestly, huge picks on the Dreadsaurian there. Gonna be really nice. That basically halves the damage that's going to be coming on in and ensuring that it'll be able to keep fighting. But over here on the flank side, on the right flank of the Lizardmen, it looks like a pretty bad fight. Over here, it's going to be a huge collapse in onto the cavalry. Lizardmen, not particularly well known for their strong cavalry, going to be getting annihilated by the Chaos, who is very well known for the cavalry, and actually a D-summon on the Horsemen. Not sure how I feel about that, as they still had a lot of ammunition. But perhaps he wants to resummon them a bit faster instead of having them route off the map. And we are seeing, yeah, it seems like his game plan is a mass horseman resummoning build. Pretty good. Now, overall, the battle is still pretty fresh. We've seen trading both ways. Chaos a little bit up in value off the cavalry picks. But the game is still new. We see at least 11 more minutes before this battle's going to be over. So we have quite a bit of time here. And just based off the looks of it, it seems like, honestly, the battle might end a little bit faster, as the Lizardmen are starting to look pretty thin on their forces. Chaos is only the 2,000 gold, they have a 2,000 gold lead, which generally isn't like ultimate doom for you. But because it's so early in the game, armies are just much smaller, so this means that their actual army size lead is actually quite a bit larger. And the heal does drop, but it looks like the Dreadsorian just can't get a grasp on Be'lakor. And it's feeling like the Marauder Horsemen are starting to whittle it down. You know, it had a really nice initial chomp, but there we go, the resummoned Horsemen, eating my words a little bit. Looks like the desummons will actually be paying off here, as fresh Horsemen will be able to get insane value, as opposed to the sort of half value guys from earlier. Hellstriders catching the Skink Oracle now, and it's looking pretty rough. A Dreadsorian without support is pretty unhappy. Lizardmen almost being spawn camped here, and the 2 Exalted Heroes still pretty high on HP. Let's see their kills. We see 19 kills and 61. This guy did some work. These guys are going to be really good for clearing up infantry. So should be pretty rough. As for Winds of Magic, we're seeing even on the Winds of Magic front, Lizardmen are hurting pretty hard. Bob, with the 3 Winds of Magic to Be'lakor's 2 Pit of Shades in the pocket, I think that basically seals the game at this point. Some extra information that we would not have gotten otherwise, thanks to this wonderful mod. Gonna be showing that, yes indeed, it's gonna be pretty rough. Pretty rough for the Lizardmen. I don't see how they can come back, especially with the Dreadsorian routing. I think that shall be it. Everyone who voted on Bob, unfortunately, your dreams have been thrashed, crushed, and pounded into the floor. Brutality commences, and there you go. Chaos looks like they'll be taking the win. GG. GG. Pretty rough game. Honestly, Lizardmen have had a pretty rough win rate on Total Tavern recently. But Bob, he does get the people's vote indeed. Dreadsorian Lord not paying for itself, unfortunately. Skink Oracle not doing too well. Honestly, pretty bad trades across the board. Chaos just a little bit too chunky. This is about as meta as you can expect. Quad Hellstrider, very common. And 1,000 gold value. Pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. Nevertheless, well played. Well played. Alright. So now we can go ahead and check to make sure we have... We gotta see if Outer Region is done. Come on, Outer Region. Yeah, the Be'lakor. Be'lakor is too strong. I think Shredder of Lustria beats Kugath, by the way. I'd be surprised if it didn't. Okay, looks like we're still waiting for Outer Region and Blood Penguin. I wonder if they have a lobby up. What build would you try to bring if you were Skaven versus Beastmen on Black Ark? Are you playing in the tournament right now? Am I just making it, am I just giving you pro tournament tips? Skaven against Beastmen, I'd probably just bring like 1,000,000 Rat Ogres and Spears. Globadiers, of course. Poison Wind Globadiers. Just like only anti-cavalry, honestly. Yeah, like only anti-cavalry, maybe Brood Horrors and Wolf Rats. You're at work? I don't know, are you? Are you at work, Professor Pone? Anyway, so I don't think giving you my random thoughts would make you stronger. Obese Chicken saying, quick, I only have 30 seconds. What's this about 30 seconds? Alright. So just answering some questions, making sure that we got no fires. Could you check the status of these two? Let's see here. It seems like there's seems like one side of the bracket hasn't progressed at all. Let's see. Kark. I see. Let's see. If they don't progress, either progress or message here by the time Trex and Strat finish their best of 3, you can just advance. And Publicus can just at me or to puss. That happens. Oh, right, there we go. Adminning done. What's happening? What's happening? Is outer region good? No, I think he's still playing his best of 3. Unfortunate. Man, we progressed too quickly. We're too fast. Won't let me install on the computer. The Donkinson brought mass Ungor with some Minos and Chariots. I lost. Dang. See, Dreadsorian isn't... Dreadsorian is, it actually is fairly good. It just requires a lot of protection. I think you can justify the price if you're healing it a ton. Outer region, you got a lobby? Sweet. Alright. Gonna be playing my matches now. It was fun spectating. Alright, here we go. So we're up against outer region. He's done. Where's he at? Where's my man at? We got a match to play. Let's see. Outer region. Hey. Lobby code. Nice. Should be good. Should be good. I'm excited. What is my favorite faction? Vampire Coast. By a long shot. Oh, that works. 2. Send code. Let's see. What is it called? Ent Tournament? Is it called Ent Tournament? Let's see. Man, you know what? Everyone's just naming their... It's just Bob again. Come on. Come on. Alfredino's going to be casting the all players tournament, so does it have the mod? I gotta see if he has the mod running. If not, we gotta turn off the mod. But yeah, I like Vampire Coast by a long shot. They're great. Enticity, you will have to do with any Slanesh bots for a minute. Walking the dog. Yeah, no problem. I got it. We're just casting. We're just casting. If there's no white dot, the bottom left, the mod isn't running. Alright, just gotta clarify some stuff. Alright, I gotta make my tutorialization a little bit better. 1 second, 1 second. Ban multiple times. Unless it's the pick 3 for all players. Then only ban once. Okay, there we go. Let's see, DOM mod installation. I gotta do this picture. Oh my gosh. There should be a white dot in the bottom left corner if the mod is running. It's not there. The mod isn't running. Alright, there we go. Tutorialization is done. How's it going, chat? Are you only Vampire Coast main? I'm like a Vampire Coast main and a Meta Slave combined. Mass difference in practical damage. Are we talking about Dreadsorian still? I legit think the Dreadsorian is great. Yeah, there's a weird thing about the mod where it keeps, there's a thing about the mod where, like, when you turn it on for the first time, it sometimes doesn't run, which causes some issues. Unfortunately. Oh man, tournaments have so much management. Alright, nice. Management done. It's done again. Oh boy, I think I think the guy that's supposed to be hosting the all players tournament didn't get the stream working. Oh no. Oh no. Dowie should stay in their mountains. What is this? Are we just trashing Dowie now? I'm not against just trashing Dowie for no reason. I feel like that's not a terrible idea. Is this it? No, that's not the guys. Come on, outer region. Hey, Ad Mortem. It's going pretty well. We're just sort of doing management right now. Just getting into a place where I can spectate my opponent's lobby. Alright, here we go. Oh, I see it. I see it. Oh my gosh, we're in. We're finally in. Alright, nice. Here we go. Outer region against Plague Penguin. I think they're in game 2. It should be game 2. Enticity, I did an entire campaign where I ground my way through the mountains, handing all the Dowie stuff the land they lost, and then I got a grudge too far crisis. Oh yeah, that's true. That like just destroys your alliances. That's brutal. All right, let's see who's ahead. Let's see who has the point lead so far. Okay, and it's Outer Region. So Outer Region apparently had a very close first game against Plague Penguin. Will he be able to close it out in a 2-0 victory? We shall see. Enticity, does a list of army rules for tournaments exist anywhere? For domination, there are no army rules. All you need to do is have unit caps on in your lobbies. But there is a rule set for land battles, and you can find that on my Discord. It's on my Discord all the way over in, I believe it's in land battle discussion. It should be pinned. Yeah, it's pinned in land battle discussion, I think. Nope, those are just survey results. You know what? Just ping a guy. Just ask in land battle discussion, and someone will send it to you. That really should be pinned, shouldn't it? Let me just get that pinned right now while I'm at it. You know, it's not like I have a stream to do or something. You know, I guess in the end, we are just sort of waiting for these guys to pick their armies. I can't postulate about what they're gonna bring in case they're listening to the stream, so I'll just pin the rules in land battle discussion. There you go. Alright. Alright, so my buddy here is having a hard time with OBS. Let's see if we can help him out real quick without crashing my own stream. Let's see here. So he needs to go here. He needs to go here. Need to get to this menu. There should be a login with Twitch option. There we go. Hopefully that helps him out. Nice. Are you going to play again? Yes. We're waiting. We're actually playing against the winner of this series, so should be quite exciting. Is this Bretonia against vampire accounts? That'd be insane. What do you hope for in the next patch? Top 3 changes. Do you mean changes that I think are possible, or changes that I wish for? Because we have changes like, you know, everything that's in this mod being part of the game. That's a pretty big one. CA, please. I also hope for a big general just a balance patch of the factions. I think there's factions that clearly need nerfs, and there's factions that clearly need buffs. Ogre Kingdoms being one of the ones that we should buff for sure. Let's not nerf them. And then yeah, mostly just I want UI changes, honestly. I want a patch that doesn't change the core of the entire meta as I understand it. Because up until now, literally every patch, even the fairly minor ones, have completely changed the domination meta. So I'm sort of looking for a patch that doesn't change that, and something that just adds UI updates. So I think the capture weight of units should be clear. There should be a number, like if you hover the mass of the unit, it should show how much capture weight they have based on how much HP they've lost. That would be useful. Capture points. It should be more clear who actually owns the capture point. You might say, hey, can't you just look at the square on the ground and then just look at the color of that to determine who owns it? Yes. But guess what? On some maps, the square is literally clipping into the ground. So you can't see where it is. You have to like look on the far side of the square to actually see it. Minor issue, but still annoying that it's in there. And then on top of that, because it's clipping into the ground, you don't know where to place your units to actually capture the point. So those are pretty annoying. Capture points themselves, if you hover the point, it should show you the capture weight distribution, so you can see how, like, who's capturing it and by how much. As much as I enjoy the little up arrows that are just like, hey, you're capturing this, it doesn't tell you if it's going to capture in 1 second or 200 seconds. A little bit of a problem, unless, you know, the rare double up arrow to really show that, yes, you are indeed capturing this point fast. So those UI changes are needed. And then I think the spectator UI and the replay UI could use an overhaul entirely. I want graphs. I want graphs. I want graphs that show like, oh, like, you know, this is the army size over time. You know, you play any real-time strategy game, they have post-game graphs that show you what actually went on during the game, right? There's so much data. There's so much data that's just untapped. Yeah, I want math. Give me math. But like, you know, it could be like, oh, when you summoned this unit, right? It can show you when you summoned units and then the effect that it had on your army. And then you can actually improve based off of that data. It's very useful. It's really good for tournament admins too. But at the very least, if you're spectating in the base game, I want to be able to know how much Winds of Magic these guys have, because it's a very big difference. As we saw in the last game, Be'lakor had 40 Winds of Magic just left over. That's 2 Overcast Pit of Shades, and is an insane advantage. That's such a huge advantage. But without something showing Winds of Magic, without something showing who has Wa or Murderous Prowess / Mastery, you're just sort of guessing where the advantage actually is. And then like the people who are spectating don't know what's going on. These are things that I would really like. Now, for what I think would be realistic for CA to do. I think they're probably just gonna adjust the factions a little bit. Probably give a buff to the weaker ones, Ogre Kingdoms, High Elves, Empire, maybe. I would hope that we see buffs on that front. Let's see, who else? Who else is in the pits? Greenskins has a really low win rate. That's a bit weird. But mostly I want to see a few nerfs. There's been a little bit of power creeping too. Not like heavy power creep. A lot of people misuse that term, so I don't want to get into that too much. But a lot of units have just been getting stronger as time has gone on. I want to see Hellstrider nerfs. I want to see Crumbling nerfs. I want to see Tomb Kings and Undead. Why did they buff Undead so much? I don't know. Someone at CA had the idea to buff up the Undead. And then suddenly, you know, it turns out when you make a faction just 20% stronger across the board, they will be more meta. By a lot. Who would have guessed it? But yeah, Undead need to be put back to at least about where they were before Warhammer 3, and I think they'd be fine. Maybe give them like a little bit of a buff, but they were already insanely strong in multiplayer. They don't need to be stronger. But yeah, I would like to see some changes on that front. And then obviously, you know, pitter-patter around so that you're not ruining people in campaign. I think balance on campaign shouldn't be ruined because of multiplayer. So do what you gotta do. But that's sort of asking for more work. So I don't know if I can expect CA to do that. They'll probably just nerf counts. And then the campaign players will have their time complaining about how their faction's getting balanced around multiplayer. And then we can all be unhappy together, as is the status quo with Warhammer. But regardless, rant aside, we have an interesting match on our hands. We have Outer Region playing as Slanesh, while Plague Penguin is playing as good old Boris as the Empire. He has the usual kit, AoE debuff, healing, and nothing else. Just keeping him nice and cheap. He has 2 War Wagons and the ROR Black Lions. I suspect this is for killing off Hellstriders. We'll see how that goes though. Why are you just saying Turin in chat? It's just Marauder Horseman, but yeah, Turin. Alright, whatever. I shouldn't be reading chat. Anyways, for the rest of the army, we have some Unbreakable folk. Flagellants are great at anti-armor. Really good versus Slanesh. We got the Spearmen for more Hellstrider killing action. And on the Slaneshi side, it's pretty simple. Loads of Marauders, as Marauders are still some of the strongest units in the game right now. The Sibilant Slaughtercade, amazing name by the way, gonna be really good. Gonna be really good. It's an insane anti-infantry tool, and it's fast enough to evade even Boris. But it depends on if the micro is there to actually use it. You'll notice a UI in the top. Amazing. We got the Demon Army abilities here. Gonna be tracking when Slanesh is actually gonna have their net, which as it turns out is very important information that I wish CA would let us see. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, campaign balance is really weird because a lot of factions are just OP in campaign. Look, if I can play Karl Franz on the hardest difficulty and win without having to cheese that hard, I think CA doesn't have to worry about factions being too weak. But honestly, I don't think CA worries about it. I think it's the players. But honestly, balance isn't actually what matters. It's about fun. It's a complicated issue. I'm not going to dive into it because I don't need more people angry at me than already are. But regardless, we got an Azazel in this guy. He's looking pretty hype. He's looking pretty hype. He has Slicing Shards, which is pretty nice. And also a Lash of Slanesh. That's to spam this passive out. Also, by the way, you might have noticed, when I select Azazel here, you might be wondering, Enticity, why did you loop your cursor around to not pass over units? Well, that's because if you do it just right, if you hover the wrong units... Okay, it's not doing it this time, but like if I select the War Wagons... Oh, actually, it's not doing it this time. Okay, never mind. Never mind, I got no complaints. Good job, CA. Good job, CA. Anyways, where were we? We got a double cap on the Empire side. Slanesh obviously not wanting to engage right now, simply because they're going for a full surround with their units over here. Yeah, crumbling's really weird. While this game gets underway, let's talk campaign for a little bit. Crumbling is really weird for single player because leadership plays such an important part on that front that leadership debuffs in campaign don't affect factions the same way. So vampire counts are really, really adversely affected by the minus leadership debuffs on legendary, while other factions, like let's say dwarves, barely care about it. It's sort of a weird balance thing that CA hasn't really gotten a firm handle on. So you sort of see these janky situations. And when you're playing against the vampire counts too, if they have a lot of leadership, they're basically unbreakable. So it's really weird. Yeah, it's a really weird situation. I think honestly the difficulty settings should probably be changed a little bit to help with their balance a bit more, but I'm no game developer. Don't listen to me. I'm just a guy that streams Warhammer and plays a lot of it. But nevertheless, the engagement starts to get underway. Let's see how it goes. We're seeing a little bit of poking going down on the Slanesh side. Not that much damage, though. Only about half a Marauder's worth of damage. They're pretty happy about this. And the Hellstriders moving on in. They narrowly avoid the Spearmen, opting to dive onto the Black Lines instead. Nice maneuvering here. And there we go. Sibilant Slaughtercade diving on into those Flagellants, taking out about a quarter of their HP at the start. Pretty good engagement on the Slaneshi front so far. My goodness, the Devoted Marauders annihilating those Flagellants, I'm telling you. Despite the value nerf, they're still great, but oh no! Slanesh with the friendly fire AoE bombardment on their own Marauders. Second time's a charm though, gonna whip those Free Company to slow them down. That actually will make the Marauders catch them a bit easier. So, still pretty nice engagement on Slanesh's part. Oh, these are Seekers of Slanesh. They get crumbled away very quickly. Seekers generally are not an amazing tool if they're actually fighting infantry. They're basically a pure anti-cavalry option, so they actually get annihilated there. Over here, some Hellstriders getting shut down, and it's starting to look a little bit sus on the Slanesh side. They're a little bit down on value. Over on the flank, though, it seems like Slanesh will be winning that, which is really nice. I'll put them in a triple cap situation. And potentially, I would say Slanesh in the late game do better than the Empire. So don't count them out just yet. They also have their first army ability. If they wanted to rampage a unit, the option is there. Potentially, maybe an Azazel snipe on the Boris is on the table, since you can rampage him to keep him in the fight. But it seems like that's not happening right now. Azazel opting not to fight. And another wave of cavalry devastating these Empire Knights. I would say this is a possible turning point for Slanesh here, as the huge backline dive is going to be pretty hard for Empire to deal with. Over here on the flank, we're seeing some grenade launchers in the house. They're actually in a fairly safe position right now, although maybe not. These Hellstriders possibly might be able to dive in on top of them, but for now, some nice shots on the devoted Marauders. A little bit of a cavalry flank over here, looking like it'll be supporting this area. It seems like the Empire infantry are falling, but Slaanesh is taking a lot of damage too. But oh no, look at that. The Hellstriders show up and the Outriders, a very expensive tool, are going down. That is a rough trade indeed. The Empire, not that many supplies. They have to summon in a unit of Spearmen to try and help. They can mostly be ignored though. And I'd say with the collapse of the Empire frontline, yeah, Slaanesh starts to take the lead. It's looking pretty rough. It's looking pretty rough for the side of the Empire now. We are seeing a rampage here. The Fascination drops on the wagons, and there's going to be a net too in case they want to throw that down. But it seems like Outer Region saving up for the Slaanesh army ability, which will give them basically perfect vigor on all of their tired guys. We'll see if that actually drops right now though. It looks like it hasn't dropped yet. Being held for now. Another net dropping down, which is nice. But I just don't think the DPS is really in it for the Empire. Not to mention, they're also triple capped. So Slaanesh will be winning in about 9 minutes, which is still a ways off. There is still a chance that the Empire can start to pull back in value, but they need to find a location where they can generally start to trade up. And honestly, it doesn't look like there's too many avenues for that. Another unit of Spearmen going down, and it seems like this pocket is where they're going to have to stand their ground. Possibly an out. If Boris kills Azazel, that would be huge. Boris also sniping out the chariots. That's a lot of value for the Empire to start scrapping it back. But they have to be very careful about their summons here. Now, they will be able to pick and choose their exact counters that they want to bring onto the battlefield. But let's remember, Empire is still lower on supplies at the moment. And yeah, the range units really got collapsing on for the early game, which is what caused most of the issues here. But regardless, the war wagons are still pretty good. They did get buffed recently, which is a nice situation for them. And overall, they'll be doing okay. They're going to be scrapping back the value a little bit. Shidoku, by the way, I see you on the Twitch chat. If you want a link, head over to my Discord or head on over to my YouTube stream, and you'll find the link over there in the description. But over here, you can see the chariots do go down. That's a nice pick on the Empire, but they're still falling behind on value as their knights are starting to get overwhelmed. A Fury summon, interesting pick. Generally, these guys don't have any anti-infantry though, so not a terrible choice against war wagons. They're pretty bad in melee. And a Free Company militia summon over here. Sterling's Revenge is gonna be trying to shut down these guys, but I don't think they'll be the best unit here for the job. As you can see, they are quite easy to shut down. And AoE will be dropping, but it looks like a nice dodge on the Empire front will be bringing them safety. That is a huge loss of Winds of Magic for Slaanesh, but they still have the Winds of Magic lead. In the top left, you can see an extra 10 Winds of Magic. Pretty huge. They still have loads of spells. It seems like they might have, yeah, they gave back Vigor to a lot of their guys, I think. A lot of them are sitting around mid-Vigor, so pretty nice for Slaanesh. And the Free Company militia, despite getting a few volleys off, are getting shut down, and now it's basically just Boris. I'd say this is looking pretty rough on the Empire side. Slaanesh has army abilities just up the wazoo. Basically infinite resources here to just spam whatever abilities they want. If they want a net, if they want a fascination. And overall, Slaanesh just has more resources and more infantry. I'd say this is basically it. This is basically it. You can consider me very surprised if the Empire manages to come back here. There is a Flagellant summon. Infantry in general usually won't be trading up off of their base value, so they have a pretty low potential to come back. But a little bit of a necessity summon here. They will be able to do okay versus spears. We'll see how well they trade. As for the chariots, they're almost all completely gone, and a full HP Azazel. Not worried in the slightest about Boris. He has more HP, and Boris is basically at his heal cap now. Why aren't Slaanesh and Demons of Chaos still shadow banned in all tournaments? I have no idea. There was a potential to ban this matchup. Potentially, I guess, Plague Penguin either was dealt a very bad hand of matchups, or he had a build that he thought could actually beat them. You do see this a lot in tournaments. People tend to experiment a lot before tournaments, and then they bring out their A-game build to try and take out these A-tier factions. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But oftentimes you will see people try to let this go, or try their steel against these stronger factions. All right. Sorry, just doing some adminning real quick. Is this mega over? I think this is mega over, right? We're seeing jeez, a 5,000 gold lead on Slaanesh. There's like nothing left for the Empire. One of the reasons why Slaanesh is so good is because they can just reinforce extremely quickly with Hellstriders. Not to mention the Hellstriders, when you resummon them, they keep the number of kills they have, so they actually come onto the battlefield with +3 leadership, plus ward save, and they're actually much stronger than they were the first time you summoned them. So it can be really, really brutal, but there we go. Really bad game for the Empire. Look at that value. Basically nothing on those Black Lions. The War Wagons did do a little bit better. I think they are actually almost meta, I would say. But all the range units essentially just got shut down. Rough time for the Empire, and GG. Nice, so that means that we are the ones jumping into this match next. Let's go ahead and message Outer Region. And then we'll be playing against him. Obviously a pretty scary Slaanesh player. I will likely be banning Slaanesh if I'm playing against Outer Region. But we shall see. I gotta make sure I don't say we shall see too much though. I feel like that's just an easy filler thing to say when you're casting. Here we go. Outer Region. Let's go ahead and get our faction picking going. Oh, dang. He beat me to the punch. All right, this guy. This guy. He's out for blood, man. He's out for blood. All right, let's see what we can get going. Let's see. What's the map gonna be? We're in the 3rd round, so map is going to be starting off with Death Pass. Hype. Oh, okay, there we go. Starting off with the Death Pass. Oh, right, there's a lot of good factions here. Death Pass is a good place for a lot of factions. Let's see. Yeah. I think we got a pretty good generic lineup here. What last faction do I want though? I guess these guys? Sure. Yo, for people who say that this faction picking thing is too slow, I gotta disagree. I feel like it goes by really fast with how I optimized it now. Maybe before it was slower, but it's pretty fast doing this. I guess there's like the second phase where we have to pick 4 and then he picks 1 out of them, but I think that's still fairly fast. Okay, so you are picking 4. Skaven. Oh yeah, I should have had Skaven there. Honestly, Skaven are pretty good on Death Pass. Let's see, what matchups do we have, by the way? Tomb Kings versus Chaos, I would actually like playing. Cathay versus Coast, I would love playing. Chaos versus Counts, I would love playing. I know I lost that last time, but I think that'd be great. 6 identical picks. Oh yeah, of course. Meta factions they'll always be meta. Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings, I don't really want. Coast versus Norska, I would want. Counts versus Slaanesh, probably not. Dark Elves versus Cathay, probably not. So I think we have a few good ones here. But I think we might be able to get a matchup that we're comfortable with. I'm like pretty sure about that. I feel like we need to see the picks and bans. It feels kind of like dead air. Yeah, that's a bit of a pain. The problem is that, well, like, the initial phase is actually quite fast. But there is a section where I'm just sort of picking and no one gets to see it. Just because I don't want to get stream sniped. Now, I guess Outer Region wouldn't stream snipe me, but it's a pain to set up. Because then I have to get the browser going, and yeah. How good are the Dark Elves? Dark Elves are actually like A tier right now. A tier or high A tier. So Cathay versus Dark Elves, of course. Slanesh versus the Vampires, of course. Tomb Kings versus Slanesh. And Coast versus Cathay. I'll play Cathay into his Coast. So he got to pick it's the one matchup. It's the one matchup that I would say isn't favored for him. This should be interesting though. So Cathay. Cathay's basically just a better dwarves. Cathay's just a better dwarves right now. So I feel like they should dominate Coast. Maybe I'm hella wrong here, but I do believe that Cathay should just annihilate here. You think I'm crazy? You think I'm crazy? I feel like it's just, this should be really good for us even. I feel indestructible, unbeatable even. Let's see here. Probably want a couple of these guys. Is there a player that consistently claps your cheeks or a nemesis? The scariest player that I would be afraid of running into right now is Random Nicks. But right now, no one is really clapping my cheeks. What a phrase. No one's really crushing me right now. I'd say, I'd be pretty confident facing up against anyone. In the past, in Warhammer 2, it was definitely Falcon. Falcon and a lot of other players. I was like a S- rank player back in Warhammer 2. But nowadays I fancy myself top among the domination players. How do I want to do this? I think this is fine. Yeah, this here feels all right. Let's see. Maybe I cut this ability. I gotta get my army building real quick, guys. 1 second. There we go. Here we go. Enticity versus Falcon, best of 100 win. Oh boy, yeah, Falcon would annihilate me if it's land battles. We would crumble so quickly, you don't even know it. Yeah, Falcon is an amazingly strong player. He is insane. Falcon is just, yeah, I think at this point he's basically retired, so I don't really have to worry about him anymore, but in the past, he was just a destroyer of worlds. He would wreck my world real good. Really, really good. Yeah, it was crazy. Those are the glory days. I need like Fellbat defense. Fellbats are like a little bit scary to deal with, but I don't think I'm gonna get ruined by them anytime soon. I should have like 1 unit to make sure I can hold them off, but otherwise I think I'm fine. Yeah, let's do something like this. How do I feel about this build? This build feels alright. It feels like as anti-coast as one could imagine, really. I'm trying to think of what you could bring that would actually beat this, but I feel like on Death Pass this is alright. Am I gonna go 4-0? I hope so. Outer Region's a scary player, but I think this matchup's very good for me. He did ready up immediately, which tells me that he probably has some sort of build for me. You're the Lizardman player from earlier. Are there any Lizardman units that actually trade into Hellstriders? Saurus Spears, I guess? But they'll trade bad into everything else, so it's not great. Yeah, Lizardmen are not a fan of Slanesh. Or no, they're not a fan of Chaos either. They're not a fan of factions with good cavalry. So, yeah, that's a general idea. Alright, but here we go. Here's the build. I brought with myself a pretty ranged heavy build. As was before, I believe the meta against Coast is to simply outrange them. And then from there, you can sort of just win by. You outrange them and then you win. What am I talking about here? Yeah, you want to outrange Vampire Coast. You want to shut down their artillery, have them come to you, And because they're so slow, they generally don't do very well on the rush. And then it's a pretty solid victory from there. I'm going to be spamming mostly cavalry to support my range units to get that sweet, sweet harmony going. And then, as long as he doesn't have too many rush units, I think I'll be okay. Now, if he has gone for full rush, we may very well be doomed, but I fancy my odds. Good luck, have fun. And he's ready. He said he's a little bit worried about me stomping him. We'll see. And it looks like for his build, it's going to be, yeah, some carronades. Some carronades, yeah, some deck gunners. Okay. So I have a pretty range-heavy build myself. I'm not especially worried. I think I can opt for the fire rain rocket, too. And that should basically be his doom. I don't think Vampire Coast... I don't think Vampire Coast wins the ranged trading here. But I could be entirely wrong. I want to get my Lord on over, too. And then, let's see, I would love to spam cavalry to get into that backline, but I don't think they'll really do too well. First things first, though, let's just get my cannons to firing. And I want to get my Lord to drop an Ancestral Warriors on him. See if that can beat him up. Initial cannon volleys looking pretty good. I can get the Fire Rain Rocket out early. That's going to hard focus his deck gunners. He has a few Fellbats. That's not really much of a problem. And nice, we'll have my Crane Gunners in here in a second. The Crane Gunners are going to be key to victory, I think. Okay, let's do some dodging. Let's do some dodging. He's going to try and do a flank here with these guys. Not going to let that happen. Here we go, here we go. And drop the Ancestral Warriors. There we go. So, let's deal with some Fellbats. So Fellbats are going to be a little bit scary here. I'm not super worried about them. I think we should be able to fare against them just fine. He goes in for like a big dive on my guys here. That's okay. Okay, and he's actually going to go for my artillery instead. That's not too bad of a choice. Though I think I should just be able to charge him in the back, and that'll basically take them out. Looks like my artillery is doing great. Let's retarget, take out them bombers. And then pull these guys forwards so that they don't die to those bats. Nice. Yeah, I think we're doing okay. The artillery trading's only okay though. Vampire Coast does have exceptional artillery trading prowess, so we do have to worry about that. Looks like he's going for a Wind of Death. That was pretty scary. Still though, we lived. And overall, as long as we can just clear out most of these guys and win with a range advantage, I think we're fine. You can tell I'm also just playing purely for value here. I don't really need to, the armies are trading so fast, I don't think capture points really matter. So we're just gonna go all in on the value. Okay, nice. Now, most of my Crane Gunners are down, but I still think we're doing okay. He does have more bats, which worries me a tiny bit, but I can just more or less just keep pulling away for now. Get into a bit of a better position, and then once my range rallies, then they can sort of get most of the damage done, I think. There we go. Looks like the horsemen are doing all right. They're doing all right. My Lord's doing all right. I just need more, I need more mobility. I need great long Marauders to deal with his bat spam. But he's been doing a good job sort of bogging me down. I do like that my Lord is in here, getting work done though. And most of his bombers are down. My artillery have taken out most of his carronades. He only has just the one left. So that's good. Let's keep pulling away from those bombers. I don't want them on my back anytime soon. And I think I have time to get the long Marauders going. I think I have time for the long Marauders and they should be able to clean everything up. That's the plan. That's the plan. So I'm just going to get my Ancestral Warrior summon here and now. And then the long Marauders should be on the way. Come on, long Marauders. There we go. Thank goodness. It took them a long time. I wish I had started with them. But yeah, these guys will be amazing versus these bats here. I'm going to desummon this real quick, because I think it's going to die. And then we're going to instead just summon cavalry, because he's spamming out dogs, and dogs traditionally are really, really bad at trading. Okay, nice. Looks like that went well. Looks like the long Marauders are doing good. I think we're winning. I think we're winning. It's a little bit sketchy as to whether or not we truly are, but I believe it's going okay. I might even be able to snipe out his lord, which would be a huge pick for me. Come on. Get on those bombers. I need more cavalry. I think as soon as these dogs are down, we're okay. Let's see here. Yeah, this is just like a full army wipe 'em game. I'm not worried about value in the slightest. Yeah, but the Long Marauders are gonna be doing great. Let's see here. There we go. Finally, more cavalry. Let's get them in here. And then my one last cannon can just sort of poke away for the rest of the game, I guess. But I think with the advent of the Long Marauders, we're in a fairly good position. I can sort of retake the middle. No, this is mostly going down. His rush has sort of started to falter. And I'm just going to desummon this now, since I potentially would want to resummon it later on. Nice. And now it's time to capture some points, because we've been idle about capturing points for a long time. Oh my goodness. All right. I want to get this point captured first. Let's get those guys there. He's basically completely out of units. And we do have a value lead. Oh, thank goodness gracious me. All right. Let's reclaim that artillery piece. Oh, actually, I can desummon both of them. My desummon failed. Dang. All right, there we go. And now we can just sort of push forwards. We have a bunch of mobility here. I might even just be able to kill everything in this area. That would be the optimal situation, but we'll see. Oh, dang. He's actually... He brought in the night terrors. Oh my goodness. Well, that changes things up. I'm still gonna kill his artillery though. That should be fine. And then I think my Long Marauders can snipe out his lord. I do need to bring in more support over here in a second though. Those night terrors are terrifying, as is their namesake. The harmony bonuses there are great though. And I think his lord is down. All right, there we go. We'll slow her down just to really seal her fate. We have that point, and then I think we can honestly just win it off at 2 cap if I take these points fast enough. But we'll see. We'll see how it pans out. There we go. There's the artillery finally down. And nice, we just gotta kill off his lord. I think we done it. I think we done did it. Night terrors are still gonna be a pain, but now I can just sort of start spamming range to really secure my value lead. And then I think that's the end for him. I think the night terrors were good for stopping me from capturing that point. But the problem for him now is that he lost so much up here because of that. Okay, yeah, just some depth guard. That's not a problem. Yeah, he lost his lord and he lost his artillery piece to stall my capture. And honestly, the capture points matter so little right now. I think that's what ended him here. Nice, even get some horsemen back. I'm gonna desummon them because I want to make sure I have some guys in reserve. Another summon from his lord. He's just burning his ammunition at this point. And against depth guard, Iron Hail Gunners are definitely the way to go. Nice, and the points getting captured. Night Terrors getting slaughtered by peasant spearmen. If I can get the harmony bonuses there too, it's over. Harmony bonuses on those guys will be amazing for me. And nice, Fleet Admiral is going down, and he's going to be summoning in some deck gunners. I believe that's his most recent expenditure of money, so he probably doesn't have enough money to actually defend them, and that means my cavalry can just run them down instead. Nice, looks like it worked. His lord refuses to die though. She's been really tanking it. Come on. Okay, there we go. We do kill off the deck gunners. That's good. But my goodness, his lord is so tanky. I think we finally killed her though. Thank goodness. Took a hot second though. All right, but there we go. Night Terrors died to a single unit of peasant spears. Sweet. We haven't hit the halfway point yet, which means that he doesn't have. We can just win off a 2 cap. And his deck gunners are gone. GG. Nice. So, that was pretty scary, I'm not gonna lie. That was a little bit scary. The mass ranged, honestly, I should have had more protection for them. I think the mass ranged is okay, but they needed, like, my initial summons, I need, like, horsemen in the start. Otherwise, though, I think they were still good. We did chase off a lot of the fell bats, and then after that crane gunners. Let's see, compared to his deck gunners, the crane gunners did do better, so I think overall it was a really interesting match, but I think we were just edging them out a little bit better. And then obviously the dog summons. Honestly, they did pretty good. Maybe I shouldn't be judging them. The dog summons weren't too bad, especially against a mass range build like what I had. So, pretty fun. Pretty fun. Yeah. Just can't pick for me. And no Rampart Coast for you. Alright. Pretty fun though. Pretty fun. Yeah, we got there. We got there. What's the next map? The next map is gonna be Grove of Slaughter. So this is a hella melee focused map. This map is insanely melee focused. So we'll see how it pans out. I think we're both happy that we got our ranged factions out of the way early on. But now we gotta see how we do on the melee front. Gonna be a lot of counts here. Gonna be a lot of Slanesh here. Probably a lot of Norse good too. I wonder if Tzeentch is good though. What's a good melee faction? Maybe some Dark Elves, maybe some Greenskins. Ah, I know what I want. There we go. Let's see what he has. We've done our picks. Let's go ahead and save that real quick. And then pop up the screen blocker and the thing. There we go. Why the Golden Chevron Peasants over the Jades? Because it gives them insane leadership. So we can do Khorne into Cathay. Khorne versus Cathay. I would like to try that out. We can do Chaos. Chaos into Norska. That would be a good one. Slanesh versus Tomb King sounds like a nada. Tomb Kings are terrifying, man. I think they might even be stronger than Slanesh now. Vampire counts into Chaos is a weird one. Vampire counts into his Chaos. I don't really want to offer that. I would like to play Tomb Kings versus Slanesh, though. That would be a really fun test of might. And then Lizardmen into Dark Elves? Nah. I think I have to give my Vampire counts versus Chaos. As much as I'm not the biggest fan of that, I don't see a matchup that's sort of better for us. Yeah, unless I want to play Norska into his counts, but that just sounds like pain and suffering. On Grove of Slaughter, it's a little bit better for Norska, but I don't think it's a winning tier for Norska. Let's give him this. Yeah, I think he's gonna go Chaos versus Vampire counts. I think that's a matchup he's gonna play. I'm out of touch with multiplayer the last few years. What's making Tomb King strong at the moment? Oh, nothing. CA just gave them buffs across the board on every single unit without increasing their price. The usual. They also nerfed Crumbling, which is a global buff to all of their units. The Tomb Guard are basically unbreakable now. Improves their effectiveness by like 25% is all. But also they're actually quite good in the domination meta right now. Because domination relies a lot on range units that are fairly mobile. And because Ushabti Great Bows can be kept safe, unlike in land battles, they're even stronger than they used to be. I like big booty skeletons and I cannot lie. Alright, well, you're not gonna like this meta, because everyone's banning Tomb Kings, sadly. Everybody's banning out Tomb Kings. Okay, it's Counts versus Chaos. Look at that. So here's an interesting one. Vampire Counts versus Chaos. I don't know exactly how I want to play this. Vampire Counts have, they got some good tools. Actually, I have an idea of how I want to play this now that I think about it. Yeah. Why are they banning Tomb Kings? They're really strong. Tomb Kings are insanely strong, man. Yeah, you might not think it, but Tomb Kings are bonkers good. They are they're contenders for being the best faction in the game. The best faction in the game. Yeah. Yeah, no, they're quite good. Is it because of their constructs? No, it's the Tomb Guard. The Tomb Guard got buffed. I just went over it. Did you just show up? I don't blame you if you just did, but But yeah, the Tomb Guard got buffed by a lot. By a lot. Yeah, Tomb Guard, with the extra leadership, all undead units perform like 20% better for free. And Tomb Kings were fairly balanced before, so a buff like that is actually a huge bonus for them. What abilities do I want on this guy? I guess maybe something like this. Tomb Guard are, yeah. Tomb Guard beat the brakes off everything, man. Tomb Guard are so good. They are crazy, man. They are crazy. Okay, nice. I'm liking where this build is at. Burning Head. Yeah, plus magic. The magic nerfs are really big too. Plus, they got more resistance to fire than they used to have. It's like they got so many things. Oh my goodness, they got a lot. Yeah, they're quite happy about that indeed. Chaos. Vampire counts against chaos. It's a really weird one. You might have like a Bellacore here. I have to be really worried about running out of infantry. I need to be very careful about... I need to have like... Yeah, I really need to be able to trade up with my infantry. That's sort of the biggest thing. If I can do that, we're fine. He has some pretty good tools, but nothing that I think is amazing for Chaos. But overall, he can assemble an army that is quite frightening to deal with. His Hellstriders specifically are also very, very annoying. So I need some way of dealing with that and making sure that I don't get caught out. But I'm not super worried about... about this matchup. I think the last time I played this, I did lose on the Chaos side. I did rework the build to be a little bit better. So I do still think Chaos is strong against the Vampire counts. But I do have to be a lot more careful this time. Well, I have to play Vampire counts properly. I mean. Yeah, how do I want to kill Hellstriders? Hellstriders are such a pain. Hellstriders are just a big old pain in the butt. Like, you can sort of spam skeleton spears, and that's not the worst thing ever. But yeah, Hellstriders will generally trade up versus everything, so... I'm thinking this here is my build. Some of the Blood Knights trade down to Hellstriders. That's the sad part. Blood Knights get wrecked by Hellstriders. Yeah. Hellstriders are insane, so they will command the mobility fight by a long shot. But alright, on to game number 5. Will we be able to win it? Let's see. Let's double check to make sure that the bracket is all going well. Platypus still helping out. Thank goodness for Platypus. Platypus he makes all of this possible. I can't emphasize enough how amazing he is. Cause he's just offering his free time to help me out. For nothing. I just asked him to help and he's like, yeah, sure. And he's just doing it. It's sick. Oh my goodness. So I gotta give him as much praise as humanly possible. Alright, but anyways, here's the build. It's pretty normal. Focusing mostly on Wind of Death. So here's my main caster, my Dragon Lord. These guys are just mana batteries this time. And we'll see how that goes. We'll see how it pans out. I'm gonna put some zombies over here too, to just capture the point and be really annoying. If I can distract some units, we might be able to stall them out a bit. You know what? That's not a good idea. I'm gonna put the zombies, move them through this forest instead. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I want to stay blobbed up, because it's a trading game right now. And if you want to trade against Chaos, the way to do that is the Mortis engine. So we're going to be mostly focusing on that. This is not a Mortis engine. I have one in reserves. So we're going to be using that in case he goes for a big old melee build. Good luck, have fun. Alright, here we go. Dragon Lord is to duel against Bellacore too. Yeah, he's a good player too. He's a good player. He hosts tournaments. He's just like, he's like the hidden hard carry in multiplayer right now. But all right, we're seeing some horsemen, some Marauder horse masters even. Pretty scary. I want to screen them out with my zombies primarily, and I don't even want to get my guy close to them. We got a Be'lakor. He's in the air, and I would like to fight him, but he's just gonna bring in his skirmishers to support. I don't think he'll actually take that fight. I shouldn't even bother. In the meantime, we can just get these guys channeling. They'll take damage, but they'll heal up because of this here corpse card action. And then, yeah, we'll just sort of pull into here. He's gone mostly skirmisher, so I can basically just stall him out with mostly skeleton spam. And just sort of block up his avenues of attack. I can even possibly get a sneaky point over here, because I don't think he can commit that many, like, he can't really commit his skirmishers in that direction. So I think that's a good value lead for me too. The zombie tanking continues. We just gotta make a wall of undead. Just block them up as much as possible. If I can catch a few of these guys with the big ol' zombie summon, that would be huge, but I don't think he's gonna let that happen. We're just gonna take it nice and slow, as we were meant to do for the vampire counts. Now here we go, Be'lakor. Will we land a hit against him? It's a close one. Oh, there we go. We got a tiny chunk of HP off of him. He gets a hit back, but oh, he disengaged right at the perfect time so that he loses most of, he uses one of his cooldowns. That's actually quite good for us. In the meantime, we'll just keep pulling away from him. Then we can turn around and just give him the debuffs real quick. Buff up myself, give myself a heal, and then get a beating on him. I fancy my Dragon Lord against Be'lakor, because I think the Dragon Lord should be able to chip him down. We also have the healing, which is really important. So I think we're okay taking this. And then we might be able to just wear him down over time. Some of his guys do, unfortunately, get into position to get their javelins on me, but we're still doing okay. Can I get a zombie summon on top of them, though? That would be pretty nice. It seems like, unfortunately, we get a few of them caught up. It's gonna hurt them a tiny bit, but I don't think that's a game-winning play by any means. All right, there we go. There's our first capture point. Let's pull over here. We got these guys. They're just gonna hunker down over there and just be annoying. And we're just going to stall them out and mostly get capture points. I think at some point I'd love to get the Mortis engine going too. And honestly, we're just looking for Winds of Death right now. Yeah, we're just going to look for Winds of Death and see if we can win it through that. The Mortis engine too should be great. And I don't think he can dodge Winds of Death very easily, so should be fine. These guys, yeah, they're actually out of position right now. I might be able to get a pick on Be'lakor. Let's see. He's trying to disengage, and okay, pretty good hit. Pretty good hit to start the day. Let's go ahead and get a zombie summon going. Can get the Vargeist going. Nice. And then let's just get that. We're gonna risk it a bit. I think he can dodge this all right, but we still get pretty good damage. Yeah, we still get very good damage. All right. Yeah, I'll take that. That's a good start. Oh. Okay, he has his Hellstriders there. That's actually really good. The Hellstriders don't trade very well against my Skeleton Spears, so I think they'll be having a fairly rough time. Be'lakor is slowly but surely getting worn down. Get another heal on my guy. And then I think the Mortis engine, once it's in here, should be quite good. We'll just keep wearing him down. I do still have more zombies to catch out his horsemen. Potentially a big pick here. We'll see. We're just gonna take it really slow, honestly. Slow as can be. There we go. Looks like Be'lakor's actually moving on up. Let's see if we can take a fight against him. Okay. He's gonna be pulling out. We can almost get a massive Wind of Death, though. That would be huge. But I'm a little bit down on Winds of Magic, sadly. So we'll see how it goes. I need 2 more Winds of Magic, and we might be able to just ruin his world right now. Come on, 1 more Winds of Magic. Come on, there we go. And we're going to Wind of Death. So we'll see how well that goes. I fancy my odds. With that one. And it seems like, oh my gosh, there we go. That's a big one. That's a big one. So that's going to be hurting his Marauder Horsemen a lot. Now, a lot of them still lived. It's not the end of the world for him, but that's definitely quite painful. And I think as long as we just keep cycle charging Be'lakor, he should eventually go down. We have another zombie summon here too. We got the terror-causing bats. And I think it's time we get our Dire Pack going. Dire Pack are great for anti-cavalry. Nice. And then as long as we can just win this fight, I think we're okay. I do have a Mortis engine here providing healing. We have the Crypt Horrors, and yeah, his skirmishers just can't really get good lines of fire here by the looks of it. They're really having a hard time supporting Be'lakor. I think that might be the winning, that might be what gets us to win here. His Hellstriders too don't really have good opportunities to dive in onto anything. Just because it's just trees everywhere essentially. Let's see, where's that Mortis engine? Let's bring it over. Be'lakor slowly going down. Let's see here, let's get another zombie summon just to bog him down. Mortis engine is in there, and now I can start pushing for even the middle point. Very nice. Now, the fighting against Be'lakor has been rough. My Lord is actually, on the average, taken more damage than Be'lakor. And we've just had to offset that with healing, but it's still working out for us overall. Looks like my doggos getting caught up by Forsaken, unfortunately. Come on. Be'lakor is really low now. I think he should go down. Maybe like one more heal on my Lord just to make sure he doesn't die, but everything hinges on whether or not we can kill this man. So I'm sort of just going all in on trying to take him out. Let's get the dogs on these Hellstriders real quick. But yeah, if I can just take him out, we're good. I think unfortunately Be'lakor is gonna make it out, but he's so beat up now, it might not matter. Let's get another zombie summon on these guys. I'm just gonna zombie summon those guys into oblivion. Those Marauder Horsemen are really scary, but it's not impossible for Vampire Counts to shut them down. And I think with the Be'lakor going down, I think we've won it. It was a pretty scrappy fight, honestly. He retook that side area too, but with his Lord dead, I don't really see how he can make a big comeback. Oof, he was saving up a lot of resources too. That's gonna hurt him. But yeah, I think we just sort of hunker down on these 2 points and not get too ahead of ourselves, and we'll be okay. Be'lakor is now down. His army's in a mass rout. We just blob up now and heal up, and then I think it's a victory. Nice. Yeah, Be'lakor was pretty scary, but like honestly, even with the support of his guys, the Dragon Lord was just a bit too spicy, man. Dragon Lord was very spicy. He did great. The ranged cav on the tree map isn't actually a terrible idea. You'd be surprised. Legit. A bunch of cavalry is actually not a bad way to go. I think fighting in the forest was a bad fight for him by a lot, but it's not. It's actually quite good. It's quite good, I would say, because you can actually bounce between this far point and this point pretty aggressively and quickly. 1k value, Wind of Death. Yeah, that Wind of Death did a lot. Look at that, 4,000 value on my guy. Too bad we're almost out of Winds of Magic, though. Very unfortunate. But yeah, we just sort of sit here now. Sit here, wait, bog them down with tides and tides of infantry. Vampire counts. So this is what I learned having lost to vampire counts. They do really well. If you take too much cavalry, vampire counts will wreck your world. You need some sort of Mortis engine on the ground to take them out. So I'd actually highly recommend taking a Slanesh Mortis engine. And then, that's generally how you want to beat the counts here. Because otherwise they'll just, they'll just wreck you with the Dragon Lord. Or even worse, they might ignore Be'lakor. But yeah, I think if he had a Slanesh Mortis engine, he might have been able to do it. Unfortunately, a little bit unprepared, and we're going to be taking the 5th win of the day. Pretty good. All right, let's see who our next opponents are. So let's see, that's 2 wins, and so that means we won with Vampire Counts there. And in the last match, we won with Grand Cathay against his Vampire Coast. And we also beat his Warriors of Chaos. Nice. Whoops, I screwed up. Warriors of Chaos, Vampire Coast, Grand Cathay, and I played Vampire Counts. There we go. Alright, pretty good. 2-0 victory. I like it. I like it. Good idea, bad execution. Mostly I would say his build. I think the build could have had... The build really needed a Slanesh Mortis engine. Because you take that and Be'lakor, and it's very hard for the Vampire Counts to deal with both. Then you sort of run into an equal footing situation where you both are just mortising each other. And then, yeah. But alright. Let's see if we can find the lobby of House Cat and the Donkinson. Or the Doinks. Alright. At House... Let's see. House Cat of War. And at the Donkinson. Let's see here. There we go. Do you have a lobby up? Let's see, and then we can spectate our next opponent. Oh boy. Excuse me. Oh, that was a pretty fun match. I think it was a nice back and forth with Be'lakor. I think I just shut Bellacor's skirmish defense a little bit too hard. The zombie summon started to really wear him down by the end of it. And he couldn't get too many javelins on me. See, the wind farming series and trying to help learn from me. Oh, very nice. Mog. Which faction are you playing? Let's see here. You're messaging count. Are you guys talking about the vampire counts? Oh, nice. All right. I think we have a lobby. Yeah, here we go. Let's spectate it. Oh, geez. Blocker. There we go. Almost missed the army blocker. Thanks. All right, nice. Well, while we wait for these guys to get ready, I'm gonna get myself some milk. BRB. We're gonna take a quick 1-minute break. I'll see you guys in a quick minute. Alright. And I'm back. Oh, took me longer than a minute, didn't it? But hey, there's still army building, so we got time. We got loads of time. Here we go. Refreshing. Good old 5% milk. What's this? Are we talking about baby cows? The meat industry is pretty messed up, it's true. But also I don't really do much about it. So I don't know if I'm a bad person because of that. No, I could probably go vegetarian for what's it? For shukshaka? What's it called? Shakshuka. There you go. I could go vegetarian for shakshuka. I made some the other day actually. It was great. Really, really nice. Let's see here. Let's all go vegan. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. It should be vegan, right? Shakshuka isn't vegan, so I have to cut the cheese from it. Never mind. You know what? Screw the baby cows. Screw them. Yeah, I've heard it before, where it's like people in the future might look to us in the past and just be like, wow, they were really messed up to animals, weren't they? But I don't really know what to do about it. Like, I guess I could go vegan as an individual. That doesn't really change the industry. I don't even know, like, who to vote for to have that change exactly. I don't know. Anyone who is vegan, though, props to them, man. Props to them. At most, I would start going vegetarian, probably. Whew, alright. Just digesting the milk right now, regaining my energy. Yo, this tournament's been going pretty well for us, by the way. We're already in the semis. Let's see. Oh, Zone got taken out by Reginald Puggington. Dang. Dang, Zone's out. And then Reginald Puggington got taken out by Archer. Dang. Alright, well, we should have a pretty interesting finals versus Archer. Archer is, he's a scary force to be reckoned with. I think he's a guy that played a lot of ladder, I think. So I think he plays a little bit less meta builds, but he's like he has a really good micro, I think. What's this? Deer hate us. We have to kill them or they win. You're in the quarters. You're in the quarters of the casual. Hey, nice. Yeah, Archer's crazy good, man. Yo, let's check out what the casual tournament looks like. Let's see how it's going. We got let's see here. It's almost top 8 already. Maybe I'll cast it after this. It depends. Don't wait for me though. By the way, for those in the casual tournament, don't wait for me. In the finals, unless I finish the main one early. All right, there we go. That should be enough. I don't want to be the whole goal of this tournament is keep my streams fairly short, so fingers crossed. Has anyone checked out Alfredino's stream, by the way? He's supposed to be streaming the casual tournament, but I have no idea how it's going right now. Is it Archer or Acre? I guess Acre is let's see here. Yeah, it's just ACH, so it's not actually Archer. Dang. I've been saying his name wrong this whole time. Don't they have to wait for the other guy who's streaming the casual? No, he actually can't stream the entire tournament, sadly. So the casual tournament's just gonna he's just gonna stop streaming when he runs out of time, unfortunately. But alright. The Doinks. It's the Donkinson. There we go. The Donkinson. He's playing Beastmen into Tomb Kings. Now I would say this is a terrible matchup for the Beastmen. Beastmen are pretty low tier. So if you actually look at the statistics, for those of you guys who like numbers, and if you're watching an Enticity stream, you probably do. You can see Beastmen are rocking the 38% win rate. Good old 38% win rate. Against Tomb Kings, they've played 3 games, and they lost all 3 games. So, not exactly the best case scenario for them. They lose against all the meta factions, and they only trade evenly against some of the less meta factions. It's not a beautiful time for the Beastmen, to be sure. But, nevertheless, we can cheer on for them. With that known, who will win? I guess I should do a poll. Who will win? Let's see here. Tomb Kings or Beastmen. Here we go for the grand prize of nothing. There's no prize aside from telling chat that you are right. Obviously a very important prize. Feel free to vote. Vote for your favorite faction. Vote for the better faction. Let's see how it goes. You know, this is the Donkinson. Really strong player. Against House Cat of War, also a very strong player. I think they're both in clans. And wow, 45% Beastmen? There we go, 38%. A little bit better, a little bit better. We got some gamblers in chat, people. We got some all or nothings in chat. Somehow still on 0 losses on Total Tavern. It comes with making your entire life about Warhammer, I guess. I spend more time playing Warhammer than most people. By a lot. By like a lot. I'm like out of 1,000 people, I probably play the most Warhammer. If you just take like 1,000 people that play. But yeah. Overall, Beastmen have an uphill battle. Particularly, they need some way of clearing infantry quickly. If that's sort of the general gist of it. Beastmen will have the biggest problem with Tomb King's infantry. So if they have the right tools to take that out, potentially they can pull something together. But I would say overall, like what do they have? They have chariots, minotaurs, I guess technically. They also have single entities like Taurox. They also have a Jabberslite, which is pretty hype. But out of all of those options, all of them generally have a very bad time against things like Ushabti. So then Beastmen need some way of dealing with Ushabti. And then diving into the backline is pretty rough. It's pretty rough. They don't have an easy time diving into the back just due to their low leadership. You have to start rooting against me at this rate? You know, I don't mind it. I like the challenge. Being just a bit of an endgame boss, I guess. But alright, here we go. So, it's Tomb Kings against the Beastmen. House Cat of War bringing in a fairly meta build by most standards. Gonna be the usual Chosen of the Gods and Sepulchral Stalkers. Beastmen going off meta. Off the fact that they are just playing Beastmen at all. Going for the double Sigor too on top of that. Insanely off meta. I'm interested to see how this goes. I would say overall, Sigors, there's a chance that their boulders will be amazing versus the Sepulchral Stalkers and the Ushabti. That's the only way I can see Beastmen winning this. If they are just... Oh, this is your build? This is your build, Count Saruman. Like, actually, like, you gave this build, or it's just something similar? Because I gotta say, you know, if they can actually take out these Stalkers and Ushabti, that puts Beastmen in a pretty good position. If you look at the infantry line of the Tomb Kings, like I said, infantry is the bane of Beastmen. And they have a lot of it. Lots of spears, lots of stuff that's gonna take forever to kill. Cringe Tep, as he is now forever called, thanks to Okai. Gonna be coming in with Petra's Incantation of Righteous Smiting. Pretty good spell, a little bit of extra damage. This just goes right on the Ushabti. It's extra 40% damage. No double damage like the other spells can do, but still very, very good. And for the Beastmen, of course, the double Sigor. They got loads of Ungor spears, definitely quite strong. And they got, what's this? The Butchers of Kalkengard. Look at these bad boys, regenerating Minotaurs with the cow pelt skins, with the football shoulder pads. Gonna be a pretty nice pick here if they can stay alive. One of the big problems about these guys is that their regeneration will not stick on them if they ride off the battlefield. And he is, oh my gosh, the legendary. The legendary janky Vanguard, he actually did it. I told you guys. I told you it was possible. You didn't believe me. Yeah, there is a thin line that you can actually deploy your Vanguard units on. Absolutely useless ability. So honestly, I don't care that if people do this. But you know what? Let's go for it. Oh man, it's so silly. Because it's so not useful. I don't even know if it's worth banning in tournaments. Obviously, you know, some people might not expect it, but I guess if I bring attention to it, it's fine. Regardless, he's going to be doing this sketchy Vanguard on the flank. And over in the middle, he has a Malagor. He has, what's it? He has a pretty usual kit. Looks like Malagor's rocking the Enfeebling Foe. He's rocking the Bestial Surge. Really just Enfeebling Foe and Mantle of Gorok. Really weird abilities. This sort of implies that he wants something to be fighting the Tomb Kings in melee, but I honestly don't know exactly what's good in that situation. Yeah, BM Beastmen indeed. But I really wonder what he's going to be using those spells on. We'll be keeping a close eye on it. As for the Tomb Kings, they're going to be Eyes of the Deserting. Malagor over here, but he's dodging like a madman, barely taking any damage. The Ushopti burning their ammunition, and the Sigors. Sigors are gonna be throwing some rocks, it seems, at the Eyes of the Desert. There we go. We'll see how much damage it actually does, because if it actually does do a lot, that would be huge. And here we go. The rocks are incoming, and a miss. Oh, and one of them gets clipped, and it does nothing. Oh, that's a sad time. Yeah, it does a good amount of damage, like 600. It's about how much it stays on the tin, but unfortunately, not exactly massacring them, as the Beastmen might actually have wanted. Over here on the flank, we're going to see a capture from the Tomb Kings. But look at that, the sneaky Vanguarded Black Horns Ravagers actually here a little bit faster. Did it matter in the slightest? No, it didn't. Not even close. But regardless, fancy tech from the Beastmen. Over here on the left-hand side, we're going to be seeing some Skeleton Horse Archers. And the Tomb Kings actually giving up the middle. And this is a common play that you might see from ranged factions, since they really much enjoy just shooting into the middle as the poor units try to capture. But in this case, it's going to be an Ungor, double Ungor, stealthed on the capture point. They'll be living. And we'll be generally pretty happy about that situation. Over here on the right hand side for the Beastmen, it looks like they will be capturing this point. So overall, you know, the Beastmen do have a double cap, but the question is how the trading is actually going to pan out. If you look at the general damage, Beastmen are up slightly. In fact, the Sigors actually are starting to chip down the Ushopti. I was memeing on them a little bit earlier, but looking pretty good. If they can take out the Ushopti and an extra unit of constructs, that would be a huge plus. But of course, that takes a lot of time. Now, really nice boulder, taking out, I think just knocking down 2 Ushopti, but not actually killing them. Gonna be wearing them down a little bit. Over here on the right-hand side, we are seeing the Tomb Kings starting to move down the hill. And now the initial trades are gonna be going. I see a little bit of cheering for the Beastmen. People hoping that the underdogs are going to be able to win it, but it's looking pretty rough. There's only the Butchers of Kalkengard, and they're not especially happy about the Spears, and they're going to be much less happy about these here Sepulchral Stalkers getting lined up to get their shots in. Going to be trying to shoot, going to be still lining up their shots, and it looks like the line of sight was not in the way of the Stalkers. You can tell this slight curvature was just a little bit too much for these guys, and they decided not to shoot. Nevertheless, Malagor does dive on in, and this is actually where they will be getting their value. Anti-large on these guys makes them an insanely strong unit against anything that is large, but Malagor isn't large. In this case, they just do a lot of damage. Nevertheless, getting back into position, trying to shoot at the Minotaurs. Instead, though, gonna be shooting at Malagor, actually. And he will be taking quite a bit of damage. Not the best case scenario for Malagor. Manticore is coming on in, but it will lose to the Stalkers. We'll see how well it trades, though. And the Beastmen are just sort of holding that cap. However, the middle not going nearly as well. The double Sigors aren't on the point, and they're just still trying to get their value trading. But it's not a huge loss here. We're still mostly worried about value trading. So Malagor, I don't know if he's throwing down any of his buffs yet. It seems like he has, as a magic has. No, he hasn't. He has 64 winds of magic. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of winds of magic. when it comes to the Beastmen. They'll need to use that at some point to start making a big play. Over here, the Stalkers just line of sighted horribly. They're barely getting their volleys off now. A couple volleys come out that will wear down the Minotaurs, and I think that will eventually help the Tomb Kings win here. But the surprise Harpies do dive on in. And actually, is he throwing down the buffs? The Mantle of Gorok and Enfeebling Foe. Alright, now we gotta see. Is this actually gonna work? I think it's actually working. Look at that. The Harpies with the crazy melee attack boost, 66 damage, 62 melee attack. Whoa, whoa, what is this? That is an insane combo. Oh my gosh, that fixes one of the main weaknesses about Harpies, and it's the fact that they have really low melee attack. That's huge. That's absolutely huge, and against all expectations, the Wombo actually kills off the Stalkers for like 20 gold. That's insane. Yeah, Harpies OP, please nerf indeed. That's a huge win for the Beastmen. That actually brought back their value to dead even against Tomb Kings. Over here, it's going to be an interesting situation. We do have the Eyes of the Desert fighting against Cygors, but they're still getting loads of damage. Just look at that. 900 gold value. 500 a bit less, but still pretty good value so far, given that they're at half ammunition. Pretty good, I'd say, for the Beastmen. Now, they are triple capped, though, and they are trading pretty evenly. It's definitely not over quite yet, but I'm just so surprised about those Harpies, man. Those Harpies. That was a buff spell that actually worked. Do I need to cover this? Is that something I need to cover? Because that was insane. Now, like, it basically made the Harpies do true damage to these guys. That was insane. You know what? I'm gonna take a note. I'm gonna take a note right now. Let's see here. Or actually, no, I'll just clip it. I'll just clip it. Sounds good enough. Nevertheless, battle continues onwards. Gonna be pretty interesting for the Beastmen. The Tomb Kings are now starting to make some dives in on these Cygors. Is it gonna be that impactful? It will stall them for a bit, but generally can be a loss in value. The Suicidal Harpies trying to go on Cod Tap. That's generally a pretty bad trade, as well as they did before. I don't think they're killing Cod Tap. And the Manticore does go down without getting too much damage. Tomb Kings pulling in a few W's here and there. I will say, though, these Minotaurs have been doing some work against these skeletons. Despite all odds, they've actually done really well. Second Minotaur unit, I think Beastmen actually win this area. But will they win the middle? One has to wonder. Another unit of Harpies diving on in onto the Eyes of the Desert. Once again, they get absolutely annihilated. I have no idea what's going on for the Harpies, but what can you do? What can you do? Check the middle for the bugged unit. What's bugged? Check the middle. He bugged another unit. You mean like this? The Harpy thing or what? Nevertheless, Harpies are doing well. On Cod Tap, like I said, they're not really going to be doing super great against them. They get driven off. And for the Cygors, it's pretty awkward. They're just getting caught up in carrion right now. Reinforcements trying to peel those carrion off. It's not really a problem that these guys will do damage. It's more... Oh, buffed unit. I see. That's how they killed off those Eyes of the Desert. Pretty hype, honestly. Those were some pretty spicy buffs. But the Cygors are sort of just trading into these carrion. They're getting a lot of damage in. They're throwing rocks at the Kepler Guard. Not really doing too much damage, though. And it's going to be a little bit sketchy now. I think Beastmen are starting to trade down after all these fights. I will say the Harpy tech was amazing. I love it. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. And oh my gosh, the Rogue Rock. Did you guys see that? Just went right over this full HP unit of Kepler Guard. It's just refusing to die, apparently. Or refusing to get hit. But nevertheless, the carrion go down. And we're still waiting on these Cygors to be the big winners today. The Minotaurs, of course, too, are a really, really fun choice. But I don't really think the Cygors have what it takes. They're extremely low DPS. So to actually clear an army like this, it would take a very long time. The rocks are notorious for missing dramatically too. Kepler Guard haven't lost a single HP despite being shot at for the better part of a minute. Will they actually land a hit? Let's see. Cygors getting ready to throw their rocks. Of course, Beastmen winning in the far side like I talked about earlier. And there we go. 1 point blank rock hits, but that's not nearly enough damage. Another unit of Harpies being summoned. Will they get buffed? Looks like not yet. Not yet. Malagor still sort of chilling. But man, the poor Beastmen, these Cygors, honestly, if their hit rate was just a little bit better, life would be happier for Beastmen. But there we go. A double hit on the Kepler Guard. Down below half HP. We got the Malagor in the fight. Are there any buffs? Yes! So we're seeing the Mantle of Gorok going down on these Minotaurs. 40 melee attack is massive. And actually, wow, that lasts a really long time. Are you kidding me? Mantle of Gorok lasts 40 seconds. Gives 40 melee attack and 50% more damage. That's actually insane. I should start looking into this spell. That sounds pretty good. It's a pretty good spell. Nevertheless, oh my gosh, Cod Tap with the friendly fire on a few of his guys. Skeletons are crumbling. It seems like Beastmen might be able to resecure this area, but here's the problem. Beastmen need a triple cap to win it, and they're not especially close to army wiping the Tomb Kings. I'm not going to say it's impossible. They might be able to start trading up exceptionally well here, but it doesn't really seem like it. Another shot in from Cod Tap. Not really getting too much damage. He has the accuracy of the Cygors, basically. And over here, even some reserve units just to hold a single point. I think Tomb Kings are in a pretty decisive position right now. Nevertheless, Minotaurs are very high DPS. They can always make a comeback. More Minotaur great weapons on top of the Stalkers. A pretty nice pick. Could be an opportunity for a comeback if these guys just basically never die. But I gotta say, the Cygors are getting bullied. Cygors are starting to get bullied by these infantry. Now, they did manage to pay for themselves in the end, but it looks like the Tomb Kings are gonna win it. Unfortunately, thank you very much, Rusty. Unfortunately, the Tomb Kings were just a little bit too much, despite the insane plays from the Beastmen side of things, despite the huge Harpy value. That is insane. 1,400 gold. Yeah, that's like the best Harpy I've ever seen in my life. For not a lot of wins of Magic. That is insane. Nevertheless, GG, well played, Tomb Kings. Still just overall better than the Beastmen. Very unfortunate, though. A very fun game indeed. Nice. So, now I wonder, are we playing against one of these guys? I think that was game 1. Let's see here. I believe Death Pass in the round of 3 is round 1. Yeah. So that's game number 1. House Cat of War just needs another win. And if he can get that win, then he's up against us. The Donkinson put up a very good fight for a faction that is pretty low on the rankings right now. Yeah, Beastmen, they're pretty low on the scale of power right now, but despite that, he actually traded almost evenly with one of, I would say Tomb Kings actually are basically the best faction right now in the game, given the current meta. Maybe bested by Slaanesh? Maybe not, though. It depends on the faction they're facing, I guess. Sad cow noises indeed. I wonder what they're going to pick next, though. One must wonder. I would say... I wonder if the Donkinson is gonna... I wonder if he's gonna stick to his guns. Yeah, he's a new Beastman hero indeed. So, usually when you're down a game, a player's mindset can go a couple ways. You have the, alright, I'm already down, I'm behind. Let's just have some fun. Let's roll some dice, you know? The more behind you are, the more you are sort of inclined to roll dice. Or alternatively, he might just turn to the dark side. The dark side of the Tomb Kings. A way to get many wins. He might try that out. He might try something just sort of just like an all-in he might, like, I don't know, play accounts or chaos, go like super duper meta. We'll see. I've seen it go both ways before. I feel like with the Donkinson, I feel like there's a decent chance that he'll stick with his guns. We might see some more creativity out of him. Just based off of that Beastman build and the fact that it actually almost worked, I feel like that would be his natural inclination. How are we getting back to sad cow noises after being briefly dominant at the end of Warhammer 2? Yeah, Beastmen were pretty dominant actually for a while. I think the biggest thing was the switch to land battles and the fact that everybody got buffs except for them. So every single undead faction got buffed. Let's see here. A lot of, like, Norska got buffed because of their faction passive. High Elf faction passive got buffed. Then you got a bunch of factions that are already sort of in this very high tier. You know, you have even Korn is still fairly strong when compared side to side with Beastman, as he has stronger mobility, or equally strong, and he also has stronger infantry. You have Slanesh, who is league stronger. You have Counts that are stronger. Tomb Kings got stronger. So while Beastmen were definitely the biggest dogs, they just stopped growing. And the growth spurt of the other dogs, unfortunately, just outpaced them, I think. Sort of a sign of a little bit of power creep, but power creep is a whole topic. Let's not get into that. Yeah, power creep is sort of weird. As long as it's not like rampant, I don't think it's too much of a problem. But regardless, Beastmen did fall behind. That thing we can be sure about. And to see about the martial prowess thing, I find it hasn't really had much of an effect. Their main weakness seems to be low HP per model. That is true. That is true. But think about this. High elves are feeling about as bad as they were in Warhammer 2. But if everybody got stronger, you would expect high elves to actually be dumpster tier. But surprisingly enough, they are slightly above dumpster tier. They're like D tier, which is actually, well, Norska sort of weird. Their faction passive just got changed, so it was more of a side grade. But it seems like they're actually doing really well in Dom. Regardless, high elves, they would be in an even worse position than before. Like, we've been seeing a lot of Silverin type of playstyles, especially from Zyphos, just because he can rely on the melee defense lasting longer. And I think that's actually keeping high elves barely on the brink of the cliff edge. So I think the martial prowess thing actually did have an effect. It's just not enough. But I think it would actually be just useless, absolute garbage if they hadn't gone that buff. Really? I thought they were dumpster tier. Let's double check. Let's double check. Who's the bottom? Who's the bottom of the statistics right now? Let's refresh this page. Oh, would you look at that? Ogre Kingdoms, 14% win rate. Kislev, 31. Greenskins, 31. Bretonia, 33. Lizardmen, 38. Beastmen, 39. Nurgle, 40. And then would you look at that? High Elves. High Elves rocking the 41% win rate with 100 games under their belt. They've been played more than the Beastmen, more than Nurgle, more than Greenskins. Why is Greenskins losing so much? I guess it's because they're being played against the better factions, maybe? I don't know. Regardless, High Elves are a bit above dumpster tier. You know, if High Elves are dumpster tier, are Ogres just like the 5 feet under, 6 feet under tier? Like, come on, it's... Oh, we gotta reserve a space for the Ogres, man. Ogres, they have a tier of their own, okay? Bottom of the earth. Shipped into space tier. Yeah, no, they're getting ruined, man. 18% win rate, that's sad. Deepest pits of hell tier. Exactly, yeah, but yeah, I would say those factions are more dumpster tier than High Elves. At least we're seeing Zyphos. We can see faction mains. Here's the thing. Like, D tier is the realm of where faction mains, that's where they shine, because they actually bring out their faction. They show that they can win with them with enough dedication and effort. And then dumpster tier is a tier where even if you main the faction, you're like, I just can't, I love you, man, but I just can't be seen around you anymore. And they ditch them in the garbage, never to be seen again. So I think High Elves have sort of elevated because of that faction buff. But yeah, Ogre Kingdoms are just in the pits right now. I'm surprised about Greenskins, I gotta be honest. I'm not surprised about Bretonia, though. And Kislev is actually a bit surprising, too. I wonder if Kislev, just because it's a free faction, that more newer players are playing with them? Or maybe Kislev's just bad, but like, when I was theory crafting before, I thought they would honestly be alright. Apparently not, though. Yeah, High Elves are D tier. One above F tier. What does Kislev need to make them more competitive? Honestly, I thought they would be good. I don't know what happened to Kislev. Like, what's wrong with Kislev? They have the chariots, and the chariots are really good. I don't know. I feel like Kislev should be strong. I just never really got into them, and I sort of stopped playing them too since there's so many stronger factions. I would expect Kislev is probably quite bad against silver shielded factions. So while they could bully Nurgle before, that's true. Kislev were sort of even against pre-DLC Nurgle, and new Nurgle is much stronger. And new Nurgle isn't even that strong in the meta right now. So that's like 2 tiers below, and that's where Kislev is. They haven't really gotten a buff. I guess, I think I think their hybrid infantry need to be cheaper. That's really weird to say though, right? Because the hybrid infantry, in theory, are only a little bit more expensive than their counterparts. Maybe it's like lack of armor piercing. Maybe it's lack of a strong lord. You know, I think that would be it. I think the Kislev roster is actually pretty hype. I think they have a lot going for them. The biggest problem is that they don't have a lord that will hard carry. You look at Be'lakor, then you look at Boris. You look at Sigvald, and then you look at Kastaltin. There's a big difference between there, right? Kislev don't have a big single entity killer lord. I think that might be the problem. Yeah, their magic isn't amazing either. Tempest is okay. It's basically a Pit of Shades. That's really expensive. Yeah, I think the Lord is it, because I think their units trade really well. I can't think of a single Kislev unit that's just like hot garbage, so where they're just forced to take them, right? In most meta builds, you know, you got Kossars, you got Streltsy. I guess they also don't really have a standout unit though. Kislev doesn't have a unit that is OP that they can spam. Like, look at Tzeentch. Horsemen of Tzeentch is like... Tzeentch builds build themselves, right? You look at your units, you're like, man, there's so much good stuff here. It's like you're at a buffet for options, right? Kislev, in the meantime, is like, you're going to like a fancy restaurant. The food is good. The food is good. It's a bit expensive. Like, it's worth it to go to a fancy restaurant. But like, compared to the options at the other... this analogy is terrible. Compared to the other options that the other factions have, Kislev isn't like, except for maybe Chariots. But Chariots don't really reach the same level as these other units. Chariots are like halfway up there. Chariots are sort of like A+ tier. Where like, because they got nerfed so many times, right? You look at Chariots and you're like, okay, yeah, no, this is like a good unit. I want to have a lot of these. But then like, that's it. Then your next units are just like normal Joes. Meanwhile, you got Tzeentch, which is like, my Lord is performing above standard. My horsemen are S tier, S+ tier even. My spawn are S- tier. And then after they spend, you know, couple like 10,000 gold on maxing out on that, then they're like, okay, now we get some average units. Now we mix in the salad, right? You got the Chaos Warriors, where it's like, yeah, salad's pretty good. Why am I doing this analogy? I thought I bailed out anyways. Anyways, you have the Chaos Warriors, and they're pretty good. They'll do well. Meanwhile, you have Kislev, they're moving on to Streltsy, which are like slightly underperforming. Like B+ tier. That's my analysis. Yeah, look at Kairos, and then look at Katerin. Oh my goodness, I love those ads, man. It's hilarious. But here we go. We're seeing Lizardman against Tzeentch. House Cat of War only needs one more win to bring in the victory. But the Donkinson actually going for a bit of a meta pick here. The Tzeentch. Tzeentch is a pretty scary guy. I'd say Tzeentch. Tzeentch overall, Tzeentch is pretty scary. I think in general it's Tzeentch favored. But the Lizardmen Chameleon skins can do a lot of work onto these horsemen. It really depends on how that plays out. The Mazdamundi too. Also, by the way, Severed Claw aspiring champions. Pretty hype. We'll keep an eye on them. But if you look at the Mazdamundi here, he has a net and he has Comet. Both of these are very powerful. And if those horsemen clump up at all, Mazdamundi's going to be giving them a world of pain. We also see 2 Revivification Crystals. Really nice for healing up Mazdamundi. Possibly excessive, but it looks like he opted to save his Winds of Magic. Interesting choice. So usually, you would bring Apotheosis on Mazdamundi, but instead, going for the Rev Crystals, not a bad idea. You save a lot of Winds of Magic. You're going to be seeing a lot more nets, which will be very useful against them Marauder Horsemen. Pretty good strat. Pretty good strat. As for the actual maneuvering, we're seeing Tzeentch opting for a split push, taking over the sides. Nice play from Tzeentch as the more mobile player on this map. Generally, you want to go for the 2 side flanks and force your opponent to pick a side. When they do that, right, so like, you know. So we're seeing this, right? We got the Tzeentch. He's going to take these 2 sides. Lizardman is going to push one of these directions, and then Tzeentch counters by pushing over here. So that way, even though your army looks like it's split up, it's actually much more cohesive than you would expect, just because of their mobility. A little bit of lag. Looks like the game's chugging along, though. It's working. Kislev lacks cheap infantry, sort of. They don't really have peasant spears, yeah. But yeah, by the looks of it, it seems like Tzeentch is just going for the full mobility play. But overall, Lizardmen are going to be starting to get their picks. They're going to be getting a little bit of poke action here. Chameleon Skinks taking out the shields of the Marauders of Tzeentch, not to be confused by their bronze shields. Overall, these guys aren't too hardy. They'll typically go down here in this type of engagement. I don't really see the Chameleon Skinks getting caught in a cost-efficient way. So overall, it looks like Lizardmen will be winning this flank point and the center. Fairly good start for them, I would say. Pterodons, Ripperdactyls even, going to be summoned in to possibly chase down the Lord. That's an interesting choice. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. But over here we can see the Saurus are cleaning up shop here. We got the Javelins thrown out against the Horsemen. Huge damage even. Taking out a quarter of their HP. Quite nice. And overall, I'd say Lizardmen are pretty happy. Man, people still talking about High Elves in chat. Yeah, Lizardmen are pretty happy with the trade so far. Even Mazdamundi starting to bully these Chaos Warriors here. And it's sort of showing that Lizardmen are quite confident about their current state in the game. The Exalted Lord of Change getting dived in onto. He will be summoning in some generic Furies. Remember, these aren't Tzeentchian ones, just undivided. And we'll see how well they can do here. Ripperdactyls are quite scary though. They have anti-infantry. So in theory, they should be really happy fighting against those guys. And oh my goodness, those Marauder Horsemen. Huge cost-efficient trade for the Skink cohorts. If they ever get too close to these guys, that's a really bad time for them. And there we go. Pretty good trades for the Lizardmen all around. We're seeing the Kairos, the Exalted Lord of Change, having to run away now. These guys will probably rally. Don't know how much value they'll actually get, but Lizardmen will be winning this point. We're seeing summons on both sides coming here to support. They're pretty happy being there. Over here for Mazdamundi, we're seeing some nice play, some screening with the Saurus Warriors to make sure the Horsemen don't dive on in. Looking pretty good for Mazdamundi. He's still at high HP, and he can clear up the infantry too. But a potential swing play for Tzeentch. We're seeing the big old portal of Tzeentch. What's it called exactly? The Infernal Gateway of Tzeentch dropping right on top of these Saurus Warriors, but it looks like it might not be overcast. Actually, we'll be leaving most of these guys alive. No, it actually doesn't catch too many units. Just like, I guess, 1 unit of Saurus. It doesn't look like it was overcast. I know it was nerfed recently, but honestly, not that much damage. And Tzeentch getting shoved off this point aggressively now. Not getting too much value on many fronts. I guess picking off the Ripperdactyls is quite nice, but losing the Marauder Horsemen off the edge of the map is just brutal. It's both of them gone now. And unless the Flamers manage to make a big comeback play, it's going to be pretty sketchy. These Skin cohort have been getting a lot of work done too. If you just take a look at their value, already paid for themselves, plus shutting down the Flamers. 1 volley goes off, but not enough to rout off the Saurus Warriors. Now, there is a little bit of a possible swing play here. First of all, the Lord has to live, but we're seeing Tzeentch maneuver many of their forces down this path and starting to pour into point number 3. Looking to try and get a good trade here. But the Exalted Lord of Change is just getting massacred. Those Feral Cold Ones are getting a lot of work done. I think, he's poisoned too. Arcane Surge drops on him, not really gonna help. And the poison from these Chameleon Skinks is just a little bit too much. He can't take off into the air, and the Saurus are just blocking any amount of support he can get. If he goes down, it's basically over at this point. This is just such a huge value loss. You can't really afford to take it. Except for that one time when I killed an Exalted Lord of Change and lost the land battle, but we'll ignore that. Furies do come on in. It looks like they'll be trying to drive off the Chameleon Skinks. They do eat up a little bit of ammunition, so a good play from Tzeentch, and it seems like the Exalted Lord of Change should just barely get out of here in the sketchiest of circumstances, but all of his melee potential is basically dead. His shield is not going to regenerate that much, only 200 HP, so he's just going to be on the verge of death for the entire battle. Actually takes a bit of a gambit here, trying to take a good trade against the Bastiladon. On 2000 HP, there's a chance he could take it out, so trying to squeeze what worth he can out of this guy, but just a little bit more damage could take him out. All the way over here, Mazdamundi cleaning up the infantry too. Lizardmen, you gotta remember, they had a lot of reserves in the middle, and they're trying to make use of that right now. And over here, the Exalted Lord of Change, will he go down? He will. It looks like he will rout off the Bastiladon, which is really good. Bought some space for the Flamers. You know, Tzeentch will be able to recover here. Stabilizing a little bit, but as we all know from my campaign, stabilizing is not a victory just yet. And the Exalted Lord of Change still has a lot of work to do. Now, on the infantry front, Tzeentch is doing a bit better. We got some Chaos Warrior Halberds. They'll trade up into basically everything here. In the distance, we're seeing the Lizardmen extending further into the territory of Tzeentch. This allows for the Knights of Immolation. That is a really expensive summon, but gonna be pretty nice for the trading. Diving right on top of those onto the cavalry. Gonna be pretty good overall for the forces of Tzeentch now that they're finally on the battlefield. Will they actually pull off a lot of value trading? We'll see. That's sort of yet to be seen. But overall, it looks like they're doing quite well here. The terror from the chicken gonna be helping there. And Tzeentch is sort of starting to pull back in this area. But the big question is now, will they be able to hold off over here? It looks like so far they're doing quite well, with the Severed Claw holding down the point, and the Skirmisher is actually really well positioned to stop the Lizardmen from moving here to capture. So a nice play from Tzeentch. Keeps the fighting over here, where they generally are feeling like they're starting to come back. I wouldn't count them out, although this big AoE does hurt. It looks like no, Tzeentch was trying to catch some Saurus Warriors, and they didn't AoE their infantry too much. Looks like it'll cause them to rout. So overall, pretty good. The Exalted Lord of Change, he's back in the sky. Pretty good HP. And I would say this is pretty good. This is pretty good for Tzeentch. The Doom Knights especially being at full HP after clearing the cavalry is a really big swing. And the Lizardmen generally have a hard time versus elite cavalry. They need really hard hitters to take them out, or a really long amount of time worth of skirmishing. But with most of the Chameleon Skinks running out of ammo now, there's not too many of them, and the Doom Knights more or less have free reign. In fact, we might even see a rock drop come down from the Doom Knights are flying on over. And is it going to come down? Yes! And there we go. Chameleon Skinks only losing about a quarter HP. Not getting the best drop ever, but still quite good. Potentially could rout these guys off. So the Flamers just roasting some Saurus Warriors, mostly clipping into the hill though. Flamers have a really hard time with line of sight, despite being a bit taller than most flamethrower units. Not really going to be getting too much damage, but nevertheless, pretty good for Tzeentch. Now, a bit of a sketchy situation. The Exalted Lord of Change is getting very low here. Probably down to 1000 HP now. Yeah, indeed. Does take off before Mazdamundi kills him, but like a couple volleys from these Chameleon Skinks could ruin him and just really throw Tzeentch in for a loop here. So you got to be a little bit careful. Tzeentch has to be quite careful here. And in fact, with the advent of Mazdamundi, it's looking pretty sketchy for the forces of Tzeentch. We're actually seeing Lizardmen start to make a comeback here. And despite the Doom Knights being able to trade quite well, it takes them a long time. And they're not really supporting the rest of the army while they're killing off these skinks. Not to mention another Ripperdactyl unit here. Now, I think the Doom Knights will win against the Ripperdactyls, but that doesn't really matter. They're just beelining it straight to his lord. Annette gonna be dropping down on the Exalted Lord of Change. Will he get the D-summon off? It's only 3 seconds, but it seems like he wants to keep him. The Ripperdactyls are going to be diving on in. This is absolutely brutal for Tzeentch. Now, one last spell for the road. It seems like he took the sacrifice of the Lord just to get this last spell. And he's going to go down, but he will be getting pretty good value here. Now, will that be enough for Tzeentch to come back? Probably not by the looks of it. I guess the Severed Claw could clear up the middle point potentially, but Mazdamundi's going to be a beast here now. An absolute beast. Seems like the Ripperdactyls are taking a bit of damage, but what's really left on the ground? Tzeentch has 2 units of halberds running, and that means he's not going to capture this point anytime soon. Over on the far side, Severed Claw are doing well, but some more units of infantry are coming in just to stall them out. And the Lizardmen do win in 5 minutes. In but 5 minutes, the Lizardmen should be able to start just closing out the game, really. So they don't really have to worry about value trading very much. They have about almost 2,000 gold worth of value trading to throw away for points, and I think that's gonna be mostly good. But honestly, they're still trading really well. But we have a 1 Exalted Flamer, definitely not going to be enough to clear out Masamundi. Doom Knights, lacking armor piercing, so they won't really do too well either. So it's basically just a single unit of Screamers, more or less. Will take loads of damage from the Javelin, so they'll be having a bit of a hard time too. Tzeentch, in the meantime, though, making a pretty big play. So the play for Tzeentch right now, he's basically just trying to stall out the middle point. Donkinson just wants to capture this point, buy him a little bit more time, possibly summon in some Marauder Horsemen, and use whatever units he summons in to try and get the value back on the table. After which he can sort of triple cap the Lizardmen and hopefully win through that way. But obviously that's going to be quite rough. Masamundi's still at extremely high HP, but you never know. Severed Claw, Severed Claw could actually get a lot of damage here. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, and Masamundi is sort of in the thick of it. Looks like a nice play is going to be disengaging. This game seems like a done deal. It seems like it's going to be pretty rough. Yeah, Helm's Deep with the Jabba the Hutt. Turn viewer, I can tell by your linguistics. But yeah, it's gonna be just very, very rough. Like, Tzeentch has to take this point in probably the next minute to stop just a Helm's Deep on the final point. Screamers getting a little bit of damage, but yeah, he's fine for his tournament life here at Donkinson. He's doing his best. Never blame a player for sticking to the end, though. You never wanna quit out of a game that you possibly could have won. Oh, Slanesh bots. 1 second. Hey, thank you very much, Rusty. But yeah, you never want to quit out of a game that you could have possibly won. And actually, going for a crazy swing play here. He's going for the Exalted Lord of Change. Now, this is an interesting choice. He has 24 Winds of Magic, so he has about 1 more spell of his Infernal Gateway. And he is a big terror-causing single entity. He might even be able to kill Masamundi. But the problem is that the timer is a little bit on the ropes now. Timer is at about 3 minutes before the end of the game. And that is not a lot of time at all. Yeah, game's gonna be ending real soon here, as the Lizardmen just basically have to... Wait, is that 3 minutes? Is that 3 minutes? 3 minutes and a bit? 400... Yeah, about 3 minutes. So he's gonna be I shouldn't not trust the mod. The mod knows all, but yeah. He's gonna be throwing down the last Infernal Gateway down to 6 Winds of Magic, so basically no more Winds of Magic. But honestly, I don't think Tzeentch has they don't have the speed. As much as this might be able to swing back the trading in their value, you can see they are actually slowly catching up. The Lizardmen have drawn the game to a close. They've held down the points. And Tzeentch actually consists quite a bit of slow infantry and flyers. So Tzeentch, anytime he's trading down, will generally have a harder time in winning domination games. Usually how the place that they want to be is trading up, and then they can go in for a big sweep of capture weight at the end. But this will just be rough. Big bombardment gonna be dropping on top of Masamundi. Unfortunately, I don't think it'll really kill Masamundi. It's not the biggest single entity killer in the world. No, it actually does a little bit of damage. Takes like about oh, look at that! Masamundi actually taking a lot of damage from the bombardment. I stand corrected. Maybe like 1,000 damage there on the Masamundi. Pretty good. Pretty good. Regardless, game's over in 1.5 minutes. So we'll see if this point gets captured. That would double the amount of time that Tzeentch has to win the game. He'd take about 1 minute to capture this, to travel to this point, and then yeah, and then he'd have to actually cap it. But you know, never count a man out. He summons in the Marauder Horsemen, some of the best capture weight for Tzeentch in the entire game. Honestly, they're gonna be pretty good here. Exalted Flamer looks like he's moving up, but not actually getting onto the point just yet. Gets a volley off. And you know, maybe if Tzeentch can kill off Masamundi and win this capture point, they can win it. Honestly, it was a good last-ditch effort to try and go for the double cap, but I think Lizardmen just hunker down here a little bit too hard. We're seeing some skinks they can move on there. Capture points not really being swayed at all because of Massive Mundi and his chunkiness. We even have some Saurus Warriors, some single entities, more than enough capture weight there. So I don't think Lizardmen are worried. On this side, they would be a little bit more worried, but with the points now ticking down, even if they do capture this right away, it's only going to be a minute to take this last point, and it shouldn't be enough. Hey, Quebec, hello, hello. Happy to have you here. All right, Ricky, peace out, peace out. Hope you have a wonderful day. Hope to see some Dark Elves. Yeah, there's been a weird lack of Dark Elves. Maybe I'll get a game in with them. In the usual pick 3 format, you do actually see a lot of Dark Elves, so it's weird not to have them. Oh my goodness. The Comet of Cassandora just nuking his own Lizardmen. Hits most of the warriors though, so I think honestly it would have been worth it, but there we go. That's a game, that's a game. We're gonna be playing against House Cat of War. Oh my goodness. Let's take a quick look at these skirmishers. They did well. They did well, but not well enough. Tzeentch just trading a little bit too down there over the course of the battle. Or, yeah, Tzeentch just trading a little bit too down. I think the initial engagement and the loss of the Lord was the biggest pain. The aspiring champions were sort of idle for a long time. Rough time, GG. GG, alright. So, we just gotta find our opponent then. At House Cat of War. We are up. Let's go ahead and get him. Looks like I gotta do some adminning real quick. One last. Get in the semifinals. An emergency just came up. Still want to take my place, but not hear anything from them. They don't respond. Your opponent can take the win. So it looks like there's like a little bit of dropping out for the casual tournament. Let's see. Let's see, who do we gotta do? Okay, at Trex. At Arc. Let's see here. If Comer Dinner doesn't respond, the winner between you two. Between you two. Go straight to finals. Alright, there we go. Let's go ahead and get our opponent ready. Alright, how are we gonna do this? Get that army blocker going. Glorious Luther army blocker. Is this the lobby? Does he have a lobby up? I guess I'll get a lobby up for him. Alright, there we go. He's just gonna grab some water real quick, nice, and that gives us a bit of time to chill. How's it going, chat? I'm enjoying the tournament so far. So far we've gotten 0 losses. I'm feeling quite good about that. Any factions you want to see today? I might be able to try squeezing them in. I don't want to meme too much though. Gotta get those wins in. Oh my goodness. Oh man. How long have we been streaming for? Only been streaming for 3.5 hours, right? We've only been streaming for 3.5 hours. Why do I feel so tired? Thankfully this tournament isn't gonna last too long. This is a semis, and then we play the finals, and then we're ready. The other side of the bracket is going a little bit slow, though. Some greenskins action, that'd be hype. Alright, here we go. Let's get the lobby going. Or, I mean, our faction picks. Let's see. Where's the faction picker at? There we go. Let's go ahead and give him the code. We can start picking factions. I saw someone type in greenskins. See a little bit of greenskins action. See a little bit of dark elves action. What's the map? Map is gonna be Battle for Itza. Alright. Pretty good map for a lot of factions. Alright, here we go. Oh my goodness. Oh, man. I'm really excited to play against Archer, I gotta say. Or Acre. I guess we'll call him Acre. I don't know. But yeah, I'm really excited to play against him because I haven't really played that many games versus him. And I feel like I really want to test my mettle against him because I know he's a really strong player. But yeah, Greenskin seems pretty hype. We still gotta pick the meta factions though, just so that we don't get screwed on the bans phase. Let's see. Has there been any Empire games? No Empire games, sadly. Empire just doesn't really cut it, really. What's my last faction? This map can be really scary when it comes to Cathay. I can go for like a Zinch action. Yeah, I guess I'll take a Zinch. It's sort of interesting for Zinch. It can be good, it can be not good. It says a really good map for slow factions in general though, just because they can get onto the capture points much faster. Alright, so who's picking the 4 factions? It looks like he's picking. Alright. So what we got? It's my Chaos versus Tomb Kings. That'd be an interesting one. And then my Tomb Kings versus Chaos. We have Counts versus Lizardmen. That's good for me. Coast versus Slanesh. That's bad. That's 3 bad already. A 4th bad matchup when we're done. Greenskins versus Norska. Slanesh versus Nurgle. Zinch versus Counts. There's a lot of bad ones. There's a lot of bad matchups. He could pull it through. I'm thinking the most likely one that we'll see is like Greenskins into Norska. I think that's the most likely one we see. What's the most one-sided matchup in the game? I don't know, probably Ogres versus someone. Ogres versus I don't know. Ogres versus Tomb Kings. There we go. That's really one-sided. That's insanely one-sided. Ogres versus Tomb Kings sounds like suffering. The best faction versus the worst. Yeah, so he's offering my Greenskins into his Norska, my Coast into his Slanesh, Chaos into his Tomb Kings. It's probably going to be Greenskins Norska. He's offering 4 matchups. Let's see what his 4th one is. Counts and Zinch. Is that a Counts and Zinch that I see? Vampire Counts and Zinch. That's such an interesting matchup. I want to play Zinch into his Counts. Oh, I really want to play Zinch into his Counts. I think I should take it. I'll take Zinch versus Vampire Counts. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get some Zinch action. This is pretty hype. On its, like I said, we have capture weight. It's better for our capture weight. I think Zinch is happy to face Counts. I think they are. Maybe I'm just terribly wrong here, but I do think Zinch I think that Zinch has what it takes. Don't see why I really gotta. I feel like this is fine. What do you guys think? Do you think Zinch is favored into Counts? I've already told him this is what I'm taking. Let's see. What's the worst that can happen? Yeah, Zinch is very good at blob killing. Let's see. How do I usually play this as Chaos? I'm gonna take a quick peek at my Chaos versus Vampire Counts build to take some inspiration. Yeah, that looks good. That looks about right. Yeah, no, this should be fine. This should be really good for us, I think. Anytime I say that, I feel like I'm going to be proven so incredibly wrong, but I feel like honestly we have what it takes to win it here. What can Vampire Counts really bring that would be exceptionally scary, really? Mass Cav? Mass Cav, maybe? It's not like Blue Fire. Blue Fire should wreck them. Plus, we have Screamers, too. Screamers are, like, the bane of all cavalry. Tzeentch is really good at winning cavalry fight. You just have to win the capture points after. Let's see. I do feel the need to have a lot of infantry, though. I think infantry is very important. I think infantry is very important, and then, honestly, just having a lot of infantry for cleanup is all I really need if he's just skelly spamming me. And then anything large just gets blue fired into oblivion, right? I only wish I had a Mortis engine, but unfortunately not. Yeah, let's do it. This feels like a good build. Mofet beats Counts in a land battle. That's that. Oh yeah, it only takes 20 minutes. Yeah, there you go. I guess he did win the domination game in the end, which is a good sign. But yeah, that is true. If we go off the Alfredino Mofet game, I'd say Tzeentch is probably favored though. Off of that. Vampire counts have to work really hard to stall me out. Tzeentch is just damage for days. Black Knights can be really good. Yeah, Black Knights can be good. I do need some form of anti-cavalry. Village. The Village fans out there. If only. Poor Village, man. Village is sorta I can't get behind Village. He needed armor piercing, really. I guess like they give every lord armor piercing, so it sort of makes him unique in that he doesn't have it, but it also makes him useless. There need to be more ways to counter endless armies of skeletons. There are ways to do that. You just hit them with marauders. It's actually not that hard to kill skeletons if you bring some chaff along with you. Most mid-tier infantry will tear apart skeletons in melee. So you can, like, if I brought like marauders and Forsaken, I'd be fine. I'd be more worried about Graveguard, honestly. Just like Graveguard, really. Yeah, basically just Graveguard. And it's not like I can't deal with them either. They're like a little bit scary, but I think I can shut them down. What's your opinion of Kislev at the moment in competitive? I feel like people just aren't trying them out enough. No one's really pushing the Kislev meta because there's a lot of factions that are just way stronger. So people just spend their time grinding out the good ones. Kislev overall, I would suspect they're in like a good place, but not in an amazing place. I think they scrap it out with the other bad factions well enough. But that's about it. My experience in Vampire Counts vs. Tzeentch is that Black Knights and Graveguard are generally the worst offenders. Yeah. I have a few tools for dealing with them, but we'll see how many there are. If he goes like maximum mass Graveguard, it could be a little bit scary. I do have a lot of guys for fighting them. It's not like I can't fight Graveguard. And plus I should have the single entity advantage, but you never know. Here we go. Let's see how this plays out. This is a really interesting one. I have no idea how this will play out. I think there's a decent chance that we lose this. It's a decent chance that we just don't have the DPS or the Graveguard are too hard to clear off the point. That's about it though. Good luck in your game, no problem. Yeah, Kislev is sort of like Empire. Yeah, they're just bad Cathay. I think that's right. The hybrid infantry don't really pay for themselves either. Yeah, I bet if you compare Kislev's hybrid infantry to just normal ranged with chevrons, it's not even that big of a difference. Kossars with spears are a nice touch. Kossars with spears are a nice touch, but it's not like, they're good. They're sort of like Lotho and Seaguard. They can defend themselves, but it doesn't really feel like any of Kislev's units are OP. Whoops, I took Void Pendulum. That's fine, though. We can use this a bit, I guess. It reduces his Winds of Magic by, like, nothing. He's not running out of Winds of Magic this game. Not with the double Necromancer play. Streltsy, yeah, Streltsy are handgunners that have to spend extra money on being a melee unit that doesn't want to be in melee. I'm feeling pretty good about this build. Alright, let's see how it goes. He has the Manfred. Pretty risky play, taking a flyer. We'll see if he decides to go for the dodges, though. He has skeletons, Graveguard. Alright. Now, I do have halberds. My halberds are my main way of killing off Graveguard. I'll be mostly relying on those guys. We're seeing the Manfred. Good old Manny. He wants a Fate of Bune on me. Just gonna pull back real quick and then send him a quick old blue fire. Let's give him a bit of pain. Can he dodge it? No. No, he cannot. That's a good start for me. Nice. And we just chase him down with the Kairos. Give him that Void Pendulum. Not a very useful ability. Nice. I think I just keep spamming out infantry. Mass infantry is really good versus these sort of playstyles of loads of infantry. So I'm just gonna sort of counter with that. Let's see here. Can I get a good shot down the side of this Graveguard unit? We'll see. Oh, there's skeleton warriors. I don't want to waste ammo on them. Cool. We'll keep chasing down the Manfred. He does have a Necromancer. It's just a mana battery. And Manfred has the Wind of Death, alright. Okay, and it looks like he landed too. Interesting. Oh, and he's picking back up into the air. See how that goes. Let's cycle charge these guys down just a little bit. Bring in my cavalry. Bring in another Forsaken. Mass infantry should be a winning play here. And now we're seeing an interesting position where I think we can just pin him down. Pin him down and give him a really bad time. This is a really bad time for Manfred. He doesn't want to be here. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. He gets the zombie summon. He summons some Vargeist. That's good. You know, that was a pretty good trap, I gotta say. That was a pretty decent trap. Kairos will still be able to get out of there with his life, though. So I don't think that's the end of the world for me. Here we go. We can get our double capture going, too. Skirmishers are getting loads of damage in. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. I would love to kill Manfred, though. He's been hanging out in my lines for too long. Here we go. Get some of these to counter these guys. Alright. Then, yeah, we'll just bog them down with the halberds. Get the screamers in there. And then, I believe we can just blue fire this guy down. This will be a little bit weird. I would love to kill the Manfred. He's quite low. We're reducing his Winds of Magic by a lot. There's no Mortis engine, so I think we're winning this so far. I think we're winning this. It's nothing amazing by any means, but I would believe that we're doing okay. That's a good Wind of Death, but it doesn't... We have armor, so it's not going to be as scary versus us here. And then Kairos is just sort of sitting here while Manfred is just getting ruined by my halberds. I'm just going to start overcasting this too. We're going to shut down these fell bats real quick with some summons of our fell bats. And we'll just keep bullying Manfred, honestly. Let's see here. We can even net him down if the situation provides itself. I'm not liking those doggos, though. They're very painful. But I'd say overall the front line's going okay. It's not like he has a Mortis engine. So my front line does actually trade decently well into him. I'm just going to keep overcasting into him. I really wanna kill Manfred. He's just a target ripe for the picking. Let's see if he decides to fly up too, because I might be able to net him down and then hit him with my skirmishers. I'm really aiming for that. Oh, we can beat him up with the Kairos too. But where will he fly? Where will he fly? Man, he's so close. There we go. There's the net. And then there is a focus fire. So we're gonna focus fire him down. There we go. Big old missile spell directly on top of him. Just everything. Just get the everything on top of Manfred. That should do. Nice. Nice. Looks like the skirmishers are doing all right. Okay. I'd say things are going pretty well. With the loss of Manfred, it's going to be very painful for the vampire counts to come back here. Because now all I got to do is just, you know, they're going to be lordless. That's like a lot of Winds of Magic that they're losing out on. Alright, nice. Bats can start chasing them, and then I think I'm feeling safe enough to summon in some proper AoE now. There we go. Manfred's down. He's down just like that. One last Void Pendulum for the road. Alright, there we go. So he's down. Fellow bats are trading in. My halberds are doing pretty well here. And I think I can just start flaming these guys to death. Manfred is dead. Sweet. And then, yeah, now it's just all on my infantry. So there are a lot of zombies here. Marauders will trade exceptionally well into them. So we're just going to spam those guys out. And then for this Grave Guard, we can just kite them into oblivion. They'll never be able to capture that point as long as I'm dancing there. And there we go. He sees it's over. GG. Pretty good, pretty good. That was just a Kairos. That was just a Kairos, yeah. Nagash was weak, dies. Manfred with the 300 value. That Wind of Death honestly did like nothing. I wonder if it just whiffed or missed my units or something. That was rough though. Yeah, and then I just had a chunky front line. Like my warrior halberds didn't get that much value, but they just sort of ground down a lot of his infantry. Just sort of thinned the herd. I don't think the ROR Vargeist were good here. The dogs really got shut down by my bats. I think we were really ready for this build. We were very ready for this. But GG. Kairos seems like a waste of time to try and kill. 100%. Kairos is like... he loves it when he's being chased around, man. He loves it. Alright, here we go. On to the next map. What are we looking at? Next map is gonna be Black Ark. Nice. Been a while since we got onto Black Ark. Pretty good. And then we can go ahead and get our next faction selection going. Oh, man. Yeah, I feel like that build is pretty good. I don't think it was perfect, though, but I think, like, it had enough grindiness to it. If he had gone max Graveguard, my skirmishers would have had they would have had a lot more time to just do as they wished, essentially. And Black Ark is an awkward one for vampire counts, ain't it? I don't know how much I really want to play counts on Black Ark. Honestly, there's a lot of factions that are sort of awkward here. Yeah, of course, steal the build, of course. All my builds are always public. I encourage you to push the meta with your newfound knowledge. Who's gone on Black Ark? I guess these guys. Let's see here. Yeah, Black Ark's a really weird map. It ends up being so big that even some ranged factions can have a hard time doing well on it. Oh man, it's a hard one. You know, honestly, I love playing Tzeentch on Black Ark. I feel a bit bad that I burned him. That I don't have Tzeentch for it anymore. But we'll make do. We'll make do. What's my last faction on the Black Ark? I feel like I want to save vampire counts for the last map. So maybe I don't even run them. Sure, let's try Skaven. Okay, we matched Skaven into Tomb King, so that's a no-go. That's definitely that's a hard nada. So what are we looking at? So Slaanesh into Nurgle is a good one, obviously. Norska versus Chaos, no. Tomb Kings versus Khorne is a yes. Chaos versus Slaanesh is a weird one. I think Slaanesh is generally favored, so I'd prefer avoiding it. Dark Elf Mirror. Now that's a fun one. Let's see. Lizardmen versus Norska. I want to see if I can avoid the mirror, because I want to. I'd rather have an asymmetric matchup. Would I rather play the Dark Elf Mirror, or would I rather play? How would a Dark Elf Mirror even play out? It's like it's so volatile because you have such similar units that you're almost trading 1-for-1 constantly. I could take Chaos into Slaanesh. As insane as it seems, Chaos isn't... Is Chaos... Can Chaos face off against Slanesh? I'm trying to think right now. Because Slanesh can take a lot of what Chaos has, but better. I would say... honestly, let's try it. I fancy my odds. I wouldn't run it in the previous patch, but I feel like on this one, Chaos into Slanesh is alright. Tomb Kings into Corn? Yeah, I don't wanna... Wait, what do you mean? Tomb Kings, Corn? Oh yeah, Tomb Kings, yeah. Tomb Kings just destroy Corn, for sure. There's no way Tomb Kings loses to Corn. I guess there is a way. If you actually look at the leaderboard stats, Corn does actually win out against Tomb Kings a lot. Probably because of the fire damage, but I think if you play it right, Tomb King should be fine. Lizardman into Norska seems better. I have that as part of the list, yeah, so I don't think he'll take it, however. Yeah, the Dark Elf. Dark Elf. Well, I guess you're saying Norska, like he could beat my Lizardman with Norska better than the Mirror. Okay, he's actually taking it. Dang. So, cool. This is one that I actually fancy myself here. I actually quite like this matchup. Joke's on him. So, Lizardman into Norska. So the thing about Norska is that they will generally win any frontline fight very easily. So you have to be very careful about that. I don't think Norska's that terrifying, though. Norska is missing a lot of the stuff that many of the other factions want to do well. So I'm honestly, I'm not too worried about Norska. I feel like we're fine. I feel like we're fine against Norska. Just a little bit of Norska action. Because yeah, like what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? I guess he does have javelins. He does have some scary single entities, so I guess I do have to be wary, at least. I should be wary of the situation, but overall, I fancy my odds here. It's like Norska. It's such a big map. I don't think Norska does especially well on Black Ark. Overconfidence? I guess. It's only overconfidence if we lose. It's only overconfidence if we lose, and most of the time we be winning. Let's see. I gotta say though, when I do lose after being overconfident, it hurts so much. It's like, oh my gosh, how could this have happened? What have I been doing with my life? But yeah, I think we should be fine. I have a pretty spicy build for you guys to see in a second. Maybe it's a bad build. But I feel like I like where it's going. It makes me feel strong. It makes me feel powerful. Let's see. Probably want one of these guys? Nah, that's a bad choice. I'm sort of worried about... What am I honestly worried about for Norska? He has scary infantry. His mobility isn't the worst, but his horsemen are. Marauder horsemen are a menace. So I gotta be really wary about them. But other than the Marauder horsemen, do I really have to be that afraid? My initial answer is no. My initial thought is no. This is a janky build though. Oh boy. Let's see. I think we're alright. I think I got a build. Can I shuffle some things around to make the build even better? Possibly. Possibly not. Let's just try this out. I think we're fine. It's Dread Saurian time. It's Dread Saurian 24/7. I think what I have going right now should be pretty hard for Norska to beat. Specifically on Black Ark. I don't think I'd be as excited if it was any other map. But on this one, on this particular map, I'm feeling pretty happy. Yeah, Hunter champions. Yeah. What's this? Hunter champions are... What are hunter champions? Hunter champions isn't the thing, right? It's just normal hunters and axe throwers, right? There's no champion hunters. Maybe I'm wrong. Am I going crazy? But yeah, my gut tells me we're fine. Hunter of Champions for Wolfric, yeah. Ah, Hunter of Champions. My bad, my bad. Hunter of Champions. Very true, very true. We gotta be worried about Wolfric. Though, the funny thing is, Lizardmen are... They're stronger than Norska at single entities, and they're also stronger than Norska at kiting. Meanwhile, Norska is stronger with just infantry. So it's a bit of a conundrum. Norskan infantry scary, but are they gonna crush it? Is Norskan infantry gonna be the OP, the winners of today? I think not. I think not. Black Ark is a really bad map for infantry. Had it been Itza, I'd be a little bit more worried. I think Itza's a really good map for infantry. But I think in this case, we're okay. We'll see if we're proven wrong, though. I put my confidence level at 1 million. Nah, I think there's like, maybe like, maybe like 25% chance that we lose this. Total War, Warhammer 3, Immortal Empires, best game in my life. Yeah, I know, right? Really good one. I gotta say, there's probably other games that I could say are more, that I enjoyed more. But in terms of just time sunk in, I really enjoy Warhammer 3. It's great. Warhammer 3 and Warhammer 2, both are just amazing. Do you remember you bring Void Pendulum? Yes, I remember. Warcraft 3? Ah, some Warcraft fans. Alright, if you watch my stream at all, you know what I'm doing. This build, let it be a surprise to no one. Where's my caster? Ba-boom. Boom. Skink Oracle caster. Sick. Amazing. This guy's coming in with the healing. He's great. He has a healing. I don't know why it says he has all the spells. Why does it say he has all the spells? Why does it say that? I swear I disabled those spells. Is he supposed to be this expensive? I think I disabled the spells, right? Otherwise he'd cost like 3,000, right? Is that... It's just displaying wrong, right? Well, you know, whatever. Whatever. Maybe he has all the spells. Nevertheless, he also has healing, which is pretty hype. And he is going to be coming on in to heal up these single entities here. We have the Nakai, Shredder. Shredder has a solid 15% missile resist, plus 10% ward save on Nakai. Gonna be keeping both of them very nice and happy. And then I'm just gonna kite him out. We're just gonna kite him out. And to start off the battle, he has some Marauder Horsemen. He has some guys on the low ground. Nothing too special. We're gonna go hard on these guys on the high ground. We're gonna bring these guys over to the middle area. And then if he pulls these guys over to the flank, my skirmishers just bully his marauders until the end of time. And then he'll be fine. Now, I would like to get myself a Pterodon rider. We're going full kite today, so that means just all in on the kite, basically. We wanna really just punish all of his skirmishers, and these chameleon skinks are gonna be great for that. We're not even gonna pull back away from these horsemen, because we just want to fight that much. Never mind, we're gonna start pulling back a little bit. Now we're close to the Dreadsaurian, so these guys can start pulling back, and these guys can start chasing. And it's really important to keep close on the tail of your enemy, with something like a Dreadsaurian on the back end to help defend. This allows you to maximize your value on your skirmishers, and it's a pretty good time, because they will get you insane value. In the meantime, Fire Leech Bola is going to be beating up his marauders, doing great. Over here, it's looking like, yeah, that's a good Marauder Horseman killing right there. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now we can bring these guys over, capture this point, and then over here, I sort of want to just wait for my caster. Honestly, the caster's pretty hype. Caster's pretty hype. I might want to just wait for him. No, we'll wait. We'll wait the million. We'll wait for the 1,000,000 gold I need to summon him in. In the meantime, I guess we can rock drop these Marauder champions. There we go. It looks like he went for a Fimir Caster Lord. Interesting. Just Pit of Shades. All right. Boy, he doesn't want every single spell in the book. What a madman. Alright, anyways. Let's keep pushing down over here. I think we can secure this low ground fairly well. So we just keep beating up these Marauder champions. You might think it's a bad trade, but it's actually not too bad for skirmishers to go for that. Now, his horsemen are going to be starting to transition down onto the low ground. That's fine. We mostly just want to secure this high ground area and give him a hard time. Honestly, I'm never going to summon that caster, am I? He's just going to be stuck in the pits forever. Alright, let's pull these guys back. And then we're going to start getting our single entities moving on in. That's a nice pit of shades, though, I must say. But it's time to get the Shredder of Lustria initiated into the main fight. For Pterodons to keep bullying these Marauders. And we'll see how well this does, because he does have his kite here. He does have the chariots, which are moving on in, which I'm not the biggest fan of. But we should be able to still kite him out okay. Man, the choice on the caster. I feel like my caster, I did him a bit dirty. I did him a little bit dirty. My caster is not really too present right now. It's a bit unfortunate. Nevertheless, it looks like we are starting to push through this middle area very well. Those Marauder champions are running for the hills. Let's just keep on pushing forwards. We'll have that caster soon enough. I'm starting to think it's not even worth it taking that caster, really. What's he gonna do for me? Whatever. We'll just keep beating him up with our Dreadsaurian. Pull these guys back a little bit. And we're just gonna keep going for this middle point secure. Honestly, I think he's just too expensive. We don't even need him. We don't need him right now. We're gonna get some better tools. I want Pterodon. And I want some more Feral Cold ones. Those guys would be great. There we go. Looks like we routed off his Lord. Sweet. Shredder of Lustria just wrecking shop. Nice. Then as long as these chariots don't get too much on top of me, we're okay. The Kai should be able to pressure this guy off for a good amount of time. And then this is why I have the Skinks. They're there to just push back those Marauder horsemen. Alright. Let's see how Nakai does in this situation. We do have a lot of guys over here that I have to worry about. Yeah, I shouldn't have put my caster just so expensive there. That was a bit of a misplay. Okay, Nakai getting a bit dived on by the doggos. That's okay. It's okay. I'd say okay. Skirmishers are still doing fine. For cold ones, rampaging. Yeah, let's see here. I think I got pulled the Nakai back real quick. I'm sort of botching this game. I'm not playing this as well as I should be. Let's see here. Over here, let's get some skinks to secure this location. And then we'll just pull this way. Nakai can juke and dodge the skirmishers. And these guys are sort of my biggest problem right now. Wow, what's killing my Shredder? What's killing my Shredder? He just has like something doing loads of damage to it. That's a little bit spooky. We'll just pull it back, make sure it's nice and safe. And then we'll just capture this low ground point, like it's no problem. There we go, get the Chameleon Skinks a little bit further onwards, nice. We are routing off most of his infantry, he does have a pretty nice point lead. I think there's a pretty decent chance that we lose this. Wait, based on how I'm playing this right now, I feel like I'm sort of botching up my engagements. Still though, we do have this. We have the Razor, the Pterodons, the Ripperdactyls on top of his Marauder horsemen. They should be able to wear him down. I'm not too worried about the Shredder of Lustria taking damage from his axe throwers. I think that's fine. And we'll just pull it right on into these guys. Man, my Ripperdactyls, they kept leashing onto his guys over here. That's not a good look. Still though, I think we killed off most of his horsemen, which is a plus. They should all be routing off from this sort of situation. Nice, nice. Okay, there we go. It's a mass rout. I'll take that. I'll take that. In the meantime, let's also just go for a Lord Snipe real quick. It's a bit of a janky. We're doing this a little bit janky, but I think it's working well enough. You know, it's going. It's going. We're sort of picking off his Lord. I'll take it. The Kai's, you know, wrecking shop. His Lord's about to rout off again. Okay, nice. And now I want to start thinking about spamming out. I want to start thinking about spamming out some more guys here, like my caster. Heal up this Dreadsaurian, get it into a bit of a better situation. I'd love to kill his Lord, but he's just a tanky little fellow. He's refusing to die. There we go. There's a big chomp on with the Shredder. I'll take it. I'll take it. That's a big pit of shades, though. I think I just gotta escort him off. I gotta escort him off here with my Ripperdactyls. If I can do that, then I think we're okay. Let's bring back the Shredder now. There we go. Jeez. My caster's such a pain in the butt. He's never coming. Alright, here we go. Let's chase off his lord. Let's chase off his lord. There we go. We routed off the skin wolves. I'll take it. The Kai can sort of support in that area. There we go. Keep chasing this guy off. Norska without their lord is going to be pretty painful for them. So I'm hoping that sort of hard carries in a second here. There we go. We finally have that low ground. Took me a while, but we got there. Shredder getting a little bit bullied. Okay, finally the Skink Oracle, right as the Shredder routes, so that's a little bit awkward, ain't it? But it does tear out the Skin Wolves. Now, does this guy have all the spells? No, he only has the one, so we did spec him out properly. Yeah, the Shredder sort of got wrecked there. We'll see, though. We'll see. Maybe we can save it. Maybe we can save this bad boy yet. Come on, Shredder. Come on, Shredder. Just live. Just live. Come on. It's so close. It's so close. There we go. Shredder might live. Nakai might die, though. So let's give him a leadership boost. Let's pull him out of those Marauder Horsemen real quick. Looks like his lord is off the battlefield, finally. There we go. Shredder's back, baby. All right, and now we can get under. Now we can get underway with the Shredder back. This guy should be doomed. Huge flock of doom over here. He's lost his lord. That should be a massive leadership hit for his units. And now we should be starting to come back here. I think Nakai should be able to help clear out that problem too. Come on, Nakai, live. Live. Here we go. Skin Wolves shouldn't be too much of a problem. Looks like my skinks in the back line are doing good, eh? And it's a mass rout. Sweet. Totally not close in the slightest. All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take a mass rout any time of the day. Yeah, his lord's gone, so his leadership is really suffering here. I gotta say, I might not have played this the best ever. I think the Skink Oracle is like the worst unit in the world for this situation. Skink Oracle just felt bad. Skink Oracle felt real bad. Just because, oh my gosh, come on. Get over there. Yeah, Skink Oracle felt really bad just because he was so expensive. He's definitely a starting army type of guy. There we go. But at the very least now, nothing has leadership anymore. So I should be able to just wipe off the rest of these guys. We're seeing mass routes on the Norskin side of things. There we go. There go the Skin Wolves. What a janky game. My Chameleon Skinks. Honestly, that one chariot was really good against my Chameleons. Had his chariots just gone on top of them a little bit better at the start of the game, I think we would have been pretty boned. But going for the all-in play to just try and snipe his lord was definitely how we wanted to play this. And I think that's going to be working well for us as we'll be taking what looks to be the win. Let's get another heal on this Dreadsaurian. Such sketchy healing. If I just had 2 Rev Crystals, they would have been like 10 times better than this caster. I could have just had like a Flock of Doom caster. I don't know why I was trying to be so fancy with them. Because he's not even that great of a fighter too. He's sort of generic. Sort of generic. Alright, nice. Now we can get into that phase of the game where we just start spamming out Chameleon Skinks. They're really good for closing out the game because they just trade up so well. Here we go. Another big charge on those Marauders. Nice. Alright. There we go. I think as long as we just keep on healing these guys, we're fine. And of course, the Chameleon Skinks will be the counter for his horsemen. So not too worried there. Another overcast heal just to get these guys picked up as much as possible. Looks like this, with the chariot actually being a bit scary. I think my Saurus will be able to hard carry there, though. Nice. Looks like those guys are routed off, and I think we can even start going for a triple cap now. More skinks. More skinks. As long as I don't have to, as long as the chariots don't show up, we'll be okay. Alright, we're just burning all the magic I've saved up over the course of the battle. Oh my gosh, that was so awkward. Definitely, I think if you cut the Skink Oracle, this is actually a pretty good build. You just need more Feral Cold ones to deal with the chariots, basically. Yeah, but it's not a it's a build you can win with for sure. All right, here we go. We got the skirmishers here. We're good. We're good. He's getting a nice surround on my Saurian though. Pretty painful, honestly. Let's get another heal on them. Nice. Okay, and then we just gotta secure this location now. Low ground's gonna go down, unfortunately, but I don't think there's much I can really do about that. But we'll be capturing the high ground, so we'll still have a point lead, I think. Yeah, Lord sniping. Lord sniping with the win. Yeah, the Lord snipe was so important here. Even if he just straight up desummoned his guy, it would have gone way better. It was a Hail Mary play because of my bad choice of reinforcements, but we're fine now. We've stabilized. There we go. Another huge route on these guys. Just a big old terror route on them. We can escort them off the edge of the map nice and easy like. There we go. Alright. Let's see here. There we go. These Ripperdactyls can escort them off. And then these guys can just clean up the rest. Yeah, we've secured the high ground. We've done it. Love my content. Thank you very much. You often found people go for Lord sniping as soon as I start winning. Yeah, you gotta be really careful. Protecting your Lord is one of the most important tools you can learn for Warhammer. It's very, very important to keep your Lord alive. But yeah, those chariots were very painful. Man, this guy, did he really get his value back? I guess he almost heal capped the Dread Saurian. So he like, you know, he did alright. He did alright. The Skink Oracle is just so janky though. I wonder how much value the Earthbloods accumulated. Probably a good amount. The fact that it barely kept the Saurian alive was huge. But like, just having 2 Rev Crystals would have been better. So however much value he got, I think we could have just done better. Yeah. Alright, nice. Let's abandon this point. I don't think he's going to recapture it anytime soon. Whew. Bring this guy down to the low ground finally. Get some Feral Cold One action going. Get some, you know, skinks, some basic skinks. I just want to get the capture weight on this point. I think we've gotten enough of a lead where I can put the pressure on and just get the triple cap. If I wanted to play really safe, I would just stick with probably just the skinks. Just keep the skinks nice and safe, but I think we're fine. Just to make sure he doesn't summon in a chariot to hunt these guys down, we're gonna bring in a Feral Cold One to be the counter for that. And it seems like on the low ground things are going well. I don't even need to bring more guys there. Sweet. Oh, skirmish mode is on. Would you look at that? I didn't even notice. Didn't even notice the skirmish mode. There we go. There's a low ground captured. He's spamming a lot of axe throwers now, but they're not too much of a problem. Skinks will trade exceptionally well into axe throwers. I'm not worried about that. Yeah, killing the enemy lord is definitely the biggest way to shift balance of power. It's just such a huge swing because it's an army-wide debuff. And it's immediate too. Whoa, right. There we go. Outstanding move to leave the caster for so long to make the opponent forget about magic. Yeah, he only got 1 Pit of Shades. He only got the 1 Pit of Shades out, but I don't think he had time to really cast many more. Oh, man. GG. Yeah, it's a mod. We're using a mod. Unfortunately, CA haven't fixed their in-game UI, but I'm hoping that the extra that's showing it off would help push for that. Alright. Looks like the Skinks, yeah, they did great. Skinks did great. The Shredder actually got 3,000 value by the end of it. This guy was a terrible idea. Don't run him in your builds. I don't care if he got value. Ripperdactyls were okay. We almost threw there, but I think we just sort of... We played a bit better with the Lord Snipe and barely keeping the Saurian alive. And that's sort of what did it for us. GG! Alright. Now, we just start casting games until we hit our opponent. Sweet. Oh, man, yeah. Yeah, Nikai was huge. That extra leadership. Nikai giving extra, or not leadership, but the perfect vigor does give leadership. Damage resist and vigor was huge for the Shredder. It barely kept it alive there. Nikai actually did do a lot of work. Yeah, he's a really nice combo with these expensive pieces just because of this. The golden tributes. Alright, well there we go. Sketchy game aside. Alright, so what were the two matches? We played, yeah, Zinch versus Vampire Counts. There we go. So Zinch versus Counts was one. And then Norska lost to our... What's it? Let's see here. Zinch. And then we played Lizardmen. Hey, we finally got a win for Lizardmen. Vampire Counts and Norska. There we go. Yeah, we're getting a few wins with Lizardmen. Happy to see. And now we're in the ace match, so we're waiting for Sandwich and an Acre, or Archer, however you say his name. Let's see if they have a lobby up. Where are they at? Where are these guys at? Seems like they don't have a lobby up just yet. Alright, at Acre. How do you, what's this guy's name? Let's see, at ACH. All I see is Achilles. Where is this guy? Where is this guy? ACHER. He's not showing up on my Discord. Maybe I just have to DM him. At Sandwich. You have a lobby up. Let's see. Ugh, man. Yeah, ODM power. We're doing well. We're in the finals of our own tournament. I should start, like, having a prize pool just so that I can defend something. He's Maestro in Discord. Nice. At Maestro. I don't see him. Oh, man. See, did they add each other in the thing? Maestro. Oh, okay, there we go. At Maestro. If you have a lobby. I'm gonna assume that they're in-game right now, so now's a good time to take a break. We have potentially 3 to 5 more games before the end of the day. Let's see if we can do it. If you guys are in the casual tournament, I'm gonna skip out on casting your games today, so just sort of feel free to finish that up as you wish. And then we'll be good to go. Let's see. Don't wait for me in the finals. I wonder if Alfredino's still casting. I think Alfredino's probably out by this point. Have an entry fee just to get more money. Oh my gosh. I'm just making profit off of my tournaments. That would be insane. Oh my goodness. Oh man. I'm interested to see how this plays out. I can't wait to play against this guy. I've heard so much about him. Oh, did Maestro lose? What's happening? He sent me a picture. Maestro sent me a picture of getting... Oh my gosh. Yo, I gotta show this to you guys. Oh my gosh. Maestro has just suffered the worst thing that can possibly happen. Or the worst feeling you can get as a player. You guys, brace yourselves. Brace yourselves. You seeing this? Are you guys seeing this right now? Yeah, you guys seeing this right now? Are you seeing this right now? Because I'm telling you right now, green doesn't look like they won it. He lost with 21 seconds on the clock. 21 seconds. Oh my goodness. I felt this before. It's happened to me before. It happened to the best of us. But yeah, that is not a good time. He picked Vampire Coast and Tomb Kings? That's true, that's true. Maybe deserved. Maybe it's deserved. Yeah, true pain. If you want to feel pain and suffering, that's where you go. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is, yeah. So the match would have ended in 21 seconds. If he had held the last capture point for 21 seconds, he would have won. If he had 2 points, 10 seconds. If he had held his 2 points for 10 seconds longer. This is close enough where oftentimes people don't capture the points at the beginning of the game. They tend to, sometimes they'll just focus on trading. And that gap in time is enough to have caused a win here. Crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. But unfortunately, it happens. The game is cruel, and it will cut you off if it has to. Yeah, plus it's Tomb Kings. He almost beat Tomb Kings with the coast. If only, man. Let's see here. We need a spec slot. Is that the last match? They were playing on Itza. Itza is the... In the semis, Itza is the first match. So they should be getting into their second match now. Let's see. Sandwich. Sandwich. Oh, nice. He just sent me a spec slot. Sweet. Alright, let's get in there. Up and away. Oh, geez. Army blocker. Okay, there we go. We got there. We got there in time. I'm always like, I always forget about the army blocker. Password invalid. Oh. He has a different password. There we go. Alright, sweet. Now we get to spectate the match between our opponents. We see, Acre. I'm gonna call him Acre from here on out. He barely lost with the Vampire Coast against the Tomb Kings. Will he be able to defeat Sandwich with what it appears to be the Greenskins against possibly another faction? Interested to see how this goes. Greenskins have had generally a pretty bad win rate as of late, so maybe they're falling out of grace. They used to be quite popular, especially among RTK. So I'm surprised that they're starting to lose now. Yeah, Tomb Kings are really big pain and suffering. Vampire Coast versus Tomb Kings used to be favored for Tomb Kings in land battle, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was the same in domination. They're just faster. They got equally good ranged, except their range is faster. What is this, Skaven? It's gonna be a Skaven game? What's going on over here? This should be interesting. Skaven versus who? Place your bets. Who do you think the even matchup with Skaven is? Greenskins, maybe? Maybe, none of the meta factions, surely. I guess he did play Coast into Tomb Kings. There's a chance that he plays Skaven into, like, Chaos. Bretonia? Nah, he's just flipping factions. He's just trolling. He's doing a bit of trolling. Let's just sit back, relax, and wait a bit. Good time to stretch your legs, by the way. It's been a long stream. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Looks like the stream will be ending before 6 hours. That's actually a fairly good tournament run time, I'd say. Cathay, maybe? That'd be good. Now he's hovering Slanesh. Interesting, interesting. I'm gonna stretch my legs. Man, this tournament lasted a lot longer than I thought. Being only 5 rounds, lasting more than 5 hours feels a little bit long, but what can you do? You know, maybe if we just 3-0 the winner here, then it'll be a shorter tournament. That's my incentive. It's my incentive to just crush some face. Best about tournaments is how long the streams are. I guess it's fun. It's fun to have some long streams. Is he playing dwarves? I doubt it. You can't play most factions since you lack their DLC. Ah, that's a shame. That's a shame. You know, you can still play in the tournaments though, even if you don't have the DLCs. Just sign up for the casual tournament. It's set up to work even if you don't have that many factions. Think Peasant Horseman plus Plague of Rust would be good for the Skaven dogs. Wait, what? Would work as well as the Skaven dogs. Oh, I'd say probably not. Peasant Horsemen don't have the same crazy DPS that dogs have. So, like, a lot of cavalry rely on their single charge to do well. Yeah. Whew. A great tech for Cathay you learned from this stream is the gold chevron peasants. Yeah, I know, it makes them unbreakable. It actually makes them unbreakable. That plus harmony And I'm pretty sure they have more leadership than dwarves. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's just because it makes them so reliable. Like, you have a 500 gold unit that's anti-large. Like, they become a better spear unit than any other spear unit for every other faction. Compare them to high elves. They cost the same and they're just way better. Leadership is great. I guess they have less armor, but like, sort of fine. Honestly, I know they have pretty close armor. High elf spears don't have that much. Yeah, like they perform almost like a 600 or like 650 gold spear unit. The better than literal Phoenix Guard. I've seen some comparisons where people show off how like these gold chevron guys do as well as like a whole like 2 tiers above what they should be. It's really because of the harmony bonuses. It just stacks so many stats on top of a unit. And they stay relatively cheap too. Okay, and the picks are in. So it looks like, what's it? Can I save this image? Save the image. Get it into here. Yep, there we go. And then show off this. So here are the picks. Akar sent me the image. You can see he doesn't use dark mode on Google. Shame on him. Actually, almost impressive that his eyeballs can handle such whiteness. But regardless, we have Greenskins versus Vampire Counts. That's Count's favorite. Slanesh will beat Dwarves if you bring Chariots. Tzeentch, in theory, beats Norska. Though I've seen Norska punch back pretty hard. Dark Elves versus Slanesh. Of course, Slanesh always gonna win it. Tomb Kings versus Vampire Coast. Tomb Kings will win that one for sure. And then you got the, and then that's the other way. So it looks like Sandwich is actually looking to play as the Tomb Kings this time. He'll be interested in that. Empire versus Chaos, no shot. And Chaos versus Skaven, also no shot. Chaos is just great. So let's see what matchup we get. Anyone that you guys are looking forward to? We have a few good ones. I would say, what? So Counts. I would say, Akar. I'm just gonna call him Archer. Akar sounds weird. I think Archer has the better lineup of factions here. He has Counts, Slanesh, Tomb Kings, Chaos. I think that's just a beautiful lineup versus Greenskins, Dark Elves, Coast, and Skaven. I think the lineup's just too good. Great tournament. Love your commentary. Thank you very much. It's been going for a while, but it's no 9-hour tournament. Turn is unapologetic about his 9-hour tournaments. They are fun, but they take so much out of me. I love hosting shorter tournaments. Whew. You had more value, but you played the points better. Which one is this? Archer played a Dowie Mirror against you the other day. Oh, dang. I see. Yeah. Just drink a bag of milk and you're ready to go again? That's true. I sort of want to save my appetite for dinner after this. I'm looking forward to a big old dinner. Maybe eat some shakshuka again. Honestly, I love the dish. It's pretty tomatoey, but I actually quite like tomatoes and onions, so it's like perfect for me. And let's see, it looks like what? Are we going to see Dwarves versus Slanesh? There's no way. There's no way they go Dwarves versus Slanesh. That would just be madness. Do you think Death Hags change the Slanesh matchup? Blood Altars rip apart cavalry? I would say probably not. Probably not. It's bugged, right? Isn't it bugged where they shoot a lot? They like shoot 3 times as much? Or Death Hags are just like... Are Death Hags just the melee guys? Because I don't know how I feel about that. Are they seriously going to play Tomb Kings into Coast again? Just the other side of the matchup? This is how you show dominance, guys. You just win both ends of the matchup. People can't really talk down to you after you do that. You're just like, alright. I'll win it no matter which side I'm on. But yeah, I think Death Hags, I'd have to test it out. I honestly haven't run Death Hags, but based on how much I've seen them, I'm feeling like they're not actually that great. Yeah, I heard that they're bugged, and I heard that it doesn't even matter. Like, that they're still weak despite the bugs. Yeah, they're a really large target, too. For Slaanesh, it matters less, because Slaanesh doesn't have ranged. But I feel like Slaanesh can just rush them. Rush them with cavalry, kill everything, and then just fight the Death Hags on with single entities. So I don't think Slaanesh is that worried. Gotta say though, I'm quite liking these tournaments. Turnout's looking pretty good. I think we got a little bit less than we did last time, but it's more than enough to have a good tournament. Plus they're ending at a decent pace. You know, I don't want European players to just be. I don't want European players to be playing until like 4 a.m. right? Even right now, it's starting to get pretty late, so I'm sure they're sort of happy to see things start to wrap up now instead of having even more rounds. Though there is something to be said. So I was thinking of a different tournament format where it's basically the same as this, except we do except we have a losers bracket to fight for second place. There wouldn't be any reward for it, which is a bit weird. But I think that'd be pretty cool. So you have a losers bracket and then you just don't play the last match. I guess people would just be like, "Oh, why are we playing the losers bracket then?" So, like, you do sort of need a prize there. I don't know. Maybe the management isn't worth it. Maybe it's just too much to manage an extra losers bracket. How do you guys feel about that? Anyone here who played in the casual tournament that would be interested in a losers bracket just to have extra games in? Because I know a lot of people play tournaments just to be good practice. So maybe there's some of that. Enticity, do you feel like the stats on Total Tavern are reflecting which factions are the best in the meta? Based on how you specifically phrase that question, I would say yes. So if you look at the top players on Total Tavern, almost it's like 6 for 7 correct. So, or 5 for 6. Tomb Kings, Chaos, Slaanesh, Vampire Counts, Grand Cathay. All of those guys are exceptionally good factions. Demons of Chaos, though, that's just because people are... There's some Demons of Chaos mains. That's not indicative. But you can tell because not a lot of people are playing them. Vampire Coast is actually higher than I thought it would be. But, yeah, it's fairly reflective of where factions are balanced. But I don't think it actually says how well balanced they are. I think that information is a little bit more hidden. So, like, if you look at Ogre Kingdoms with the 14% win rate, I don't think that's actually because Ogre Kingdoms are actually that bad. Ogre Kingdoms are... They actually have decent punch, right? So it's not like it's unwinnable for them. But I think it's just like... It's just a factor of people not playing them as much. Man, are these guys still picking their factions? Why is it taking so long? I have no idea. Are they waiting for me? What's going on? But yeah. The win percentages doesn't show how strong a faction is, but it shows which ones are in the top. Losers bracket would be good, though it would need something at the end. Yeah, I feel like I need to do like a $10 prize and then a $5 prize. I would love to have some prizes going in onto my tournaments, but it gets expensive really quickly. It's sort of the problem. Because I sort of like just being able to freely host tournaments. But like, yeah, I don't know. I think I wouldn't care as much if it was easier to transfer money too. Because there's two ways to do it. One is through PayPal, and they charge you $2 for sending $5. Like, how are you supposed to feel good about that? Alternatively, you send a Steam gift card to people. And then the Steam gift card, you need to be friends on Steam. Oh, they went Vampire Counts versus Skaven, I think. Chaos versus Skaven. There we go. Interesting. Yeah, and then you send Steam gift cards, but you need to be friends for like a week before you can send Steam gift cards. So that's also a pain. So yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a little bit janky. Once you start mixing in prizes there. So I don't know. Just send crypto Jesus. Yeah, there you go. You know how much crypto I would need to send? You know how much crypto has plummeted? I'd have to send like I have to send what used to be a fortune's worth of crypto. Yeah, Cash App. Yeah, I haven't looked into that, but like, it's a pain to manage. I don't know. Just give them cash. Mail them money. I think that's the real strat. Ooh, yeah, NFTs. Yeah, give them some Dogecoin. There you go. That's how we do it. That's how we solve the money sending problem. Here we go. Have them set up a YouTube account. Teach them how to get to 1,000 subs. And then we donate them the money, because anyone can donate. Or Twitch. Twitch is easier. I think it's easier to get monetized on Twitch. Then I can send it through that. Yeah, send over some drugs. Drug money is good too. For $5? How much is $5 of drugs? I feel like that'd be nothing. Any Bretonian game today? No Bretonian Zypho, sadly. It's been a lot of classic factions, but we're seeing Skaven now, which is a nice mix-up. Mint your own Luther Harkin NFTs. I think CA could sue me for that. Maybe not. $5 in drugs is not very much in drugs, unfortunately. Well, I don't even know if it's unfortunate or fortunate. Don't do drugs. Don't do drugs, kids. Unless they're legal drugs. You know, if it's legal, it's fine. You know? There's weird things about drugs being illegal where it's like hard for research and stuff. It's a whole complicated topic that I am not qualified to talk about. It's sad seeing Bretonia in the depths. Yeah. Any high elves or wood elves? No elves, man. We gotta wait till the next patch. If CA do a little bit of tweaking, I feel like those factions could start coming on up. Right now, it's still the Chaos Fest that we're used to. Chaos and Undead. Who would have guessed? The two faction categories that they buffed are meta now. But this is what balance patches are supposed to be for, right? The balance patch should have shook it up a bit more, but I feel like they were too soft. They were too soft on the balancing for 2.1. They gotta do some crazy changes for 2.2 and then we'll be good. You've never been charged sending money on PayPal? I don't know what you've been doing, man. Some magic right there. This guy's making money. It's illegal where I am? Alright. Well, there you go. Yeah, Zyphos is the only high elf player left on the planet. And he does darn good with them. I gotta say, Zyphos on high elves has me a little bit sketched out. I think tomorrow... let's see. Yeah, tomorrow... Oh, dang. Tomorrow I'm playing in Turin's Grand Finals. Well, that's crazy. I'm playing in Turin's Grand Finals tomorrow in the morning. It's gonna be a little bit of a long stream unless we get knocked out early. But yeah, we'll be playing in the Grand Finals, and I'm up against Zyphos first, so we get to see how well my hardcore, super meta try-hard play fares against his high elves. Should be fine, right? And then after that, yeah, I want to get to the semis. That's all I want. I want to get to the semis of this tournament and call it a day. I think our odds are fairly good. If you guys want to see the bracket is over here. That's what it looks like. So it's me against Zyphos. On my side of the bracket, I'm feeling pretty good. We have Mofet, which is a scary one. He actually put me on the ropes a little bit in a previous tournament. We have Zone, who's pretty scary, but I'm the mentor of Zone, so we'll put him in his place if we have to. Though he's a scary player himself, but generally I can take games off him. I think our odds are okay, but there's a lot of people that I know that also know exactly how I play, so maybe they'll just hard counter me. Please pick Malekith into High Elves. If people play High Elves, I'll try it, I guess. Enticity, you should ban my greenskins and beastmen, obviously. I think that's a good plan, yeah. Should I just ban your High Elves, Zyphos? Should I just ban High Elves and Dark Elves and just let you suffer? Just let you suffer with the Wood Elf action? I guess, Man, the global bans are vicious, aren't they? They're absolutely vicious. You should ban Tomb Kings versus me, though, for sure. Definitely ban Tomb Kings. Ban Tomb Kings and don't ban Coast. I'm not going to play Vampire Coast versus Zyphos. I swear on my life, I don't think my Coast can beat you. Unless it's on very specific maps and you're playing like a rush faction. Yeah, the Star Dragon. Is this in Turns? Turn put up a video of Zyphos just crushing Norska, right? Against Ulrich Wall. He's a beast. Ulrich Wall's pretty scary too. The fact that I won with High Elves there was crazy. Does a vampire lore ban make sense? Makes Coast weak. Oh, no, it's just... I don't feel like playing Coast versus you, man. I don't fancy my vampire Coast odds versus you. You've played against it too much. You know how it works. Honestly, I don't think the lore passives... I think the passives giving infinite ammo, I think, is overrated. I honestly don't think it makes that much of an impact. Because most of these units are going to run out of ammo pretty late into the game, and that's the only time it starts becoming relevant. Yeah. Yo, Zyphos, if you beat me, though, you better get to semis, I swear. You better at least get to semifinals. I'm not gonna have you beat me just to get crushed by zone or something. So I'm a try hard versus you as much as possible, so you should know which factions to ban. You'll bet I'll probably have counts there if you don't ban them. Though I'm sure you know how to beat counts. So I'm a little bit worried about that. I think my biggest play is the fact that I can double ban your elves and then just have you play the meta, which you'd be less used to. That's my plan. We're doing it face up. Can't wait to face you tomorrow, man. It's crazy. We used to be we were gonna be on opposite sides of the bracket, but because somebody dropped, I had to face Zyphos. It's rough. Yeah, Zyphos. Play undead. That's the solution. All you gotta do is play undead. I know you won't. I know you won't play undead. You wouldn't be that crazy. I'm sure you don't even practice them at all, so I don't even know how good you'd play them. I wonder what factions you'd play, though. One must wonder. Here we go. Finally. Finally, we're heading into the game. This guys took a while. I'm hoping this is a fast one. Let's see. Who are we hoping to win here? I think it was, yeah, it was, Skaven Slaves. It's just Skaven Slaves. He's gonna desummon. Yeah, I'm hoping Sandwich wins here so that we can end this tournament a bit faster. Come on, Sandwich, you got this. I believe in you. If I have to face the best player on the planet, all good. You'll be fine, man. You'll be fine. Look, go on. Warhammer is only my full-time job. It's fine. It's fine. Yo, if we get a 10-0 victory today, it'll be even better than the win farming. Wouldn't that be something, guys? If I can do better than my win farming stream, that'd be sick. Oh, alright. Here we go. On the green side for the forces of the allies. Yeah, Mofet's pretty good. I still don't know exactly how I stand up versus Mofet. I technically won the last time I played against him, but it was sort of sketchy, and he sort of played bad faction, so I don't really know how I feel about that. But on the side of Archer, the name that I shall be calling him, he's brought the double hell cannon. Pretty hype. He also has some Marauders, he has some Skirmishers, nothing too special. Bellicor with the usual kit, that being Pit of Shades, healing, leadership debuff. That is the standard on Bellicor. He also has a million missile resist because of his physical resistances, so he should be quite tanky against missiles. Nevertheless, he still has to be a bit wary. The Skaven have brought a lot of missiles today. We are seeing a Rattling Gunner, Jezzails, more Jezzails, a whole whack-a-load of infantry, and the Skaven Slaves, the leader of the army that will be running away in true Skaven fashion. Nothing too crazy going on here, some Globadiers. We've seen how powerful they can be, but they need to be getting their volleys off to actually do well. So will Archer be able to shut down the range, or will he fall to it? Tune in right now to see how that goes. I'm also interested to see how this far point plays out. On Black Ark, the meta is definitely to capture this point and secure it as much as possible. And I really wonder if the Skaven will be able to do that. Oh, power grab. Oh my gosh, that's so sick. You guys seeing this? Oh my gosh, that's the sickest play I've ever seen in my life. I love it. This guy, the chieftain, has power grab. It activates when the lord is not on the battlefield. Oh wait, no, is it just always active? Effective range, infinite. Duration, infinite. Well, from what I know, it's supposed to happen when the Lord's not on the battlefield. Regardless, the Skaven slaves, when they go away, it activates. And that means everybody just gets... They just get extra leadership without suffering the Lord loss penalty. That is pretty hype. That is really exciting. Now, will that be enough for Skaven to actually beat Chaos? I have no idea. But Sandwich is definitely going to be trying his heart out to make that work. Man, I really like that. It's +8 leadership. Now, if the Chieftain does die, I guess it goes away, but... Should be interesting. Yeah, that's crazy good. It's just a +8 global leadership buff. That's a must pick now. There's just no way you don't do that all the time. That's crazy. Now, over here, Chaos is still in the lead in terms of, like, positional awareness. Composition-wise, I think Skaven are pretty happy, but... That's crazy. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy we actually got to see that. That's an insanely good wombo combo. Oh my goodness. Now, Skaven still aren't the strongest faction in the world, though. We'll see. Yeah, I've been trying to learn Skaven for a while. This is it. This is what I needed to see. So, we got the Chieftain, and then we got an Ikit Claw summon. Interesting. So, he's basically just a Doom Wheel. He has basically no mass, though, which is a bit sketchy for him. Unlimited power. Brass Orb, some Warp Lightning, nothing too crazy here, but we will say, gotta be very worried about the Howling Warp Gale. Death Frenzy, a little bit strong. It's not as strong as that Beastman ability we saw earlier, though. And Be'lakor basically just has to worry about the Howling Warp Gale. It's really weird, though, seeing this type of playstyle. Sandwich is not making a play at all for Chaos, and this is generally pretty unorthodox, let's say, when it comes to dealing with, like, you know, playing a ranged build. Most people want to play a ranged build so that they can chip down at the enemy and just bring them, you know, just army wipe them, essentially, with their very well-entrenched defensive position. In this case, it looks like he's massing up for a larger army, opting for the idea that he will trade very well once both sides get larger armies. This, of course, comes with the downside of losing victory points, so I'm really interested to see how this goes. This is very unorthodox, but we're seeing a lot of new things going on here, especially the Chieftain with that sick leadership buff. That's insane. I still can't get over it. +8 leadership, that's crazy. These Skaven slaves have 54 leadership. The clan rats are at 64. That's huge, man. Are Taco and Sandwich the same player? If only. If only, but... We'll see how it goes. Ikit has already taken quite a bit of damage off the Hell Cannon shots. He does not have what it takes to dodge it, and there are no hills here. Hills and ramps are the bane of artillery pieces, and it generally makes missiles have a hard time hitting. Doggos even catching some Night Runners. This is a pretty big loss. Or a pretty, not the biggest loss, but still a fairly significant loss for the Skaven, as the Hounds are cheaper, and they also are not taking very much damage from this engagement. But potentially it could go the other way with Ikit coming on in. It looks like they're actually going in for the sneak through, passing, just phasing right through those Skaven slaves, diving onto the Globadiers. But I think this is where the dogs actually get killed off, and actually this becomes a pretty nice trade for the Skaven. Dogs get routed off, Slingers, Night Runners are still at high HP. But how will it play out now? We got the artillery pieces that are sort of forcing Skaven to be a little bit more aggressive here. They're picking off the Avalanche Mortars, which is a nice shot, or nice pick. The Avalanche Mortars firing back, and they're going to be getting a lot more damage here, just peppering down those Forsaken, already paying for about a quarter of their value due to Chaos not being able to dodge that. The Skirmishers don't really have too many targets here, and it's going to be a big old frontline fight. And I would say I'm a little bit worried here for Chaos. The Globadiers are still online and operational. Be'lakor actually going hella deep to try and shut down this situation, but right into the Jezzails, and he's going to be taking a lot of damage from that. Despite the ward save, you know, he's taking basically 0 damage. Look at that. That's like 85% resist. But he's pinned down here. That's going to wear off, and he's gonna be in for a world of pain in a second. Plus the dogs get the surround on him. That might be pivotal. Over here, we're seeing the front line actually holding fairly well to the Globadiers so far. It seems like the Globadiers haven't done as much damage as it should have. And if Chaos does manage to push through, a fairly thin line of clan rats, I think Chaos would be coming out on top here. And we're seeing Be'lakor. He's getting really low though. And oh my gosh, no Be'lakor. Be'lakor, no! Is he netted? He might be netted. Oh my gosh, he's not even netted. He's just suppressed. A bit of a lapse of micro on Be'lakor, meaning that he's taking a whack load of damage here. Skaven leading in Valley because of that, but the front line is collapsing. And overall, this is becoming just a pure trading game. That's the only thing that truly matters at this point. But the question is whether or not this guy will go down. As we've seen, losing your Lord is the easiest way to lose a game. And Be'lakor is already down to about a third HP. And there we go, there's the net. Howling Warp Gale. Not overcast though, it's only normal cast. So he's only going to be netted down for 10 seconds. Will it be enough to take him down though? It's going to be quite close. Avalanche Mortars coming back too, peppering down these Chaos forces. And Skaven are in the home field. Look at this. The Globadiers looking to get a massive volley on the Forsaken. Potentially could get a lot of damage here. But they need to actually get their volley off to get the damage in. And it seems like, okay, there we go. Along with an AoE from Ikit. Gonna be finishing off those Forsaken, though not that much damage. As for Be'lakor, he's just barely staying alive. He is regenerating due to his, Lord of Torment ability. That's 0.4 healing per second. That is insane. That is a lot of healing. That is like, he's healing like 10 HP a second. No, he's healing like 20 HP a second. That's insanely fast regeneration. But it is only temporary while these guys are running away. And to chase them is to get shot up by the Jezzail. So he's not incredibly happy about the situation still. However, the Hell Cannon's getting the work done. Jezzail's on the verge of routing off. And it looks like Be'lakor will probably be living here. It depends on if Ikit Claw can get another big AoE on top of him. It's not entirely over yet. Trading wise is going fairly evenly for both players, but the Skaven are on a clock. So while they are in a proper position to make a play, they still need to make a fairly big play to come back here. And a Pit of Shades on the Clan Rats, that looks like a normal cast. So not going to be killing all of them, though definitely getting them quite close to routing. It's going to be a little bit sketchy here. As for the Jezzails, I believe they're still trying to focus and target fire Be'lakor. Looks like these ones, yeah, firing away. But Be'lakor will be able to make it out alive, and I would say Chaos with the slightly better late game are probably gonna be winning it in this battle. Yeah, if he doesn't finish Be'lakor, it's gonna be really bad for Skaven indeed. Yeah. Man, people are just talking about high elves right now. Not really paying attention to the game, I guess. But nevertheless, Be'lakor makes it out alive, and he's gonna be a menace for the rest of the game. In fact, no! Opting for the much safer D-summon. Now, I wonder how I feel about this. Be'lakor had a lot of potential to sort of clean up here, but there's also a lot of lost potential there. It actually lets Skaven catch up a little bit, but perhaps Chaos feel like they can clean up without Be'lakor. We'll see if their overconfidence will be their downfall. They do have their Hellstriders diving on top of these guys. These Hellstriders already built up to a massive +8 leadership. They're basically unbreakable at this point. Extra charge bonus, extra damage resist, 20% resistance on the Hellstriders. Gonna be as good as the OP Skaven Chieftain tech. And over here, looks like the Hellstriders are still routing off. It's not the end of the world for Skaven just yet. Some of these Hellstriders not really raking in too many kills yet either. So it could be okay. It really depends on how well these guys do, though. We're seeing another net on the Manticore. Summon of Dogs on the Hellstriders. A bit too slow. They barely get on the Rattling Gunners. That could be huge. But Ikit Claw is still here. And the Skaven do have the single entity dominance. They've captured their home point. It looks like they're looking to capture this point, but it's going to be slowed down by the Horsemen. And Chaos, honestly, have a pretty good out here. If Chaos decide to just hold capture points and go for the capture point victory, it could be a win for them. But we're still talking about 4 minutes here before that happens. I don't think Skaven are that worried about Chaos doing that. And if they happen to throw away too many units, Skaven could easily just go for a triple cap. We'll see how that goes. In the meantime, the Manticore having a bit of a hard time finding the best trades in the world. You know, he routes off the Avalanche Mortars, but it's not like they were doing too much anyways. Potentially might go for the Jezzails. He's sort of looking for a home. There's a lot of potential here for Chaos to do well with that Manticore. But right now, mostly just trying to transition over here. It seems like trying to stall this capture for a while is what he plans to do. But oh my goodness, the Rampage! The Rampage on the Manticore actually brings it onto the Rat Ogres. This spells almost doom for this poor guy, as the Rat Ogres should very likely be able to beat him down. Icket Claw, really nice single entity against infantry's cleaning up. And I think Chaos, honestly, Chaos is looking pretty rough right now. I gotta say, Chaos is not very happy about this situation at all. They're nearly triple capped. Skaven taking a huge value lead. Don't believe what's in the top left corner. Because if you look over here, what really matters is the gold army value. And the gold army value for Skaven is quite a bit more. Skaven are rocking almost a 3,000 gold lead on the battlefield. And I think, honestly, the loss for Be'lakor is pretty rough. Be'lakor, the loss of Be'lakor was like almost 3,000 gold in value. Now, there are some Hellstriders over here trying to capture, but I forgot. We weren't 5 minutes away from oh, no, yeah. We're back to like 6 minutes away from the game ending due to the Skaven actually capturing the high ground point. And now, with the low ground captured, the only thing Skaven have to do now is maintain a value lead. Now, this is easier said than done. Slaanesh Cavalry is some of the best cavalry in the game. With their resummons, they're going to be coming onto the battlefield with, take a look at this, solid +4 leadership, +6 damage resistance. It's only going to get higher as they get kills too. So they could potentially sweep up a lot of the Skaven forces here. A lot of these guys are beat up. A lot of them are on extremely low leadership. There's a ton of wolf rats with poison. And just some basic clan rat spears. This is not what Skaven needs to be killing off Hellstriders. They need spears stacked with rat ogres, possibly a ranged superiority play. And they're really spread out too. So Slaanesh, or Chaos, Chaos in the form of Slaanesh could potentially make some pretty big plays here. But they have to be really careful that they don't lose in the trading front. Oh my gosh, that was a very close lightning strike. Nearly taken out a blob of Hellstriders. Unfortunately, misaimed. And it looks like they will be retaking the bottom point. This is already a pretty big loss for Skaven. These Hellstriders are just getting more and more kills as time goes on. Already at 92. They're halfway built up to their really, really OP forms of having what? I think an extra 22% damage resist. That's insane. That is insane. That's so much damage resist. 22%? That's crazy. If these guys just keep chasing off units, they could really, really start dominating the fight here. But it's only so many Hellstriders. The thing is, Chaos can only summon in 4 of them. And Skaven do have a lot of time to sort of build up their forces. You know, on the high ground, they're definitely really secured. But with the low ground recaptured, Skaven are back on a 5-minute timer. Really, really close. So if Skaven can just hold this for a little bit longer, they can force Chaos to go for a triple cap, or possibly even just a double cap, and that is sort of grounds for them to come back. Now, one thing that is sort of a tipping force here, we do have one Hellstrider running off. We also have Icket Claw moving into the fight. Icket Claw is actually probably surprisingly good against Hellstriders. He has 110 armor. These guys don't have that much armor piercing. Their anti-large will be good, but probably not amazing. But oh my gosh, another Hellstrider summon. Nearly catches those wolf rats, but they get countercharged. And okay, the one Ratling Gunner, the heroes, they're only here because of the extra leadership of the chieftain. I don't even know why they were firing. They're at -3 leadership, but they rout, getting only a little bit of damage. Still though, Skaven have a lot of opportunities to trade up. They still have almost a 4,000 gold lead on the battlefield, and a huge rat ogre swarm over here routing off these Hellstriders. It's gonna be a pretty good trade. It's only like 20 Hellstriders, you know, there's no problem about resummoning the same unit over and over again. These guys, all the way up to 14% damage resist, may I remind you, they're resisting 25% of the damage dealt to them. Insane. Charging straight into the wolf rats. Gonna be getting a pretty good charge. Lots of damage over there. But the capture weight is on the side of the Skaven. It seems like Slaanesh just can't really get these mass routes that they want to. And partially because of that, it's because of that darn chieftain. Where's that chieftain at? He's been providing leadership to everybody, including himself. I don't even know how that makes sense, but he's doing it. And it's been really, really buffing up this army over here. He's been doing absolutely great. Eshin Triads, too. A bit of an interesting pick against Hellstriders. They are incredibly squishy, but they do insane damage. Just glass cannons like crazy, and they do get a catch on the Hellstriders, and it looks like the Triads are probably going to be winning that. I gotta say, the Skaven have done really, really well here with quite a bit of time to spare. They've been maintaining a fairly good trading lead, and they're making sure that Slaanesh just can't summon anything to deal with this. Hellstriders just keep getting brought in, but sort of piecemeal, not getting the best engages in the world. They're trading about evenly, but just the overwhelming numbers are a bit too much. It seems like the Skaven hold strat, fairly well timed. It actually ended up working out, despite what I would have thought. Now, Be'lakor obviously would have been quite a scary force to be reckoned with here. I think the loss of Be'lakor was a pretty rough situation for Chaos here. Possibly the losing factor, though we may never know. And there we go. The drop. The game is over. Skaven obviously had the win there, and that's gonna be it. Yeah, game done froze. Well, there we go. You get the win. Sandwich wins it. No Archer for us today. We're playing against Sandwich, a name I haven't actually seen too much, but I gotta say, Sandwich has proven himself to be a pretty spicy player. So let's see how we fare against him. Be'lakor with only 900 gold damage. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, I think just man, that was such a spicy combo. I love it. Sandwich the Innovator. Oh my goodness, that is some impressive stuff. Let's see if we can dive on in. Here we go. So, I would say, I'm really interested to take these fights. Now, I'm a meta slave. I'm a big old meta slave, so don't expect me to be doing anything like what he's doing today. All I do is look at what he takes and then just copy his build. So, that's how I do it. Let's see. Our map is Arnheim. There we go. So it's going to be the Meta Slave against the Innovator. A very fun situation to be in, since you generally see some pretty fun matchups. And it's sort of a test of, it's a big test of skill. Oh my gosh, yeah, the Chieftain leadership is insane. Can't believe he beat Chaos with Skaven too. Like, those Hellstriders, by all intents and purposes, they should have been cleaning up, but he just had a few too many units. Yeah, we need another Skaven wind farming. Yeah, I know, right? That's sick. I love that. I love that strat. I always knew Skaven had potential. I knew Skaven had a lot of potential. I've just never been able to unlock it. But now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I can now copy his build. As an Enticity is wont to do. This is the great thing about being a caster and a player. You see a ton of builds and playstyles, and then you just sort of conglomerate them into a blob. You just become the best of all worlds. That's how I like to play Warhammer competitive. You gotta go, alright. Peace out, Kent Saruman. Peace, man. Yeah, it's starting to get pretty late. Hopefully we can close this out quickly. Or hopefully Sandwich can close it out quickly. That would also be great. Alright, but what's he gonna play? Come on, Sandwich. Give it to me. He wants to take a breather. Alright, we'll give him a bit. But I want to end this stream as soon as possible. It's been a long day, people. Oh my gosh. Looks like the finals of the other tournament is going on. Looks like that should be finishing. Oh man. That should hopefully be ending at about the same time, and then we'll be sitting at a solid 5-hour, 6-hour tournament. 5 to 6 hours. Oh, he's Dante's Inferno. That's why people talk about it. It's Dante's Inferno. Ah. Sandwich is Dante's. Alright. Good to know, Yeah, apparently had a rebranding. Alright, pretty hype. Pretty interested to play against him then. I thought he was just like some random just crushing it. Is the game balanced? It depends on what you mean by balance. Is chess balanced if you can play on both sides? I'm seeing everyone's so skeptical. They're like, no, it's not balanced. Everything sucks. Oh. Come on, guys. No need to be melodramatic, but no, it's totally not balanced. If we're talking in terms of factions all being equal strength, I think we're pretty far from that right now. We're seeing about half of the factions dominating and half of the factions just not doing very well. Who's Dante's Inferno? I've seen him around in tournaments before. I've seen his name a few times, but I don't think he's like super notorious. He is now, though, with this win. That was sick. Taking out Archer in the best of 3. 2-0. Amazing. Yeah, the game's never going to be balanced with all factions. Now, if you're going to be saying, like, okay, are the top 50% of factions balanced? Relatively, I would say even then, not perfectly balanced, but serviceable. I would put the game as at the edge of serviceable. That's where I'd put it. Alright, and he's going to make some tea. Alright, well, we'll just chill with chat. I'll take a break myself, so I rest my legs. Oh my gosh. I'm so tired, guys. I'm so tired. Oh my goodness. If we can win 3 games in a row and just make it last like an hour, then it should be fine. This is good training, though, at least. It's good training for the grand finals for Turin tomorrow. I cannot wait to stream that. That's gonna be pretty hype. Gonna face up against Zyphos. Probably face Zone. Maybe Tim the Wielder or a Subutai. Zone or Mofet. It depends on who wins there. And then in the grand finals we're facing probably excuse me. Probably I would say Random Nix is the most likely guy we'll see. Random Nix or I don't know, maybe Mofet will take us out in the semis. Yeah, the next patch really does need to bring some changes. I feel like we've been in this meta for a while now. I'm good for sort of a mix-up to start happening. The main problem of High Elves is Dowie main, so what does that take? That's a bit of a weird one. It's balanced against Dowie. Man, poor Dowie. Poor little legs, can't capture no points. Alright. But yeah, I'm really excited for tomorrow. I want to win the tournament, but if I can just get to the finals, I'd be happy. I'm in it for the prize, guys. There's a nice prize in the finals, so if I can... I just want to get to the finals. It's a nice finals prize and a nice semis prize, so... We're gonna be trying real hard. Watch me just like wake up late and I miss the tournament. Do you know what the Tavern Season 2 leaderboard will be locked? Probably as soon as the next patch happens. I don't think Dowie raging on the forums has done anything. I'm pretty sure Dowie raging hasn't done much in terms of the balance. If we just take a look at the dwarves, if it was working, I think the dwarves would be viable. Shock Massane saying, Enticity, don't worry, if you lose tomorrow, your community will be sure to highlight every mistake you made. Awesome, I can't wait. I can't wait. And then they can call me out on my overconfidence. It'll be great. It'll be a dandy old time. Alright. Yeah, I'm pretty excited though. I think I'm okay, so based on that bad boy right there, I think we're pretty favored. I'm most worried about Mofet and Random Nix. Mofet's a scary guy. I won the last best of 3 against him, but he's proven for sure that his kite micro is insane. He has some of the best skirmishers of the land. I should assemble like a good pick 3. What's a good pick 3? I guess it depends on what he bans, right? Honestly, it's pretty self-explanatory what a good pick 3 is. I really wonder. Should play Zinch against his Chaos. I think Zinch against Chaos is actually really bad for Zinch though. Yeah, Zinch is sort of weird. Zinch is sort of like Norska tier. Zinch is like one tier above Norska, where they can beat a lot of factions and they stand a chance against the bigger boys, but they're sort of unfavored quite a bit. High Elves is a 40% win rate. That says a lot. That says a lot about dwarves being the dwarves specifically being the cause of the fall of High Elves, because they have a 40% win rate. I feel like there's a little bit of a gap in the reasoning there. Like, I'm not gonna say that I know exactly what the causes are, but I feel like, you know, I can be like, ah, yes, I am a king. You know, don't you see? High Elves have a 40% win rate. It's not connected. I feel like these points don't they don't mesh well. If anything, I have my favorite conspiracy theory is that there's some vampire counts main, there's some undead main in CA's balancing team, and they just always convince CA to buff up the undead. You're not saying because it's only dwarf mains? Or are you just saying high elves are bad? Because I think most people can agree on that. Though they technically didn't get any nerfs on the last patch. I think high elves have only been getting high elves have only, they got a buff because of their martial prowess, so. Yeah, high elves got a bit of a buff. At the end of Warhammer 2, I was convinced the same thing about greenskins, who were so overpowered for so long. Yeah. Honestly, I bet the real answer is just like CA. They just don't have a lot of time. They're just people that don't have a lot of time to do the balance, and then things just naturally get out of balance. Like, it's not easy to balance the game before launch. Like, if you think about it, right? How long does it take for a meta to actually start stabilizing for people, and like where people can actually start saying what's strong and what isn't? Then again, people are saying vampire counts are OP in the Immortal Empire's pre-release, so I think vampire counts is pretty obviously OP. So it is a bit surprising that they missed that, which sort of just signals that CA probably just don't have enough workers working on the balance team. CA are playing Troy, that's a secret. Yeah, they're too busy playing other games. Too busy playing their 3 Kingdoms. Villains should always be stronger than heroes. Asymmetry. I don't think that's specifically what the asymmetric gameplay is, but I love the take. Alright, here we go. Our opponent is here. Nice. Let's go ahead and get underway. Now, the map is going to be... The map is Arnheim. Sweet. Did you change the map? Map is Arnheim. There we go. And let's see how it goes. I would say, on Arnheim. Arnheim is sort of a really weird map. It can be good for ranged, but the long walk times can be really awkward for it. Yeah, you gotta be a little bit careful about it. What are good factions on Arnheim? I guess I can go for more of a classic style here. Let's go for the classics. Yeah, I'm liking my lineup. This feels about right. Interested to show off these factions though. Should be fun. Should be fun. I'm really hoping we get this is a quick one. So we are seeing an interesting lineup. I haven't looked at it yet. I'm just saying that to make things more exciting. Let's see here. Browse. There we go. Dark Elves versus Tomb King. Sounds terrible. Cathay versus Greenskins. Am I top bracket or is he top bracket? He's top bracket. Sweet. So I'd be happy to play Cathay. I'd be happy to play Vampire Counts. I'd be happy to play not Coast into Slaanesh. No, definitely not that. Chaos into High Elves, of course. High Elves, what a madman. Slaanesh into Dark Elves. I'd play Tomb Kings into Counts. Honestly, this is a great lineup for me. This is a great lineup for me. Time to play Bretonia? I just can't, man. I gotta end this tournament. It's going way too long. We're gonna bring down the hammer. Yeah, no, this is a great lineup for me, though. Just a reminder that's his pick 4. This should be a good one for us. If we lose this one, you can color me surprised. Oh, never mind. I think I'm top bracket. Did I just goof? I think I just goobered it. Oh yeah, I'm top bracket. And this is why you message your opponent, because sometimes you forget and then they can tell you that you're wrong. Okay, so Grand Cathay versus Greenskins. Vampire Counts versus Vampire Coast. Warriors of Chaos versus High Elves. Slaanesh versus Dark Elves. That's a pretty good lineup. Yeah, no, that's amazing. That's like that's a sick lineup. I love that. On Arnheim. Make sure to set map. By the way, you're the host. There we go. Sandwich is about to be a light snack. We'll see. He might wreck us. He's an innovator. This means that he might just whip something out that we're not prepared for. That just completely flips how I perceive the meta to be. Which would be amazing. You know, losing here is better than losing in Turin's Grand Final Tournament, so. I have my fingers crossed. The map is Arnheim, right? In the Grand Finals? I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, map is Arnheim, sweet. Yeah. Is he a hamburger or a taco? We can't revive this. We can't fall down this well again. Never again. I'm surprised he didn't whip out the Skaven though. I feel like this map would be great for Skaven. Can someone explain how the factions are chosen? So we do 7 blind matchups, then they're paired off from the middle outwards. So Dark Elves, Tomb Kings, Cathay, Greenskins, Vampire Counts, Vampire Coast. And then out of those matchups, we pick the one that's most fair for both of us. He goes High Elves into Chaos. A madman. So I would pick 4 factions out of the bunch, and then he picks one of those that he wants to play. And in this case, he's going to be going High Elves into Chaos. I would say this is suicidal. I would say this is not a matchup that. It's just not a matchup that you like. This should be really bad for him, but there's a chance maybe he'll have some crazy build. There's always a chance that he'll come in with some crazy build. Let's see. He knows I like Kite. He knows I like Kite, right? So maybe I don't bring that much skirmishers. Maybe I bring fewer skirmishers and then I catch him out with my tremendous melee force and we just run him over because he has too much ranged. Let's see here. Maybe is that what I do? I know I'm just saying what my strategy is, but we'll mix it up. It's fine. Let's see. Well, what could he bring here that would honestly be that scary? Yeah, full Phoenix build. There we go. The best build in the world. There's no way he outmatches me in the infantry front. That's almost impossible for High Elves to do against Chaos. Not entirely impossible, but definitely on its way there. Let's see here. What could he bring? Do High Elves have a Skaven Chieftain? Is that what's happening? I think I'm fine. I believe myself to be fine, but who knows? Maybe he has just something crazy that I'm just not gonna expect. Sisters of Avalorn spam. Nah. What could he bring? What could he bring? He can bring, something really scary on the ground, maybe? I'm working through the possibilities right now. We're figuring them out. I don't know, it has to be some weird Imric build, maybe? I feel like a weird Imric build is just... I don't think that would really crush it for him. Maybe he's just trying to get me to psych myself out, you know? Make me play off meta. Then he plays the meta. And then we get ruined somehow. Let's see. I don't think I really need this. Then I can take this instead. Man, it's just not a good unit, is it? Yeah, I think we'll be fine. Yeah, he's in my head. He's getting in my head. I think we're fine though. I don't see a whole ton he can do here that'll really be that scary versus what I have. This build is looking pretty hot. Yeah, this build's looking pretty hot. I think he's doomed. I think he's doomed. Yeah, let's try it out. What is this? You cannot declare readiness as your army exceeds unit caps. Well, would you look at that? What unit caps are we talking about? I don't like how the game just doesn't tell you what unit caps you're exceeding. Let's see here. What? Do I have units with a mark of chaos. 5 out of... What? This guy doesn't... He's not marked. What are you talking about, game? He's not marked. What the... Alright, maybe if I just take him out of my army and put him back in. Game's trying to cheese me. Oh, I took him on the wrong mount. I see. That's weird, though. He still shouldn't count as marked. Regardless. Regardless, we're fine. I think I have a fairly strong build here. I'm not especially worried about my opponent. There's a few things he could bring that would be a little bit scary, but I think we've done it. Yo, we're cheating. We're cheating. All right. But yeah, sort of the big problem with High Elves is that they really, really, really lack good armor piercing. High Elves lack really good armor piercing. Chaos is just a heavy armor faction. So they're totally fine facing up against High Elves. Most of their front line generally gonna win it. Chaos is not too worried about losing a frontline fight. Though, I don't know. Maybe he goes like really hard on the front line here, but I don't think that really does it for him either. You know, honestly, I could do this. Get some of this action going. Ooh, that's a good build. That there's a good build. I'm liking this. This is feeling much better. But yeah, I should be able to. I should be able to beat High Elves. Like what? Sisters of Avalorn, Phoenixes. He can bring a lot of really expensive single entities, which could do okay, but if he does, it's just gonna be horsemen spam. Whoopsie daisies. So I don't think I'm that worried. I've brought something different today, guys. Guess what? I've brought something very unorthodox that you might not have expected. I know this is going to be a shock to many of you that do enjoy my traditional styles of play. But guess what? Guess what, guys? Today, as soon as we load in, any minute now. Any minute now. Here we go. Hey, look at that. I've only brought 4 horsemen. Look at that. Only 4 horsemen. I put the others in reinforcements. I couldn't be seen not taking all 4, but in the starting army, this is a big difference. This is a big change for me. I gotta say, I feel almost naked with this play style, but I bought myself a unit of Chosen in case he does go for some sort of crazy elite style of play. We got the Sigvald. He's my favorite. You know, it's very standard. Nothing too crazy here. Oh, the ready up right away. Look at that. For my opponent, He's brought the nothing. Very classic build. Very classic. Yeah, the nothing is very, very. It's a bit of an uncommon strategy nowadays, but occasionally it does pop up here and there. Where is he? Is he just all on the high ground? I guess he is. In the meantime, I guess I'll just I'll save up for my Chaos Sorcerer of Death. He's fairly cheap. And then yeah, he's gonna be my source of terror. Should be pretty nice. Can get more horsemen up, then some Hellstriders. He went for the Tyrion. What a mad lad. Tyrion with the Sunfang? That does not do a lot of damage, my dude. Alright, he has the Mage. He has the Dwellers below, the armor buff. Pretty hype. Alright, interesting. Yeah, where'd he go? Where'd he go? I don't know. Alright, well, let's make the transition real quick. And then I can get my Sorcerer going. Come on, where are your units at? Dang, he actually just went for the nothing. Hey, there we go. He went Mass Lothern Seaguard. I knew it. I knew you would try to counter my Skirmisher build. I bloody knew it. I called it. I called it. They all called me crazy, but I knew. I knew it would be done. What do I want to counter this? He will have the high ground advantage over me, but I can ensure that he doesn't capture this low ground point. I guess we got the Sigvald, which is fine. Okay, yeah, he's just wasting my ammo. Let's just pull back. Alright, so against Mass Lothern Seaguard, I don't have a Pit of Shades, which would have made me very happy. Pit of Shades caster would have just deleted him here. I honestly don't even think I need my caster yet. He's a good source of terror, but... Man, I should take him, though. I should. It's just good. It's just a good policy. And you can start Spirit Leeching Tyrion, too, so it's not the end of the world. Alright, but anyways, I'm not too afraid of this. It's just a bunch of high elf. It's just a bunch of high elf ranged, honestly. I can put him in a really bad position on this low ground fight, and then just keep spamming Hellstriders his way. So it's gonna make it a huge pain for him to really make the transition onto the low ground. This choke point is just like a wonderland for Sigvald. So he loves that, and then we just sort of spam infantry here and we'll be fine. Tyrion doesn't have that much HP, so I can just Spirit Leech him down. He actually doesn't have his healing either, so I think that should be pretty good for me. And nice, look at that. He's already down to like a quarter HP, so that makes him much less scary against Sigvald. You can sort of maneuver this way a little bit. And then, yeah, just beat him up. Now, Tyrion might knock him down the cliff. That's alright. And he doesn't. Wow, Sigvald holds. Pretty nice for me then. Pretty nice. I think we just sort of get my Forsaken going here. And we're just not going to summon in the Horsemen. I don't need them. As for Tyrion, he's going to be bullying Sigvald a little bit. We're going to counter bully him with my caster over here. Bring him in. Get the 2v1 action going. Here we go. Another Spirit Leech on him. And we want to be very careful not to take too many missile hits over here. There's a Sunfang. Let's dodge it. And then we should be fine. Tyrion's just exceptionally low on HP right now, so I'm not too worried about that. And then, honestly, I could probably take a good fight here. I think I can just straight up take a good fight. So let's do that. Let's bring in my warriors. Just bring them here. Get the Forsaken. Plop them over here. Park my horsemen in an awkward position for him to hit. And then just keep beating this guy up. Honestly, it's just a little Tyrion. Just a little Tyrion, like I said. The strategy is spam Hellstriders as soon as you can. I'm going to go for a Chariot first, though, because it's a little bit better at clearing out mass infantry. Now, like I said, High Elves have a very hard time clearing out armor, and Lothern Seaguard is basically all armor, so not really worried about that. As for Tyrion, he is slowly but surely going down. We got the Horseman flank going on. He's got the Dwellers. Got to be really careful about this Spirit Leech. There we go. We're just gonna, yeah, just dive in on Tyrion. He's gonna have a rough day. In the meantime, my Forsaken are great for Lothern Seaguard. They do not have a lot of armor, so they'll be suffering a lot there. Sigvald's doing amazing. Oh, and Tyrion gets the heal. I thought he didn't have the heal. That's a misplay on my part. I overkilled there, but what can you do? What can you do? In the meantime, we'll just keep on rushing on in here. The Chariots can sort of plow through his infantry. My Forsaken are doing great. And now we start spamming out Hellstriders. The bane of everyone's everything. There we go. Sigvald gonna be taking a little bit of damage. We're gonna pull him back. Keep on pressuring with those guys, and then the Hellstrider should do fine. Honestly, this positioning is good for him, though. I gotta say, the positioning is fairly strong for him. Sigvald will be able to make it out alive, though. And I think Tyrion just straight up dies here. Tyrion might just straight up die, so we'll see. We'll see. The Hellstriders are going to be pushing through his forces. More Hellstriders, as usual. And then there we go. Tyrion's down. Nice. Got a little bit sketchy there, honestly. But I think Chaos is just a little bit too strong. He outplayed me there, but I just had the better engagement, I think. I think my guys were just fighting better overall. Alright, well, let's just keep chasing down the Tyrion. Let's deal with his cavalry over here. Tyrion should be dying to the Manticore guy in a second, so I'm not that worried about that. Yeah, he's just on the run, so I think he goes down, even if his heart procs. You can even get a Hellstrider down on the low ground here to help support in this fight. There's another Spirit Leech. That should spell the doom of him. And then Sigvald. Just Sigvald things. Sigvald is a beast. Yeah, Sigvald is just the bringer of the end times. There we go. Mass routes on his cavalry. And Tyrion's going down. I don't even have to, I might not even have to finish him off if the Spirit Leech kills him. I think I can just rout him. And then just chase him off with my Caster Lord. Yeah, there we go. He's gone. So pretty good for me. My Chosen are doing fine. Chosen great weapons. Really good tool for this sort of ramp fight here. As for Tyrion, he's gone. I can start chasing him off properly now. Nice. Yeah, honestly, going for fewer skirmishers actually won it for us that time. This is why you sort of don't always play the same playstyle. There are people that will just try to hard counter you, so you have to be very careful about that. Alright, nice. What do I want now? Probably just more infantry, really. Just to keep bogging down these Lothern Seaguard. They're a pain. Alright, one more Spirit Leech for the road. I want to make sure this guy's not coming back. It's technically cost inefficient, but the thing is, Tyrion is, he's such a high priority target. It's just so important that I actually finish him off here. And it's worth losing that Winds of Magic. I don't think that's going to be the thing that loses me the game. As for this actual fight over here, Chosen Great Weapons are still at basically full HP. He actually made a bit of a misplay, not killing them with the Dwellers below. That's going to be really good for me. Over here in the distance, we're seeing the Lothern Seaguard. They did actually hold the high ground there. I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised about that. But, yeah, this should be it. GG! Yeah, the mod is amazing. This bad boy is sick. I showed it off earlier today. It's amazing. I love it, man. It's great. Alright, nice. So I can get another Hellstrider summoned back. It'll have all the kills that it had previously. So it should be great. And there goes the Tyrion. Lord sniping, guys. Lord sniping. It is a very important skill to have. Because, yeah, if you can just kill off their Lord after committing the right amount of resources, you're great. But if you barely don't kill off their Lord, you run into a lot of issues. So you gotta be a little bit careful. Fire at Will is off. Whoops. Have I just been trolling all over this guy? We've just been winning without fire at will. Chat helping me cheat as always. Thank you, chat. Thank you. There we go. Oh my gosh. Well, I guess. Yeah, I guess Chaos is pretty strong, isn't they? Aren't they? I guess Chaos is pretty strong. Oh my gosh, that's brutal. Oh my gosh, wow. We were doing that well without horsemen? My horsemen were literally just doing nothing that game. I had 2,500 gold literally just sitting there doing nothing. My goodness, Chaos is busted. Chaos be busted. My goodness. Yeah, ODM's best, people. Here we are. Yeah, oh my goodness, crushing it, yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, that's a bit awkward, ain't it? I gotta say, though, I love his build. The Mass Lothern Seaguard on the high ground really did hold out well. But yeah, just the Forsaken were really painful for him. Yeah, less skirmishers equals no skirmishers, apparently. Oh my goodness. Well, there's a Dwellers below. He's finally catching up my my good old Chosen, but they actually have quite a lot of HP per entities, so no problem. I will get some more Forsaken just to clear them up. And then we can just start spamming out Hellstriders and Skirmishers. That's the general way you want to go with it. He just keeps spamming out Sea Guard, man. This guy loves his Sea Guard. You hate his build? Zyphos, not a fan. I guess it does just die to armor, doesn't it? Like, if you just spam a bunch of great weapons, it just loses. Sigvald at the no HP, no HP D summon. You gotta love it. Nice. Alright. Time to start summoning in the horsemen. It's time, people. It's finally time. I can enjoy the luxury of horsemen now that we're ahead. There we go, and he's gone. GG. Well, that's win number 1. 8 wins. 2 more to go, people. 2 more to go. Look at that. Oh, I wonder why my horsemen did so little damage. Usually they're so OP. What a weird thing. I've never seen that before, huh? Anyways, Chosen Great Weapon are amazing. That was a good call. I read his counter build. I knew that he would bring something like this as a Hail Mary play to try and beat me. And then I basically just soft hard countered him. I even forgot the Horsemen Skirmishers, but the rest of the build was good enough. It was just a unfortunate set of builds for him to deal with. GG. Yeah, meme high elf army. I think it actually had more teeth than you give it credit for. What is that blocker? There we go. All right, what's the next map? Next map is it's next. All right, well, let's go ahead and get them let's get the faction selection going. So he's played high elves, I've played chaos. Not a great look for me. So now we gotta worry about him having more good factions. I have an inkling feeling that he was just trying to counter Mass Horsemen. I think so, because it would have been okay against Mass Horsemen. Because it's obviously just Mass Lothar and Seaguard, right? But it would just die instantly to Warriors. I guess the Dwellers Below is a fairly good, Dwellers Below is a really good sort of counter to armor, so there is that. But I just sort of overwhelmed his flank. Yeah, Sunfang's so bad. It's worse than Scabscrath. It's so sad. Yeah, Sunfang is worse than Scabscrath because it has a wind up. Sad times Tyrion. Tyrion has less magic than a random guy with some gunpowder. A random dead guy with gunpowder. It's drenched in water. I don't even know how he's Scabscrathing. I guess Scabscrath isn't actually an explosive ability, but yeah. 8 wins? Yeah, I know. The wind farming be going good. Wind farming be going good. 2 more games, guys. I just want to wrap this up. It's been a long stream. We're at walking 5.5 hours now. So it looks like it's probably going to be a 6-hour tournament. A bit too long. That's true. The dead guy is full of magic. I guess that's... I can't really dispute that. Very true. Alright, so the map is Itza. Itza's a map that is good for a lot of factions. Itza's actually... Itza's a really good map for a lot of factions. Interested to see how it goes. Yeah, Tyrion actually almost killed Sigvald. That was a little bit scary. Yeah, except Sigvald's 400 gold cheaper. Yeah. He almost did it, though. Sigvald, that's the closest I've nearly lost Sigvald in many games. Yeah, it's a good map. It's a good map. Oh my gosh, chat. Chat's getting delirious along with me today. Alright. It's a good map. Oh, jeez, I can't. Alright, what are we doing? I'm gonna go meta factions. All the meta factions. Well, we're picking at a lightning pace right now. Yeah, let's run these guys. What's a good final faction on Itza? I wish I had Chaos, honestly. I guess I'll go Norska. Alright, let's take a look at the factions. Here we go. Let's go ahead and bring up the image. So, he's picking 4 now. Alright. Oh yeah. Oh man, I could use some dinner right now. It's 7. It's 7 o'clock. I need to eat. I need to eat. So I'm gonna just try hard the rest of these games and try and end them. Try and end them. Full hardcore. I would say Dark Elves into Counts is an interesting one. I lost that the last time, but I think Counts should be able to win it off Wind of Death. Counts versus Coast is good for me. Cathay versus Zinch is good for me. Slaanesh into Greenskins is good for me. Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh is good into me. Zinch into Tomb Kings is the only one that's a little bit bad. I'll play everything except for Zinch into Tomb Kings. Oh, don't distract me with the food, man. I can only hold out so long. Pick a generic Norskin lore, do it for Canada. We'll see if he even offers a matchup. Yeah, we'll see if he even offers a matchup. Norska versus Skaven would be interesting. I think Skaven might actually win that. I'm probably just going to avoid it. I don't want to throw. I want this to last longer than it has to. We're going to go hardcore. Hardcore. I'd say there's a non-zero chance we see Dark Elves into Counts. Yeah, have him ban it. There you go. That's true. Yeah, just ban it. Ban it. Don't got to worry about it. Oy. What's this? Horse Masters of Swordeth? Alright, no, I'm not saying that on stream. I'm not saying that on stream. Alright, I gotta do some adminning while we wait here. Alright, nice. It looks like the casual tournament is complete. Oh, nice. It looks like oh, okay, I see. So it should be... Here we go. We gotta get some adminning going. Whew, man, it's been a long stream today. Alright, just adminning is gonna take a hot second. Just gotta do some adjustments. I gotta punch in my Discord authenticator. Remember, guys, two-factor authentication is how you don't get hacked. It is very, very important. I just gotta make sure I don't accidentally type my authenticator code onto stream. There we go. Alright. You played against Tomb Kings? It was just easy for Slaanesh. Really? No, I think Tomb Kings have a good chance. What makes Slaanesh so good against Tomb Kings? Is it like, I don't know how I feel about that. Are you sure about that, Cyphos? You sure about that? Alright, there we go. So that should fix the thing. My opponent's still picking his matchups right now, so we're just gonna wait on him. Alright, nice. Finalize the tournament. There we go. The all-player tournament is finalized, and the winner is a name that I don't know how to say. Greatest apologies, good sir. As for our matchup, he's saying Counts and Dark Elves. He's saying Slaanesh, Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings, Zinch, Skaven, Norska. You know, that's actually not a bad lineup. I think I want to play the Dark Elf side of things. There's a lot of bad matchups here. I did say I liked Tomb Kings into his Slaanesh. My Tomb Kings versus your Slaanesh. Let's see it. It takes Slaanesh out of the picture at least, so I don't have to worry about him anymore. And I want to see if Tomb Kings are actually good or not. I would say, I think Tomb Kings are great. I think Tomb Kings are great for Slaanesh. You can't convince me otherwise. That's a saucy pick. Yeah, he actually had quite a bit there. But I think we're alright. I believe us to be okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'm liking my loadout so far. Honestly, he got nothing on this Tomb Kings build, man. Nothing. He got nothing. Let's see. Is there ooh, nice. I can get these guys going. Ooh, I can even get these guys going. Sick. Yeah, Tomb Kings and Slaanesh. How do I feel about this? I feel like Slanesh... I feel like they don't got it. I feel like I don't got it. Yeah, show us show us the way. Oh man, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe he'll crump me here. I rate this at as a 50-50. This feels sort of 50-50. Slanesh do have a lot of really scary tools to throw at me, but I think I have what it takes to win this. The scary part about Slanesh is that their entire roster is more or less ITP. It's immune to psychology. It means that they can't Terror route, which does get rid of one of the main strengths of Tomb Kings, which is routing off the enemy very easily. I don't think that's the end of the world, though. So I definitely don't need that many of these guys. Of course, the Marauders are a bit weaker now, which is a huge boon for me. Let's see. What's he gonna bring? What's he gonna bring? What, Spawn Rush me? There's no way a Spawn Rush kills me here. I'm mostly just worried, like, I guess it's just Hellstrider spam, right? It's basically just Hellstriders. Tomb Kings in theory should be okay. His infantry aren't that scary, right? Maybe I do take more of these guys. Yeah, I think we're okay. Hellstriders aren't that scary, right? Famous last words, perhaps? Yeah, let's run this. This is classic Tomb Kings build. This is a classic build. Classic. We'll be fine. I'm not too sure we'll be fine. Slanesh is an insanely strong faction, but you never know. There's always a chance that he just screws up. Whenever you're playing pretty heavy on the ranged, there's always a chance your opponent screws up. I don't have that much range, but he could very well just lose a lord for nothing here. Chariot Rush, maybe? Chariot Rush would be an interesting one from Slanesh. I think he would lose almost immediately. Almost immediately. That's because I do have enough mass and reserves to counter that. Alright. Hey, hello. Senator. Hello, hello. So I've just brought with myself your typical infantry build as the Tomb Kings. You have a million spears. You know, we got Arc and Black. I'm bringing Fate of Yuna. You might be wondering why. It's because Slanesh leans so heavily on their cavalry to win. I think if I just Fate of Yuna his Hellstriders, yes, it's not going to be an incredibly worthwhile trade, but I think it's actually going to be very good for me. So just because they're so, you know, it's like I'm killing a 600 gold unit, but I'm also killing a unit that should be worth like 700 gold. So just because it's such a high value unit, I think that's the way I want to go. We're going to poke him down with the ranged. Classic Ushabti Stalker combo. This is just a great way of getting your pokes in. And then in the reinforcements, we got the skirmishers. So yeah, guess what? I'm still taking skirmishers regardless. Now his army is going to be only infantry.
This is well.
I think we won it. Honestly, it's not that scary. It's a bunch of infantry. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? I got the Tomb Guard. Ah, yeah, no, this is fine. He's gonna run me over. I can feel it. But first things first, I want to get my kite going. He's gonna be going for the stalled push. It looks like he doesn't want to get poked down by the Ushabti right away. I call that I think that's a good call. But I think the Kepler Guard are gonna be insanely hard for him to kill. So it's of the utmost importance for me that I keep them alive. It's a Slanesh Lord. Pavane of Slanesh is a little bit scary. Fury summons. Okay. I'm not too worried.
They shall perish.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's pull these guys up. A little bit of damage. I can live with that. I wish I had a Spirit Leech, actually. That would have been sick here, but this'll do. This'll do. Nice. Let's just keep poking her down. If I can just get a little bit of poke action here, I'm pretty happy. Come on, stalkers. Oh, the jukes. The jukes. He's doing it. Come on, a little bit more poke. It's mass infantry. I should be able to just kite him here, I think. Yeah, he's juking. He's juking. He's too good. I should have brought a Spirit Leech, though. I feel bad about not having a Spirit Leech. That's a misplay on my part, but regardless, we should be fine. I also have a Tomb Scorpion in case it's needed. Is this a suicidal charge? Is he about to get obliterated? Oh! They didn't fire. They fired real awkward there. Alright, well, let's pull these guys back real quick. Let's bring in the infantry. Got another horse archer over there. And then just sort of take this as it is. So we're going to pull back with our stalkers. Get the Kepler Guard going. Nice. Yep. Oh, want to stay away from them Furies. Want to stay away from them Furies. And then just sort of plop. We don't really need to do that just yet. Alright, nice. Just play keep away for now. As for my skirmishers, they should be able to capture those points. We have this far area. And it's just sort of a poke fest right now. There's nothing really too crazy going on. Do want to... Oh, man. I gave him physical resist. That doesn't help. Physical resist is not useful in this situation. I forgot. In the meantime, we did kill the Furies. So that's a nice plus. He's going to summon some cavalry over there. We can get some stalkers to start countering them. As for my Ushapti, they can go ahead and keep on poking. He's doing some good work here. I gotta say, but we're poking alright. We're poking alright here. I think that's going fine. The stalkers should be able to deal with these Hellstriders. I'm not worried about that. And in the meantime, we can just start killing off his heroes. Look at that. Oh my gosh, the stalkers are such a good unit. Okay, nice. Kepler Guard can go over here. We have a little bit of buffer. We're going to hold mostly the middle, I believe. And then we're just going to keep on getting our damage in with the kite. Looks like Arkin the Black is holding out okay. There's the first summon of the day. Gotta pull away from that to make sure it doesn't get too much damage in. Oh, dang. It's getting too much damage in. Alright, there we go. We got the Ushapti out of there. We got the Stalkers out of there. I think it's fine. I am just going to summon infantry there just to block him up. And his Lord's going to be taking 1,000,000 damage. Sweet. Sweet. Yeah, this is going alright. This is going alright. Let's see here. What do I want to Buna? That's the real question. I have a few good Buna targets. Stalkers do get rampaged. That's a little bit worrying. I think I'm just going to transition with these, with my cavalry. In the meantime, we'll just keep poking down his Lord. Here we go. We can Buna down the Hellstriders, like I said earlier. He's doing a good job shutting down my Hellstriders, I gotta say. But I think we just go for Screaming Silk Catapult now. And just start battering his poor guys. There we go. That should do all right. There's the Buna. Here's the physical resist. Here's the reduction in cooldowns. Nice. These guys should fare okay over there. And then I think we just start spamming out horsemen. Just because they do so well in situations like this. They're really good for cleanup. Okay, nice. Yeah, I think we're doing all right so far. Trading is going insanely well in our favor. And the Tomb Guard are doing really well too. Honestly, killing off those summons, I think, really helped us out here. Nice. Now we got the catapult firing away. It's going to be dealing 1,000,000 damage. Sweet. We have our cavalry in here. Arkin the Black is just killing off all of their lords and such. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Yeah, look at that. Stalkers are just so good at killing off Hellstriders. It's crazy, man. Alright. What are these Furies doing? We're going to block them up with Carrion. How's Arkin the Black doing? He's doing great. Not a care in the world. And the Kepler Guard are just the ultimate cleanup tool. Alright. Here we go. Let's get these guys down here. And then finish off his hero. Want to kill off that cultist as soon as possible. Looks like his Lord's gonna die. I'd expect a D-summon from him, but maybe it won't be coming. And nice, we still have the value lead over there. Yeah, this is going great. This is going great. Honestly, this is amazing for me right now. Especially because this artillery piece is still alive. I haven't been using it to its maximum effectiveness, but it's still doing quite strong. We even still have our stalkers here too. Alright, nice. Arkin the Black. Another. I just want to spam Fate of Buna on these Hellstriders, man. Hellstriders are the biggest pain in the world. So killing them off as soon as possible is always the plan. Get these guys to capture the point real quick. I almost forgot about my skeleton horsemen. Nice, nice. Okay, it looks like those guys are down. Sweet. Oh my gosh, killing off Hellstriders that quickly is such a joy. Just watching them melt away to the Fate of Buna. Not even close, baby. Alright, sweet. So now all we gotta do is just keep spamming out the mobility. His Hellstriders are no more. His mass infantry is no more. It's a mass. It's a mass route for the Slaneshi forces. They did well, but it wasn't enough. Honestly, they did all right. They did all right, but I think just the mass infantry wasn't like super crazy strong here. I think we just had like we had a lot of good tools to deal with them. Going heavy on the Tomb Guard was definitely a great idea. So yeah. Alright, sweet. Get the cooldowns fixed again. Yeah, now they're just all running off. Nice. I think his Lord crumbled out too. Because his leadership is really wavering. I think had I brought a Spirit Leech, it would have been even better also. Yeah, he didn't bring any Exalted Demonettes. I'd say that was, Exalted Demonettes would have been quite scary against me for sure. I'd have to spend I'd probably Buna them if he brought them in. But I feel like Buna's just so good against the low HP of Slanesh. Buna feels like it's really strong. Because like, Arc in the Black, already 1,500 gold value. He's done so much work against those Hellstriders. And then like, if he goes like Exalted Demonettes and Hellstriders, then I kill the Demonettes and he has no infantry support. Yeah, that was rough. That was rough. Tomb Kings. I wouldn't say this was the most optimal build though. The Marauders are strong, but like they're not that strong. Not against Tomb Guard. Look at this. Basically full HP and have already paid for themselves, or only taken a bit of damage and paid for themselves. Obviously losing his Lord was a big misplay. And Arc in the Black was actually insanely good at killing off those cultists. Yeah, he did really, really well. But yeah. Yeah, he went for the cavalry too. This is a joy. Look at that. All of his Hellstriders, basically no value. Oh my goodness. For how well they usually do, shutting them down is so good. So good. Definitely Buna them. 100% Fate of Buna them. I still don't know if it's favored for either side, but I think doing that is that's basically your main strat. Screaming Skull Catapult was also a misplay on my part. And then the Horse Archers were like, oh, okay. I think they would have done better versus Demonettes, but what can you do? Maybe he has no DLC. Maybe. Alright. Yeah, he's saying I've defended my constructs better than other people. Yeah. Really worried about you diving them. Yeah, I barely managed to keep like all of them alive. Pretty good, pretty good. So we're 2-0. That means just one more game. Map is Black Ark. Is Black Ark, by the way. So he's saying most people would have gone with cavalry. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I think starting with cavalry is a bad idea. I think usually you want to be pretty Tomb Guard focused, and then you force them to take an awkward trade into your Tomb Guard, because your Tomb Guard will trade against the Marauders, and then you have a ton of tools to whittle down their other units. Oh dang, he said he even practiced the matchup. Dang, so I guess we were just too good. We were too good. It's a matchup I haven't practiced a ton, but it's one that I can intuit a lot what both sides would want to bring. But okay, Black Ark is next. So we've played Tomb Kings. And we've also played... Whose first faction I played? And Chaos. So no Tomb Kings or Chaos. Those are two very strong factions I don't have access to here. Let's see. So no Tomb Kings, no Chaos. Interesting. Man, that's an awkward one. No Tomb Kings, no Chaos? What am I supposed to pick? Those are like the two most meta factions right now. Geez, on Black Ark too. Black Ark is such a sketchy map. Man, who am I gonna play? Maybe this? Alright, let's see what the lineups are. Black Ark is a really weird map so late into the tournament, because you don't really have a lot of factions. You don't have a whole list of factions that are great on Black Ark. But there's the army blocker. There's that. Let's see how we do. Ogres, my lord. Stop it with the ogres. We can't do ogres 24/7. So I'm picking 4 now. So Slanesh versus Chaos, for sure. Norska versus Greenskins, that's pretty even. Zinch versus Vampire Coast. It's a bit of a toss-up, but I think Zinch wins it. Does Zinch win it? I think Zinch wins it. On this map anyways. Dark Elves versus Bretonia. That's a fun one. I might leave that in just so we can play it. Lizardmen versus Dark Elves I'm happy with. Skaven versus Zinch. Probably not on Black Ark. Kill Snipe my lord. Vampire Coast versus Skaven. Let's cut that. So what do I want to cut from here? Lizardmen versus Dark Elves. Probably. So we have Slanesh, Chaos, Norska, Greenskins, Zinch Coast, Dark Elves, Bretonia. A lot of really weird matchups. I wonder how this pans out. This is a weird one. No rats, no exceptions. Yeah, no Skaven. I'm not gonna play Coast into his Skaven. He's shown that he knows how to shenanigans it. Alright, now we wait on his pick. You want to see Zinch versus Coast? He might go for it. I really don't know how that pans out. He can go like mass ranged. I think on a map that's more closer capture points, like a Death Pass or an Itza, Coast is favored there. I think on a bigger map, Zinch is a bit favored. I'm really proud of my Tomb King's win versus Slanesh, so I gotta say. The fact that he practiced it, and then we managed to beat his build anyways. It was a little bit sketchy though, but I think the Mass Marauders really running into the Tomb Guard was a rough time. He needs some way of killing off those Tomb Guard. I think the summons from the cultists were good, but we shut them down actually really quickly. If you want to deal with summons, one way to kill them is just out DPS them. So just, like, the best defense is a good offense. If you ignore them, they can just run you down and get max damage. But if you crumble them away because they're in a bad position, it's not too bad, honestly. Yeah, because, like, they can crumble really quickly. So if you just bring in some damage, you actually save a lot of HP on your guys. Another good counter would have been to summon in Nehekara Horsemen and dive them. I think that would have been good. But I gotta say, Fate of Buna is just so good. Fate of Buna is insane. I might even do only Fate of Buna instead of Spirit Leeching. Just because 2 Spirit Leeches isn't that exciting, but Buna just does so much more damage. Okay, so he's taking Norska Greenskins. Hype, hype. Am I the Norska? I'm the Norska. Hype. Alright. How does this pan out? We're on the Black Ark. So Greenskins. They have good cavalry. They have decent range. They have a bunch of scary single entities. I would say I'm still pretty comfortable in this matchup. Like, what can he bring here that would be really scary versus me? Yeah, we're seeing some Greenskins. They have a pretty low win rate. I still don't know why. So, what? He can go Stone Troll builds, some Black Orc builds. He can go Mass Infantry. Some people really like Mass Infantry playstyles. And I think the fact that he brought that in a Slanesh build sort of hints towards that. Yeah, they have cheap everything, so they can really overwhelm you. I'm not too worried about getting overrun, though. And I have a fairly good idea of what I want to be bringing here. I have a fairly good idea. Just gotta double check I have everything in order. Nice. I think we're good. I think we're good. Honestly, I don't fear Greenskins that much as Norska. I think my skirmishers are better here. So he needs some way of dealing with them. Potentially, he could do some sort of weird artillery playstyle. But I think that just on Black Ark, it's just not really gonna cut it. artillery is sort of really weird on Black Ark because it's so big. They actually don't have the range to hit everywhere. So you oftentimes see that artillery has to move up really far. Now this is different for something like Doom Divers and the Sunmaker. Both of those have incredible range. So maybe he'll go for some sort of weird Doom Diver play, but I think I can still force him to advance on me. So I wouldn't think that would work. Double Rogue Idol would be suicidal, for sure, especially knowing me. Double Rogue Idol, just asking to get massacred. He can try kiting himself, but I fancy my kite micro too much. I think my skirmisher control on this map is just like, I've done it so often. Should be interesting. If he goes for like mass infantry, I'm honestly still not that worried. Yeah, what banner should we do as Norska? Let's take a quick look. There's that blue one that's pretty hype. Orange Norska. We got some red Norska action. Skeggy. Some Skeggy action. Sorrel, maybe. If you don't have a Mammoth, I'm logging off. Mammoth is sort of weird against greenskins. Honestly, that's not a terrible idea though, right? Dare I take one Mammoth? Dare I? Maybe one Mammoth. Hung. Alright. Let's see if I can find Hung. I don't know which one is Hung. This scaling. This Varg. Kuj. Cool. Which one's Hung? It should be somewhere here. There aren't that many Norscan factions, right? There's Grayling. Bjornlings. Barcelone. Aceling. Wintertooth. Van Heimlings. Nargle Farglings. Dolgan. Geomantry. Skeggy. There's a lot of Norskins. Is Mung? You want Mung? Hung has to be beside Mung. A goal? Jeez, how many Norscan factions are there? Where's Hung? Is Hung not in here despite... Tong? Cool. Come on, where are they at? Varg? Hung's a Norscan faction, right? Sorrel? Grayling? I'm not seeing no Hung, man. No, I'm not seeing it. Do Skeggy? Alright. In lore, they're pretty cool. Alright. I'll see if I can find them. There we go. Skeggy. Yeah, they're in the Lizardmen territory. It's great. Love them. Alright. I'm interested to see what he brings here. I can't fathom... I guess the one thing that would have me sort of wondering how things would play out is if he brings artillery. Hung might be a Warriors of Chaos faction. I think you might be right. Like one of those war bands. Yeah, so the thing that is scariest for me is if he brings mass artillery. Because I don't really know how that plays out. If he brings anything else, I have a pretty good idea of how it'll play out. So I think we're fine. Yeah, Norska can take the campaign river now. Unfortunately, it's sort of not good. It only has Guardian, which is 15% physical resist to heroes around it. You're not dueling with the Frostworm. That's not how you use a Frostworm, so... I'm not really feeling it. Alright, let's see how it goes. May the better man win. For the last game, potentially, of today, he's fighting for his tournament life sandwich. Gonna be seeing if he manages to pull through here with the greenskins. I fancy myself a pretty competitive Norscan player. I enjoy Norska into matchups against any faction that isn't part of the meta 5. So I'll play Norska not into Chaos, not into Slaanesh. Oh, and he dropped. That's unfortunate. Well, let's save these builds. Alright, it's posted there. Now we gotta do this. And then post these builds here. Alright, there we go. He lost power. He lost power, apparently. So, alright. Is it still down? Apparently, it's the power outage. This is my true power, guys. I dox people. I shut down their internet. It just came back. Alright, sweet. Well, we get to see each other's builds. I posted it so that it's both publicly visible for both of us. He has wolf chariots. I gotta say, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of the wolf chariots. He also has some gobos. He has some squig herd. Pretty standard fare. A little bit of cavalry. I think we're good. I think we're good. All right. Well, let's get a lobby up then. Let's send them the invite code, and then we can get underway. We gotta rebuild that Norscan army though, I think. There we go. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Hey, look at the build. I brought a mammoth. 1 War Shrine mammoth, because I think this is actually pretty hype. Plus 10 physical resist, and then a leadership aura, plus encourage. This guy gives plus 18 leadership in an AoE. It's crazy, man. Better versus vampire counts, but I'll take it here. Even the power company didn't want to see greenskins. Man, people just hate greenskins, apparently. Alright, so we'll just let them come back in, and then we'll be good to go. I think we won it, though. Warzag is not an especially strong lord. And I'm pretty sure chariots are not going to be killing my skirmisher corps. Pretty sure not. So we can just sort of kite him out the whole battle. Maybe even resummon my skirmishers, who knows. And then just mop them up with some Skinwolf action. Skinwolf should be really good here. You love me some greenskins? Hey, nice. Well, we're going to be seeing him as soon as he comes back in. Last time you played, greenskins were the strongest. Man, it was so long ago, though. There's been like a whole beastmen meta in between. Like a really long beastmen meta in between the greenskins being strong. And now they're not even that, they're not that good anymore. They're sort of kaput. They're out of the meta. Lost Power feels California, man. Brutal. You don't hold back. But yeah, I think this should be good. Man, this is so good. 10 leadership and then plus 8. That's crazy good. Puts these guys up to 88 leadership. It's basically unbreakable. It's an expensive tool though. It's not like that you can just get a war shrine out of nowhere. But let's see, what's he bringing? Because my war shrine can just be used as a huge infantry clearing guy if he doesn't win the skirmish fight. The thing is, he doesn't have any black orcs. This would have been a great tool versus black orcs if he had just spammed out elite infantry. So like I win the skirmish fight, then I have a safe war shrine just stomping around. Greenskins weren't strong, just Grom. It's debatable. The skirmishers got nerfed. So I think at least CA thought that they had other units that were strong. And people hated on Stone Trolls forever, but they didn't get nerfed. Yeah, heavy cavalry is viable. Yeah, heavy cavalry is quite good. They just have to be very careful. As they're quite squishy. So like Fate of Buna, of course, will just be really bad for them. But if they can land a charge, get some cycle charging, they're really good cleanup tools. The thing is, in the current meta, most people prefer fast cavalry. Since fast cavalry can just outmaneuver most others. CA thinks a lot of things. Very true. Very true. I'm not going to say CA's the be-all, end-all. I will say, though, I agree with them on the skirmisher nerf. I think the Wolf Rider archers were busted. For the price? What? They were like 350 at a point or something, right? Weren't Wolf Riders like 300? No, they weren't 300 gold. They were like 375. And the Spider Riders also got nerfed like 25 gold. And the Black Orc Big Boss also got nerfed like 100 gold. It's true, they thought Crypt Horrors needed an extra 2000 HP and free stats. That's very true, yeah. Still though. That's true. Okay, you know what? Ignore CA. I think the skirmishers did need a little bit of a nerf, and they got it. High Elves ever lose to vampire counts? Probably somewhere. Oh, he set up his own lobby? Yeah, he can join my lobby. We got everything set up here. Oh, I gotta pick my faction. Where's where my boys? Where my boys at? Come on. Let's see. I think it was... No, we're almost there. There we go. Skeggy. Here we go. Man, the crypt horror changes were crazy. At least they cost 900 now. I think that helps. Crypt horrors, that's like an extra 400 gold for vampire counts. Did they nerf Gorst too? Did they nerf Gorst? The Horsemaster Marauders, did they get fixed? No, they still fire in combat. They're incredibly strong. That, on top of being able to keep them out of danger's way, is really, really good. Man, this tournament be lasting too long. People take too long to finish their games. This took this is a 6-hour, 30-minute tournament. It's too long. Too long, I say. I guess, you know, we've been going fast because we've never seen an ace match. I guess there is a little bit of that, isn't there? Just eat between during downtime. I'm thinking of that. I need to find a way to easily, you know, get food and actually be able to snack while on stream. That way I can sort of just chill with chat longer. I've never really, I've never figured out how to do longer streams properly yet. Remember your horsemen? Remember to have them fire this time? I'll do my best. You know, maybe we'll win without it. Yes, yeah, the win without shooting. Pro strat. Oh my gosh. You know, look, it shows at least I can screw up. We're not at peak Warhammer yet. I make mistakes much more often than I can even remember. It's just mistakes 24/7. So, you know, if you can just play Warhammer and make no mistakes, you'll be better than me. Yeah, I did get a cup of milk. I got a cup of milk and it wasn't enough. I thought this would end faster, but like I was in the finals and they were playing their entire best of 3. I don't know how to speed it up though. Is Kislev and Cathay good in multiplayer? Cathay's really good. Kislev seems like they're not doing too well. Though the reasons why, I'm not entirely sure. Alright, let's see how this goes. Milk drinker, shake my head. Hey, Dries, how dare you? How dare you come to my stream and shake your head at my drinking of the milk? How dare you? How dare you? Oh my gosh. Fight me IRL. Actually, no, don't fight me IRL. Fight me in Warhammer. I'll have a higher chance of winning. I don't think I can fight anyone IRL. I think my odds of winning that would just 0. Anyways. Alright, here we go. Good luck, have fun. It looks like we're going to be seeing a little bit of lag, but it's serviceable. Mammoths. Yeah, mammoths indeed. We got the singular mammoth over here. He types in the indeed. Let's ready up then. See how it goes. Let's move this panel out of the way. Boom. How are the Chaos Dwarves doing? Man, I really want some. I want some Chaos Dwarves. I need some Chaos Dwarves in my life. See, I really gotta slam them in. Anyways, we know his build. He knows my build. He doesn't have artillery. That is great for me. So, I think we just park over here. This is my favorite position for infantry because they can bounce to whichever point they need. This is a bread and butter style that I've played for a long time. The missile damage on these chariots is not immense either, so I don't think we're really worried about that. And what do I want to summon? That's a really important question. I could summon a mammoth. It is good terror. I think we're gonna have the mobility control for the majority of the game. So I believe we should be fine just slamming down with the mammoth. His internet, or his power literally just died, so I'm not too surprised that his internet's chugging a bit. That can happen when the power just goes out like that. But yeah, we're just gonna go really aggressive here. The goal is not to kill his chariots. The goal is to kill his infantry. So if I can just get him to pull back and give me some space, then we should be able to get insane damage against these savage orcs. Just gonna wait for my mammoth to pop on out. It's gonna be really good against these guys. Should keep my leadership nice and high, and it can just sort of clear them out. we should be fine. Look at that. We even got him to start pulling away. This is good. Now, because I'm the aggressor here, he is going to be slightly leading in value on the skirmish front, but he doesn't have that much anti-skirmish, so I think we're fine. I can even start pulling away myself to get a bit of a better lead. Looking pretty good. And yeah, we're just gonna do the dance. Skirmish micros are a really crazy dance for how to sort of maximize value on it. You generally want to do a bit of back and forth action, wait for them to shoot their volleys off. You also want to present your the corners of your units at them, and that way their volleys sort of all target one location. That's sort of the gist of what you want to do for skirmishers. And then if you can sort of keep that up, you're fairly good. You also want to be as close as possible if they don't have counter skirmish, since you get much better accuracy. And then you want to be always moving away once you're trying to trade into their skirmishers. If you can manage all that, then it's not too bad. As for Throg, he's not too worried about some chariots. He should be just fine over there. And then, there we go. There's the Mammoth. Mammoth's gonna be great. We're doing a lot of poking here. Throg can even start moving on in. His chariot's in for a bit of a rough time. You can see here I misplayed a bit. I pulled these guys a little bit too far back. We'd rather have them more forwards to get their damage going. And then I'm pulling away from his mobility, because as long as you're on the retreat when it comes to skirmishing, you're looking pretty happy. And nice. Now let's go ahead and pull away from his cavalry. These guys can just sort of face off against his chariots. That should be fine. Looks like these guys should be gone in a second. And then I think the Beasts of Tashnar are next on my list of things to get. Beasts of Tashnar are amazing cleanup tools. And if these guys... Oh, they barely came back. That's rough. Nevertheless, we're still doing good. He's chasing me down here, which is generally going to be a good trade for me. Beasts of Tashnar are now on the field, too. Nice. And they'll be really great here. So I want to just play safe with them and just sort of force them to... I just want to use the Beast of Tashnar and force them to get a few guys routing off and then just chase them off. I'm not forcing him to do anything. But alright, here we go. Initial engagement's going to be underway. It's a little bit of a weird one, because I'm lacking on infantry quite dramatically. But I'm not especially worried about that, because I can just take very favorable fights. Yeah, I can just take very favorable fights around him, so I'm not that worried. Looks like my guys over there are doing just fine. And for my summoning, I'm primarily going to be summoning in probably Skin Wolves. As weird as that might sound, Skin Wolves are really, really good against greenskins in this sort of situation where I can continuously kite them and just chase down units. I can make the best out of my regeneration. That should work out all right. Mammoth looking like it's doing a lot of damage to his forces. We're just going to keep pulling back here because, like I said, as long as you're pulling back, you're generally trading up when it comes to your kite. Look at that Mammoth clearing out his guys like no tomorrow. Really, really good stuff. And I'm actually getting some minor cycle charging with the Mammoth too. As long as I keep retargeting his infantry, it's just gonna keep getting that charge animation, which is very, very important. The charge animation is sort of huge for the Mammoth. Okay, and it looks like he's going for a big dive here. That's just perfect Pit of Shades value, if I do say so myself. There we go. And that's those guys gone. All right. Now, I did lose the Beast of Tashnar. That is a bit of a misplay on my part, but I think that Pit of Shades value alone might be able to clean up shop here. We'll see. I'm sort of running out of infantry now, though, so we got to be a little bit wary. Still, though, I like me a mass route. I just got to keep on cleaning up these guys. The Savage Orcs are relentless. Just keep on coming at me. Squig Herd can be a little bit scary, but I have more units in them, so I think I can just outmaneuver them here. Nice, looking good. We have the Skin Wolves in here. Now, he did capture the point, which has me a little bit worried. I think we just honestly just start spamming out infantry now. All these guys are routed off. They'll probably come back, but that's not the end of the world for me, since I believe it's fine. Because they'll just keep terror routing, but it's a little bit sketchy now. It's a little bit sketchy. I need to actually win this engagement here. I'm looking for another big pit of shades, and we'll have that in 6 seconds. So that should be good enough. Here we go. Big pit onto all of those orcs. There we go. They should be gone. Nice. Let's pull back with the skirmishers now. Man, I wish I had more doggos, but what can you do? Huge pit of shades again. I gotta say, pit of shades, I can't believe it got nerfed, and it's still one of the best abilities in the game. It's insane, man. It's insane. Look at that. The slow-mo on these guys. There's so many of them. Plus the mammoth, too. Honestly, the mammoth was a really good choice. Because I don't think he actually has a good solution for it. I think, seriously, just the mammoth is, I think it's just gonna hard carry. Because, like, there's nothing you can really bring that'll do well against it. Ooh, here's a play. Here's a play. Summon in the Beast of Tashnar. There we go. I wonder how well they do against those squig hoppers. But yeah. I can now harass these night goblins too. They did kill off my berserkers, which makes me a bit sad, but regardless, we'll be fine. And now this is why I have the skin wolves. They're just here for cleanup. Skin wolves are great cleanup. Yeah, a bit of shades hit the internet connection. Oh my goodness. Alright, there we go. There's a capture point. And I gotta clean up these guys. They're being a huge pain. There we go. Now the skin wolves onto the squig herd is the solution here. We'll just pin them down. My horsemen are so beat up though, but they're still pretty useful. They're still a good tool for just catching out his units. And it starts getting not really worth it to chase down my skin wolves, or not my skin wolves, my cavalry, just because they're so low HP. So I'm actually just not gonna desummon with them. Just leave them in the battlefield. More berserkers too, for the amazing infantry clear. Get the Throg onto his Warzag, nice. And he's summoning in mostly squig herds. So this tells me I really want to be summoning in skin wolves. Skin wolves will be the primary counter today. Nice, there we go. Go, Mammoth, go. Man, I gotta say that Mammoth. What a good call.
We want their eyes.
Oh, alright. Here we go. Warzag looking pretty low. Nice. These guys will be off the battlefield in a second. And then, wow, he's capturing it with some fanatics. I love it. I love it. And now I think I should desummon these guys then. Bring in some new ones. There we go. In the meantime, we'll just keep on pushing over this way. I believe that's just a little AoE buff there. Nothing too scary. Nice, and the skin wolves are doing their job. Yeah, they're just gonna keep chasing off units. I want to be really careful with them and keep them alive as long as possible. If we can do that, then we'll be fine. Because, yeah, the skin wolves, as long as they're healing, they're just generating value for me. Okay, nice. Let's see if we can take this point now. He has a couple beat up night goblins. As long as he doesn't have fanatics that just annihilate me, we should be fine there. I wonder if he's on point with that. We'll see. Let's also bring in more cavalry. And then I guess we just start saving up for a, honestly, a Manticore is not bad. Manticore might seem a little bit weird, but it's actually an amazing anti-cavalry tool. And right now, I'm feeling that I'm a little bit susceptible to cavalry. I don't really want to get surrounded by them. They'll kill my mammoth. They'll probably kill Throg, and they can cycle charge my infantry. So we're going to go for the Manticore. Skin Wolves can sort of help this situation out, too. Looks like the Greenskins can have serious issues dealing with single entities. Yeah. Yeah, I think some people have sort of gone for... some people go for, like, giants to deal with single entities. But obviously here, giants would have done really badly versus my kite force. He can bring a kite force of his own and go for giants, though, so... It can sort of go... It can go either way. Alright, here we go, Broken Tusk Mob. The strongest spell in the game. Let it land. Okay, looks like he's just going to be disengaging instead. Not a bad call, honestly. I have a lot of good fighters over there. Alright, nice. And they're pulling away. Sweet. Alright, we'll pull away ourselves then. And then I guess we'll go for another horseman. Sweet. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. People brought double giant against lizardmen. I ain't lying. I ain't lying. It was a thing. I swear, I swear. It was it was more of like a Hail Mary type of playstyle, but like you bring Warzag, double giant, and then you tried to pin one of them down with Warzag, and then the giants would just really win any fights against dinos that they can get into. But they weren't amazing by any means. You'd have to keep them safe from skirmishers too, so it wasn't the greatest thing ever, but you know, people did it. It's undeniable that people did do it. Yeah, giants are really good single entity fighters. The big problem with them is that they are terrible against ranged, and they cannot take damage. So most of the time they're not the best. They're not the best guys ever, but I think they're still alright. Anyways, the last pit of shades of the day. This guy already sitting at 200 kills. It's gonna boost him up all the way to 2,000, but yeah, he's gonna leave instead. I gotta say that was it was a good fight. It was a good fight. I think the pit of shades did him dirty. It did him really dirty. GG's. Yeah, pit of shades did him really dirty, and I don't think the chariots were a good choice. I think standard skirmishers would have had a better back and forth. Like if you look at these guys, they're cheaper and they paid for themselves. If you want to be able to kite that, either that or you spam archers. Both can sort of be okay, but on a map like Itza, I think he would have done better with like a 6 skirmisher type of play style. Look at that. Berserkers did great. Throg doing all right, not taking too much damage, and the Mammoth MVP clearing the infantry, I gotta say. All right, well there we go. We won it. We won it. Let's go ahead and report our score. So that's yeah, that's we did it again. We won our tournament again with a 10-0 victory. Gotta say, feeling pretty good about that heading into the grand finals with Turin's grand finals thing. See, green skins. Let's see here. Green skins. I played Norska. At some point I played let's see here. Tomb Kings. I played Tomb Kings into his Slanesh. And then I also played yes, I played Warriors of Chaos into his High Elves. Brutal. Some of them were brutal matchups. Some of them were a lot closer. I think Tomb King Slanesh was really fun. Norska Greenskins was really fun. But we came out on top. A few flubs, a few missed micros, but a 3-0 victory is pretty nice, yeah. Ladder is Bronze League Heroes, scores 9 and 2. Yeah, I know we did worse on ladder than we did in this tournament. Yeah, I guess ladder is just the hardest environment. I guess it is. But there we go. Oh man, GG's guys. GG's. That was fun. That was really fun. Is the Spider Queen viable? Yeah, it's a really good single entity. But yeah, I'm going to close it out. We'll be streaming tomorrow at the same time as we did today. We're going to be playing in Turin's Grand Finals. Hopefully we put up a good fight. I've been training a lot, as you've been seeing. And yeah, I hope you have a wonderful day. I don't think there's anything else to really do. Is there like a person, is someone streaming right now? Is anyone streaming right now? I need a rest. I need some food. Let's see, Warhammer 3 stream. Is anyone streaming right now? Nah, no one's streaming right now. It's hella late. Well, peace out, guys. Have a wonderful day.